Thank you for choosing this video to fall asleep. Make sure to subscribe and tell me in the comments where you are listening from. Story 1. The Dragon's Whisper. High Hrothgar had always been shrouded in mystery, a place of ancient power where few dared to venture. Nestled atop the throat of the world, it stood as a beacon of solitude, home to the greybeards who communed with the voice of the sky itself. Travellers whispered of their mastery over the Thu'um, the voice, but there were other secrets within the icy walls of the temple. Secrets that had long been buried beneath layers of snow and time, forgotten even by the monks who lived there. Among the oldest of these, a cryptic scroll had recently been unearthed, its faded ink and brittle parchment bearing an ominous message about a hidden dragon tomb, sealed away for centuries. The scroll had been found tucked into a dusty alcove, behind a stone that hadn't been moved in ages. Its discovery was no coincidence. For months now, strange occurrences had plagued Skyrim. Fires had erupted without cause, entire herds of animals had vanished, and the sky itself had begun to crackle with an unholy energy during the night. Whispers from across the land spoke of dragons, those mighty beasts thought to have been driven to extinction, returning to the skies once more. But the truth was more terrifying. It wasn't just the dragons of legend stirring. Something far older, far more powerful, had begun to awaken. The scroll spoke of a dragon unlike any other, a creature whose name had been erased from the history books by ancient Nords who feared the mere mention of it would summon its wrath. This dragon, once called Thurvokun, had been one of Alduin's most loyal lieutenants. While Alduin sought to consume the world in fire and shadow, Thurvokun was tasked with something darker, keeping the balance between the living and the dead, ensuring the souls of the fallen never strayed too far from their intended paths. It was said that Thurvokun had learned to transcend the veil between life and death, a skill that had made him both revered and feared among dragonkind. But it was his hunger for power that ultimately led to his undoing. The ancient Nords, led by a coalition of dragon priests, had discovered Thurvokun's intentions to ascend beyond Alduin's reach, to become a god unto himself. Fearing what would happen if the dragon succeeded, they sealed him away in a hidden tomb, deep within the northern mountains, where neither man nor dragon could find him. But now, after countless centuries, the tomb's wards were weakening, and the power within was leaking into the world. It started subtly. The air grew colder than it should have been, even for the bitter heights of Skyrim. The wind, once a constant howl through the mountain passes, began to carry with it a low, thrumming vibration, as though the very mountain was whispering to those who could hear it. But the monks of High Hrothgar were not deaf to such changes. They knew something was wrong, though they could not discern its source. The cryptic scroll with its arcane symbols and half-deciphered warnings was all they had to go on. The greybeards debated the meaning of the scroll for days. Some believed it was merely an old tale, a forgotten piece of lore not meant to be taken literally. But Master Ongaia, the eldest of the monks, felt differently. He had lived through the return of Alduin, had seen the devastation the World Eater had wrought, and he knew better than to dismiss the power of dragons. "There are forces older than we know," he had said in a quiet, gravelly voice. "If the scroll speaks true, then Thurvokun's prison is failing, and the world will suffer for it." But where was this hidden tomb? The scroll gave no clear location, only vague references to the place where the north winds meet the bones of the earth. A cryptic description that could point to any number of places across the frozen wastelands of Skyrim. Yet, as the monks pondered this enigma, the signs became harder to ignore. Travelers passing through Iverstead spoke of eerie lights in the northern skies, of the dead rising from their graves only to disappear before dawn. Animals were found frozen solid, as though the breath of winter itself had claimed them in an instant. And then came the dreams. Arngeir and others sensitive to the Thuum began to dream of a dark place, a cavern so deep and cold that the light of the sun could never touch it. In these dreams, a voice called out, a voice as ancient as the mountains themselves, speaking in the dragon tongue. Zok.Voth, the words echoed through the night, impossible to understand yet filled with malice. The greybeards could feel the power behind the voice, a force that tugged at the very fabric of the world, warping the balance between life and death. It was clear to Arngeir that time was running out. The hidden tomb had to be found before its occupant broke free. But who would undertake such a perilous journey? The greybeards were scholars, not warriors, and even if they could locate Thurvakun's tomb, they had no power to stop what lay inside. Only a dragonborn could hope to stand against such a threat, but the dragonborn had not been seen for years, their fate unknown. And so, with heavy hearts, the monks sent word across the land, summoning the bravest of Skyrim's adventurers to High Hrothgar. The message was simple: the dragon stirs. The world is in danger once more. Will you answer the call? And as the word spread, as swords were sharpened and armor donned, the whispers of Thurvokun grew louder, rippling through the land like a dark omen. Soon all of Skyrim would know his name once more, and the world would tremble at the sound of his awakening. Story 2. Blood of the Snow Elves. The Forgotten Vale was a place of legends, a desolate stretch of icy wilderness hidden deep within the mountains of Skyrim. Few dared to venture there, for the way was treacherous, and the rumors surrounding it spoke of creatures and forces long lost to time. Among these rumors were whispers of the Snow Elves, an ancient race that had once thrived in the northern reaches of Tamriel. They had been driven to near extinction by the Nords in an age long past, their civilization crumbling beneath the weight of betrayal and violence. The few who survived had become the twisted Falmer, slaves to the Dwemer, forever lost to the light of the sun. But not all of them had fallen. This at least was the belief of Inder, an explorer with a passion for forgotten histories. For years he had searched for evidence of the Snow Elves' survival, combing through ancient texts, speaking with scholars and adventurers alike. His obsession had led him to the Forgotten Vale, a place where few dared to tread, but where he believed a remnant of the ancient race still lingered. It was there, in that icy expanse, that he hoped to uncover the truth. The journey into the Vale was not easy. The winds were relentless, howling through the jagged peaks like a chorus of wailing spirits. The ground was treacherous, covered in deep snowdrifts that concealed hidden crevices and icy pools. Erindor had come prepared, equipped with warm furs and a sturdy staff to guide his way, but even he felt the bite of the cold creeping into his bones. For days he trudged through the snow, his breath freezing in the air before him, his mind focused on the stories he had read. According to an ancient tome he had discovered in the College of Winterhold, the Snow Elves had once built a sanctuary in the Forgotten Vale, a place of beauty and magic where they had retreated after their downfall. The sanctuary had been sealed off from the world, protected by powerful enchantments, and hidden deep within the ice. Few had ever laid eyes upon it, and those who had spoke of it in hushed tones, as though the mere mention of it might draw the attention of vengeful false spirits. But Eärendil was undeterred. If there was even a chance that the Snow Elves still existed, he had to find them. It was on the 6th day of his journey that Eärendil stumbled upon the entrance to the sanctuary. He had been following the flow of a frozen river when he noticed something strange, a set of stone steps, worn smooth by time, leading up to a massive wall of ice. At first glance, the wall seemed impenetrable, but as he drew closer, he saw the faint outline of a door carved into the ice, its surface etched with strange runes that shimmered in the pale light. His heart raced as he approached, his fingers tracing the ancient symbols. The door did not open at his touch, but as he stood there, breathless and uncertain, the runes began to glow with an eerie blue light. Slowly the ice receded, revealing a passageway that led deeper into the mountain. Eärendil hesitated only for a moment before stepping inside, his curiosity overpowering any sense of caution. The air within the tunnel was colder than he had anticipated, but it was not the biting chill of the outside world. It was the cold of magic, ancient and potent, lingering in the very stones. As he ventured deeper, the tunnel widened into a vast cavern, illuminated by glowing crystals embedded in the walls. The air here was thick with an otherworldly energy, and Eärendil could feel it pulsing beneath his skin. At the far end of the cavern stood a massive stone structure, its architecture unlike anything he had ever seen. It was delicate yet imposing, its spires reaching toward the ceiling like frozen branches, its doors adorned with intricate carvings of snowflakes and stars. This, he knew, was the sanctuary of the Snow Elves. He approached cautiously, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of life. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the soft crunch of his boots on the frosted ground. Yet, as he neared the entrance, he sensed a presence, something watching him from the shadows. Before he could react, a figure emerged from the darkness, tall and graceful, with pale skin that shimmered like moonlight. It was an elf, but not like the Falmer he had encountered in the depths of Dwemer ruins. This elf stood tall, his eyes bright and intelligent, his features sharp and regal. "You are not welcome here, outsider," the elf said, his voice as cold as the ice that surrounded them. Eärendil's breath caught in his throat. He had found them. The Snow Elves still lived. "I mean no harm," Eärendil said quickly, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. "I've come seeking knowledge of your people, your history. I didn't think I didn't know you still existed." The elf's eyes narrowed, but he did not strike. "We exist because we are hidden. The world outside has forgotten us, and that is how we wish it to remain." Eärendil stepped forward, his excitement overcoming his fear. "But your people, they could help the world. Your magic, your knowledge, there's so much that could be learned from you." The elf's expression hardened. "The world outside is not our concern. We guard something far more important than knowledge or power. Something that, if released, would destroy everything you know." Erinder's heart pounded in his chest. "What is it you guard?" The elf was silent for a long moment, his gaze piercing. "The blood of our people, the last of the true snow elves, untouched by the corruption of the farmer. It is a power that could reshape the world, for better or worse. But that is not for you to decide." Erinder's mind raced. The idea that the pure bloodline of the Snow Elves had been preserved in secret for all these years was beyond anything he could have imagined. The power that coursed through their veins could be the key to understanding ancient magics, perhaps even restoring the Snow Elves to their former glory. But the elf's next words dashed any hope he had of uncovering their secrets. "You will not leave this place with the knowledge you seek," the elf said, stepping forward. "For the sake of our survival, and the survival of the world, you must forget what you have seen here." Before Erinder could protest, the elf raised a hand, and the world around him went black. When he awoke, he was alone in the snow, the entrance to the sanctuary gone, as though it had never existed. Story 3. The Forsworn's Curse. Markarth had always been a city on the edge of chaos, its jagged stone walls carved directly from the rock of the Britsh. The city was a fortress, a marvel of Dwemer engineering, but its beauty was harsh, as cold and unyielding as the mountains surrounding it. For years it had withstood sieges, rebellions, and uprisings, the most notorious being the bloody revolt of the Forsworn. Even now, long after the blood had dried on the cobbled streets, the Forsworn lingered in the minds of the people, like shadows creeping at the edge of their vision. The Reachmen, as they were known, had once ruled the land before being driven into the wilds, and they had never forgiven the Nords for taking their ancestral home. Whispers of their dark rituals and ancient magic haunted the minds of the city's inhabitants, but for many they were just that, whispers. That was until the sickness began. It started subtly, as most calamities do. The single merchant, coughing uncontrollably, collapsed in the marketplace. He had been selling wares from his cart, a collection of fruits and furs gathered from the surrounding countryside. His collapse had been sudden, violent. At first, people assumed he had caught some common cold, something that would pass with time. But as the crowd gathered round him, they noticed the pallor of his skin, the way his veins stood out against his flesh, dark and swollen. His eyes were sunken, his lips cracked and bleeding. When he tried to speak, his voice was a rasp, barely audible over the sound of his shallow breaths. He died within the hour. The people of Markarth, hardened by years of strife, initially paid little mind to the incident. A man dying of illness in the streets was unfortunate, but not uncommon. Yet within days more began to fall ill. First, it was the beggars and the poor, those who lived on the outskirts of the city, crowded into the lower quarters near the mine. Then, the sickness spread to the merchants, the craftsmen, and even the guards. No one was spared, and the symptoms were always the same: fever, a hacking cough, followed by black veins spreading across the body, as though the blood itself had turned to poison. It was not long before panic set in. Rumors spread faster than the sickness itself. Some believed it was the work of the gods, punishing the city for its greed and cruelty. Others whispered of a plague brought in by traders from distant lands. But there were those who spoke in hushed tones of something darker, something far more ancient and insidious, the Forsworn. It had been years since the Forsworn had openly attacked the city, but their presence had never truly disappeared. They lurked in the hills and forests of the Reach, practicing their blood magic, invoking the spirits of old. The people of Markarth had long feared the Forsworn's ability to wield ancient magics, passed down through generations of Reachmen. The Forsworn did not fight with steel alone. They had been known to curse their enemies, twisting nature itself to their will. As the sickness ravaged the city, more and more began to believe that the Forsworn were responsible. Strange sightings were reported, hooded figures moving through the mist at the edge of the city, wild beasts acting erratically, howling in the dead of night. And then there were the dreams. Those who were stricken by the sickness claimed they saw visions of a woman, her skin painted with blood, her eyes glowing like embers. She stood at the edge of a forest, her hands raised as she whispered ancient words. In these dreams the land itself seemed to twist and writhe, as though the very earth was rebelling against them. It didn't take long for the people of Markarth to draw the conclusion that the Forsworn had cursed the city. The sickness, they said, was no ordinary plague. It was the result of dark magic cast by the Forsworn to punish the Nords for driving them from their home. Fear gripped the city, and the Jarl, ever pragmatic, was forced to act. He sent a group of his most trusted guards into the hills, tasked with finding the Forsworn and ending their threat once and for all. The group never returned. As the days passed, the city grew quieter, the once bustling streets now deserted as the sickness spread. Businesses shuttered their doors, families barricaded themselves inside their homes, praying that the curse would not find them. The temples were filled with the sick and dying, their groans echoing through the stone halls. The priests did their best to offer comfort, but even their magic could not cure the afflicted. Meanwhile, outside the city walls, the Forsworn were indeed watching. Deep in the forests, hidden in caves and ancient ruins, they gathered around their fire-lit altars, their voices rising in a low, guttural chant. Their leader, an old woman known only as the Hagraven, smiled as she stirred a cauldron filled with blood and herbs. She had not forgotten the atrocities committed against her people. The Nords had taken their land, killed their children, and driven them into the wilds like animals. But now, the time had come for revenge. The curse she had cast was older than the stones of Markarth, a magic passed down from the shamans of her ancestors. It was a living thing, a sickness born of the earth itself, spreading like rot through the veins of the city. It would weaken them, break their spirits, until there was nothing left but fear and death. And then, when the time was right, the Forsworn would strike, reclaiming the city that had once been theirs. Inside Markarth, hope was fading. The Jarl had no choice but to consult the only person who might understand such magic, an old eccentric mage who lived in seclusion, high in the mountains. She spoke of the curse with reverence, warning that it could only be undone by confronting the Forsworn directly, not with swords but with magic as old as the Reach itself. And so a new quest began, a desperate journey into the heart of the wilds, where ancient curses, blood magic, and the wrath of the Forsworn awaited. Story 4. Shadows of Sovngarde. The warrior stood on the edge of the cliff, gazing out over the jagged peaks of the reach as the wind howled around them. The sky was a steel grey, clouds swirling above like the harbingers of a coming storm. But the storm was not what weighed on the warrior's mind. It was the emptiness, the vast, echoing emptiness inside their head. They could remember their name, their skill with a blade, and the weight of the armor they wore. But there was a gaping void where their memories of Sovgard should have been. They had been to that place, the fabled afterlife of the Nords, the Hall of Heroes where the bravest warriors feasted and sang for eternity. But how had they returned? And why did it feel as though they had left something unfinished? The first signs of trouble came soon after the warriors returned to Skyrim. At first it was subtle, a shadow out of the corner of their eye, a chill in the air that made their skin prickle, even beneath their heavy armor. But as the days passed, the feeling grew stronger, more oppressive. At night, when they tried to sleep, they heard whispers, voices that slithered through their thoughts like serpents, though they could never quite make out the words. The warrior was no stranger to battle, to blood and death, but this was different. This was something far darker, more insidious, like a weight pressing down on their soul. Then came the dreams. In these dreams, the warrior stood in a place they could not recognize, though it felt familiar. A vast hall, its walls lined with the shadows of towering statues. Fires burned low, casting flickering light across the stone floor. And there, in the center of the hall, stood a group of figures, warriors, armored and silent, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. They looked at the warrior with a strange intensity, their faces obscured by helmets and the darkness that clung to them like smoke. But it wasn't their gaze that chilled the warrior's blood. It was the feeling that these were not just dreams. These warriors were real, and they were waiting for something. The dreams always ended the same way. The figures would raise their weapons, ancient swords and axes gleaming in the firelight, and march toward the warrior, their footsteps echoing through the hall like the tolling of a bell. And just as they reached the warrior, the scene would dissolve, the darkness swallowing them whole. During the day, the warrior tried to push these thoughts aside, focusing on the tasks at hand, missions for the Jarl, skirmishes with bandits, the everyday violence of life in Skyrim. But no matter how many battles they fought, no matter how many enemies they cut down, the feeling of being watched never left them. It was as though they had brought something back from Sovngarde, something that did not belong in the realm of the living. And then came the first attack. The warrior had been traveling through the forests near Whiterun when the shadows began to move. At first it was just a trick of the light, or so they thought. The sun was setting, casting long dark shapes across the forest floor. But then the shadows began to shift, twisting and elongating, stretching toward the warrior like dark fingers. The warrior drew their sword, heart pounding, scanning the trees for any sign of danger. But there was nothing, no sound, no movement, just the oppressive weight of the shadows creeping closer. Suddenly the air grew cold, unnaturally cold, and the ground beneath the warrior's feet began to tremble. And then they appeared, the same figures from the dreams, their armor gleaming with an eerie light stepping out from the shadows, as though they had been waiting there all along. Their faces were still obscured, but now the warrior could see the glowing eyes beneath their helmets, eyes filled with a seething rage. The warrior raised their sword, ready to defend themselves, but the spirits moved faster than any mortal could. They struck with a fury that sent shockwaves through the air, each blow ringing out like thunder. The warrior parried and dodged as best they could, but it was like fighting the wind. The spirits were relentless, their attacks fueled by a hatred that seemed to go beyond death itself. And as the battle raged, the warrior could feel something tugging at the edges of their mind, a memory buried deep, struggling to break free. As one of the spirits lunged forward, its sword aimed for the warrior's heart. A flash of memory surged through the warrior's mind. They saw themselves standing in Sovngarde, surrounded by the same warriors, but this time they could hear the words being spoken, an oath ancient and binding, spoken in the language of the dead. The warrior had sworn something, made a pact before they had left Sovngarde, but what? And why couldn't they remember? The warrior ducked beneath the spirit's strike and swung their sword in a wide arc, the blade passing through the figure like mist. But instead of dissipating, the spirit seemed to grow stronger, its eyes burning brighter. The warrior staggered back, their breath coming in ragged gasps. The shadows pressed in from all sides, the spirits circling like wolves around prey. And then, as suddenly as they had appeared, the spirits stopped. They stood, weapons lowered, their eyes still fixed on the warrior. One of them stepped forward, its voice a hollow whisper that seemed to echo from the depths of the earth. "You have forgotten the oath," it said, its words dripping with venom, "but we have not." The warrior's heart pounded in their chest as the memory began to crystallize. The oath, they had made it in Sovngarde, a promise to those who had been denied their place in Shaw's Hall, to return and fulfill their ancient vow. But the warrior had left without completing the task, and now the spirits of those bound to that oath had followed them back to the realm of the living, seeking what they had been promised. "You cannot escape us," the spirit hissed. "We are bound to you until the debt is paid." The warrior's sword trembled in their hand as the realization hit them. They had returned from Sovngarde, but they had not come alone. The spirits, the shadows, they were not mere phantoms. They were bound to the warrior, linked by the oath that had been forgotten, but never broken. And now they demanded justice. As the spirits began to fade back into the shadows, their final words echoed in the warrior's mind. "Until the debt is paid." The warrior stood alone in the fading light of the forest, the weight of the forgotten oath pressing down on their soul. Story 5. The Throat of the World's Secret. The throat of the world was a place of ancient power, a towering peak that rose above the clouds, its summit forever wrapped in the biting winds and icy fog of Skyrim's highest reaches. It was said that this mountain had stood since time immemorial, the first of all mountains, where Kain herself had breathed life into the world. But even in its ageless majesty, few had ever dared to climb its heights. The journey was perilous, the air thin and cold, and the secrets it held were guarded by forces beyond mortal understanding. Paarthurnax, the ancient dragon who lived at its peak, was one such guardian. Once Salduin's most trusted lieutenant, Paarthurnax had turned against his brother, aiding mortals in their struggle to overthrow the World Eater. The reasons for his betrayal were a mystery until now. The journey to the summit was grueling, Even for those who had the strength of the the voice, to aid them, the climb demanded more than physical endurance. It required willpower, the strength to push forward when the wind howled like a beast and the snow blinded you at every step. Few could say they'd made it to the very top of the throat of the world, and fewer still could claim to have walked in the shadow of Paarthurnax without being struck by awe or fear. But those who had made the climb told stories of a hidden cavern just below the summit where few dared to tread, a place of mystery and silence, untouched by time or the elements, where the air itself seemed to hum with ancient power. It was here, beneath layers of ice and rock, that the truth behind Paarthurnax's betrayal lay hidden. The cavern entrance was nearly invisible, concealed by a formation of jagged rocks that blended seamlessly with the mountain's craggy surface. If not for a subtle shift in the wind, the faintest whisper of air escaping through a narrow crack, it might have gone unnoticed. But for those who knew where to look, the way was clear. Inside, the walls were smooth and cold, polished by centuries of wind and ice, and the air was still, almost unnaturally so. As one ventured deeper, the faint glow of ancient runes became visible, etched into the stone, their light pulsing faintly in the dark. At the heart of the cavern lay a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in the shadows above, its floor covered in a thick layer of frost. In the center of the chamber stood a monolithic stone, its surface covered in more of the glowing runes. The air around it felt thick, charged with a strange energy that prickled at the skin. And at the base of the stone, half buried in the ice, lay a scroll, ancient, worn, and brittle with age. This was no ordinary document. The markings on its surface were unmistakably dragon language, the tongue of the dove, the words imbued with power that transcended time. As the scroll was unfurled, the truth began to unfold. It spoke of an ancient pact, one made long before Alduin's rise to power, in a time when dragons ruled the skies unchallenged. Paarthurnax had been among Alduin's most trusted, a general in the dragon armies, but even then he had harbored doubts. Alduin's vision of the world was one of domination, where all of creation bowed to the will of dragons. But Paarthurnax, though he was born of the same blood and fire, saw something else. He saw potential in mortals, in their will to resist, in their ability to grow and change. The scroll revealed that Paarthurnax had not betrayed Alduin out of mere rebellion. His decision had been part of a greater, more ancient plan, a plan rooted in the very nature of the dove. Dragons were creatures of order, bound to the concept of permanence. Alduin, as the World Eater, was not just a destroyer. He represented the end of the current world so that a new one could begin. Paarthurnax had come to understand that Alduin's vision was flawed, that true balance did not lie in destruction alone, but in the coexistence of creation and change. Long before Alduin had claimed his role as World Eater, Paarthurnax had sought knowledge from the elder spirits, those who existed beyond the mortal and dragon realms. It was in this search that he discovered the secret of time itself, the very essence of the Thu'um. The scroll described how Paarthurnax had learned of the Kell, an elder scroll, a powerful artifact that could alter the flow of time. With this knowledge, he foresaw Alduin's inevitable fall, not through strength of arms alone, but through the power of mortals who could wield the voice. It was these mortals, the ancient tongues, whom Paarthurnax would one day teach, guiding them toward the eventual defeat of Alduin. But the scroll also hinted at a deeper, darker truth, one that had been buried even deeper than Paarthurnax's betrayal. The cavern had not been a sanctuary for Paarthurnax alone, but a place where an unspoken pact had been made. A pact with forces older than the dragons themselves, forces that had once shaped the flow of time and fate. Paarthurnax had bargained with these entities, sacrificing something of his own essence to ensure that Alduin's return would be delayed, giving the world time to prepare for the World Eater's inevitable reappearance. This was the reason for his isolation atop the throat of the world. It was not merely self-imposed exile, it was a watchful vigil, a burden he had chosen to bear. Yet the scroll's final passages were the most chilling. It spoke of a reckoning, a moment when the forces Paarthurnax had once invoked would come to collect their due. The betrayal of Alduin was not without consequence, and the ancient powers he had allied with were not so easily appeased. There would come a time when the price of his actions would be paid, not in his own blood, but in the blood of those who came after him. The balance of time and fate was delicate, and Paarthurnax's interference had tilted the scales in ways even he could not fully understand. As the last words of the scroll faded into the icy air, the cavern seemed to pulse with a life of its own, the runes glowing brighter, as if responding to the secrets that had just been revealed. The truth behind Paarthurnax's betrayal was no simple act of defiance. It was a choice made in the face of inevitability, a gamble with forces beyond even the dragon's control. And now, with Alduin gone, and the world once again at a crossroads, the weight of that choice lingered, echoing in the silence of the throat of the world. Story 6. The Hunt for the Ebony Blade. The taverns of Skyrim were abuzz with rumors, as they often were, but this time the whispers carried more than idle gossip. They spoke of an ancient weapon, the ebony blade, once thought lost to time, now resurfacing under the most ominous circumstances. The blade's legend was well known to those who cared for such tales. A Daedric artifact of terrible power, created by the Prince Mephala, it was said to feed on treachery and betrayal, growing stronger with each life it claimed. But the most recent stories were not just about the blade itself, they were about its new wielder. The assassin had no name, at least none that anyone dared to speak aloud. What was known, however, was that this shadowy figure had already struck fear into the hearts of Skyrim's ruling elite. Several Jarls had received anonymous threats, warnings scrawled on blood-stained parchment and left in their private chambers. These threats were not idle. Over the past few weeks, a chilling pattern had begun to emerge. Advisors, guards, even family members of the Jarls had been found murdered in cold blood, their bodies mutilated beyond recognition, and in every case, the murders were accompanied by the same symbol, crudely carved into the victim's flesh, an obsidian black sword. Rumors spread like wildfire. Some claimed the assassin was a ghost, a vengeful spirit summoned from the depths of oblivion. Others believed it was the work of the Dark Brotherhood, though even they seemed to distance themselves from the killings. Whatever the truth, it became clear that the blade, the ebony blade, had chosen a new master, one who wielded it with deadly purpose. The first to fall was Jarl Dengeir of Stoon, the old ruler of Falkreath. He had been a target of political intrigue for years, but none could have predicted his brutal end. His death was not quick. His guards had been slaughtered, their bodies left in grotesque poses as a warning. Dengeir himself had been found in his bedchamber, throat slit, the unmistakable black cut of the ebony blade across his neck. His death sent shockwaves through the province, and panic began to set in among the Jarls. Many believed they were next. The assassins' motives were unclear, but it was obvious this was no simple campaign of murder. The ebony blade's dark magic thrived on the blood of those betrayed by their closest allies. Each death seemed to follow a pattern. Those closest to the Jarls, the ones they trusted most, had been the first to die, leaving the rulers vulnerable and isolated. It was as if the assassin was toying with them, savoring their fear as the blade drank deeper with every life it claimed. Whiterun's Jarl, Balgruf the Greater, was among the few who refused to bow to the fear sweeping the land. He ordered his court wizard and the companions to search for the assassin, vowing to bring this reign of terror to an end. But the assassin was elusive, slipping through the shadows of Skyrim with a precision that left even the most seasoned hunters baffled. Bodies continued to pile up, each death more gruesome than the last. The whispers of the ebony blade only grew louder. But Balgruf had an idea. He knew the blade's reputation well enough to understand that it was not just a tool of murder. It was a weapon that thrived on the suffering of others, growing more powerful with every act of betrayal. Balgruf sent word to the greybeards atop High Hrothgar, hoping that their knowledge of the ancient ways might offer some clue, some way to end this threat. But even they had little to offer. The ebony blade is older than you know, Ongar had told Balgruf's emissary. It is not easily destroyed, and its master will not give it up willingly. Desperation grew among the Jarls. Some, like Jarl Elisif in Solitude, fortified their keeps, surrounding themselves with more guards and trusted advisors. Others, like Ulfric's Stormcloak in Windhelm, took a different approach, sending their own agents into the underworld of Skyrim, hoping to flush out the assassin before he could strike again. But the assassin moved like a shadow, leaving no trace except for the blood-soaked bodies in his wake. Then came the incident in Morthal. Jarl Idgrod Ravencrone, an enigmatic and reclusive ruler, had always been known for her strange visions and cryptic words. It was said she could see into the future, that she had glimpsed the paths of fate that others could not. But even her gift did not protect her. One night her son was found dead, his body desecrated, the mark of the ebony blade carved into his chest. Idgrod, devastated by the loss, withdrew into herself, her once strong leadership now crumbling under the weight of grief. But there was more to the story of Morthal, for it was here, in this quiet and eerie town, that a clue was finally uncovered. A wandering adventurer, following the trail of the assassin, had discovered an old, tattered journal in the abandoned lair of a forsworn leader deep in the Reach. The journal contained scattered notes about the ebony blade, fragments of a prophecy that hinted at the blade's true purpose. It spoke of a great reckoning, a time when the blade would return to reshape the fate of Skyrim by feeding on the blood of the powerful. The assassin, the journal claimed, was not acting alone. They were part of a larger conspiracy, one that sought to plunge Skyrim into chaos, to weaken its leadership so that the true rulers of the land, those hidden in the shadows, could rise. The assassin was not merely seeking revenge, they were fulfilling a dark and ancient prophecy. With this revelation, the Jarls realized they were not just dealing with a killer, they were facing an existential threat. The blade was not only a weapon but a tool for reshaping the very balance of power in Skyrim. The assassin, fueled by the blade's hunger, was systematically eliminating the Jarls, one by one, sowing distrust and fear in their wake. As Skyrim's rulers grappled with this knowledge, they realized that there was only one way to stop the assassin. They had to find the ebony blade's resting place and sever its connection to its master. The hunt was on, not only for the assassin but for the blade itself, buried somewhere in the dark corners of Skyrim, waiting to be claimed by its next wielder. But time was running out, and the ebony blade's thirst for blood was far from quenched. Story 7. Rorikstead's Missing Souls. Rorikstead was a quiet village, nestled in the fertile plains of Whiterun Hold, far from the tumultuous battles and political intrigue that often rock Skyrim. It was a place of simple lives and hard work, where farmers tended their crops and livestock under the wide, open sky. The village was known for its rich soil and abundant harvests, a gift many believed was a blessing from the divines. But something dark had begun to stir beneath the peaceful surface of Rorikstead, something that would shatter the tranquility and leave the villagers gripped with fear. It started with a single disappearance. Halvar, a young farmhand, went missing one night while tending to the animals. His family searched for him in the fields, calling out his name, but there was no answer. His tools were found near the barn, but there was no sign of a struggle, no tracks leading away. It was as though he had simply vanished into thin air. At first the villagers assumed he had wandered off, perhaps lost his way in the night, though such behavior was unlike him. But days passed, and Halvar never returned. His disappearance hung over the village like a dark cloud, but the people of Rorikstead carried on, believing it was an isolated incident. Then another villager disappeared. This time it was Ingrid, a widow who lived on the outskirts of town. She was last seen at the well, drawing water, but when her neighbor went to check on her the next morning, she was gone. Her house was undisturbed, her hearth cold, as if she had simply walked out and never come back. Now the whispers began. 2 disappearances in such a short time could not be a coincidence. The villagers gathered in the small inn to discuss what could be happening, their faces lined with worry. Some spoke of wolves or bandits, but others muttered darker possibilities of foul play, or something more sinister lurking in the shadows of their village. As the days wore on, more people began to vanish. A child who had gone to pick berries in the forest, an elderly man walking the path to Whiterun. Each disappearance happened without a trace, leaving no clues, no sign of struggle. Panic began to set in. Families locked their doors at night, kept their children close, and rarely ventured far from the safety of the village. But even this could not stop the disappearances. One by one, the villagers of Rorikstead were vanishing, and no one could explain why. It wasn't until a local hunter-gatherer stumbled upon something buried deep in the earth, that the village began to understand the true horror of what was happening. Joda had been tracking a deer through the woods just beyond the village when his foot sank into soft ground near the base of a hill. The earth gave way beneath him, and he tumbled into a hidden crevice. As he dusted himself off and stood up, he noticed something strange, an ancient stone structure, half buried and covered in moss, its surface etched with symbols he did not recognize. Intrigued, he pushed aside the dirt and brush, uncovering what appeared to be a forgotten entrance. Jerdur returned to the village, bringing the news of his discovery. The villagers were hesitant to explore the site, but with the disappearances growing more frequent, they felt they had no choice. A small group, led by the village elder, Oddful, gathered torches and weapons and followed Jerdur to the spot. What they found was unlike anything they had ever seen. The entrance led down into a long-forgotten crypt, its walls lined with decaying stone pillars and strange carvings. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and decay, and as they descended deeper, an unsettling feeling settled over the group. At the end of the crypt, they discovered what could only be described as a shrine. The room was circular, with a raised altar in the center. Around the altar, grotesque statues loomed, their faces twisted in expressions of malice and hunger. The air felt heavy, oppressive, as though the very stones were imbued with a malevolent force. And there, carved into the floor, was a symbol none of them recognized, a jagged circle surrounded by twisted, serpentine lines. Oddful stepped forward, his face pale with fear. "This is no shrine of the divines," he whispered. This is something else." It didn't take long for the truth to emerge. Oddful had studied ancient texts in his youth and recognized the symbols as belonging to a long-forgotten Daedric cult, one that worshipped an obscure and malevolent Daedric prince. The shrine, buried for centuries beneath a peaceful village of Rorikstead, had been a place of dark rituals, where souls were offered in sacrifice to this dark entity in exchange for power and prosperity. The lush fields, the abundant crops, Rorikstead's prosperity had not been a gift from the divines after all. It had been bought with blood. The villagers were horrified. Generations had lived on this land, never knowing that their success had been built on the suffering of those sacrificed to this ancient evil power. But now, it seemed, the forgotten shrine had been awakened. The disappearances were not random, they were part of an ancient ritual, a reclamation of souls owed to the Daedric prince, whose name had been lost to time. The shrine had been disturbed, and the entity it worshipped was collecting what it was owed. Fear gripped the village. Some spoke of leaving Rorikstead, abandoning their homes and fleeing to Whiterun or solitude, but others, led by Oddful, believed they could fight back. They gathered what they could, holy relics, symbols of the divines, and weapons, and returned to the crypt, hoping to destroy the shrine and end the curse. But as they descended into the darkness, the air grew colder, and the shadows seemed to move of their own accord. The statues around the shrine seemed to watch them, their eyes glowing faintly in the dim torchlight. As Oddfell approached the altar, a low, guttural voice echoed through the chamber, filling the villagers with dread. The ground trembled, and from the darkness beyond the shrine, figures began to emerge, twisted, ghostly forms, the lost souls of those who had vanished. now bound to the Daedric prince's will. The villagers fought, but their weapons had little effect against the spectral figures. The shrine's power was too great, its dark magic too old and deep to be undone by mortal hands. In the end, few survived to tell the tale. The village of Rorikstead became a ghost town, its remaining inhabitants fleeing in terror, leaving behind the cursed land that had once promised so much. The shrine, buried beneath the earth for centuries, now lay exposed, its dark power slowly seeping into the world once more. And the Daedric prince, long forgotten, was only just beginning to reclaim what was his. Story 8. The Ghost of Winterhold. Winterhold, once the pride of Skyrim, now lay in ruins, a mere shadow of its former glory. The great city had stood for centuries as a beacon of learning and magical prowess, home to scholars and mages from across Tamriel. But the catastrophe that had struck decades ago had reduced it to rubble, swallowing most of the city into the icy sea below. Only the College of Winterhold remained, perched precariously on a cliff, its towers reaching toward the sky, as though defying the destruction that had claimed the rest. Many whispered that it was no coincidence, that the college's secrets had played a role in the disaster. But what exactly had happened remained a mystery, one that the few remaining villagers of Winterhold had long stopped questioning, until the ghost began to appear. The first sighting had been by a guard, making his rounds late one cold, moonless night. He had been walking near the edge of the cliffs, where the sea crashed violently against the rocks far below, when he saw her. A figure, standing at the edge of the ruins, bathed in the pale light of the stars. She was cloaked in a shimmering gown, her hair long and flowing, and her face obscured by shadows. She had not moved as the guard approached, his heart pounding in his chest. When he called out to her, she turned to face him, her eyes glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. "Beware," she had whispered, her voice barely more than the sound of the wind. "The magic that destroyed Winterhold will come again, and this time no one will be spared." The guard had fled, his mind reeling with terror, but as he recounted the tale to the others in the village, they were skeptical. Winterhold had long been haunted by stories of ghosts and spirits, remnants of its once great past. But the warning she had given struck a chord. The mages of the college had always been secretive, their experiments and studies hidden behind their stone walls. Could it be that the same forces that had destroyed Winterhold once before were gathering again? The villagers grew uneasy, and as the days passed, more sightings of the ghost were reported. She appeared near the ruined buildings, always at night, her presence accompanied by a strange chill in the air. Those who saw her said she spoke in cryptic warnings, urging them to leave Winterhold before it was too late. But no one could say what she meant, and none dared approach the college to ask for answers. Ilara, a young woman who had lived in Winterhold all her life, was among the few who believed there was more to the ghost's warnings than mere superstition. Her family had been one of the few to stay after the great collapse, refusing to abandon their home despite the dangers. She had grown up among the ruins, exploring the broken remnants of the city, always wondering what had caused such devastation. The ghost's appearance only deepened her curiosity. Determined to find answers, Ilara decided to investigate the ghost herself. She waited until the next night, when the village was quiet and the wind howled through the ruins like a mournful song. Armed with nothing more than a lantern and her courage, she made her way to the edge of the cliffs where the ghost had been seen. The sea roared below, the waves crashing against the rocks with a fury that seemed to mirror the unease in her heart. And then she saw her. The ghost stood, as she always did, just at the edge of the cliffs, her form illuminated by the pale glow of the moon. Elara's breath caught in her throat as she approached, but she forced herself to move forward, her feet crunching on the snow-covered ground. As she drew closer, the ghost turned to face her, her eyes glowing softly in the darkness. "You should not be here," the ghost whispered, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. "The disaster that came before will come again. Leave this place before it is too late." Elara swallowed her fear and spoke. "What do you mean? What disaster? Was it the college that caused the collapse?" The ghost's expression was sorrowful, her form flickering like the flame of a dying candle. The collapse was but a glimpse of the power that lies beneath Winterhold. The college. Yes, they meddled with forces they did not understand, but there is more. There is a darkness beneath this land, an ancient magic that has slept for millennia. When they awakened it, the city fell, and now it stirs again. Elara's heart raced. What kind of magic? What is it? The ghost's eyes glowed brighter, her voice taking on an edge of urgency. A power older than the divines, older than the world itself. It lies deep beneath the college, buried in the ice and stone. The mages think they have it under control, but they are wrong. They will fail, as they did before, and Winterhold will fall once more. But this time the destruction will not stop here. Elara's mind reeled. She had always suspected the college was hiding something, but this, an ancient power beneath the city, powerful enough to destroy Winterhold. The thought chilled her to the bone. Can it be stopped? The ghost's form flickered again, her figure becoming more translucent as the wind whipped around them. Perhaps, but time is running out. The mages are too blind, too arrogant to see the danger. You must leave this place, warn the others. The power that sleeps beneath Winterhold must not be disturbed again. With that, the ghost began to fade, her shimmering figure dissolving into the night air. Elara stood frozen, the weight of the warning pressing heavily on her chest. If what the ghost said was true, then the college, and all of Skyrim, was in grave danger. Elara knew she had to act. She could not let the same disaster that had destroyed Winterhold once before happen again. But what could she do? The college would not listen to a mere villager. They would dismiss her claims as superstition, as they always had. And yet she could not ignore the ghost's words. As she turned to leave, the wind whispered through the ruins, carrying with it the ghost's final words, "Beware the storm that comes. It will bring more than snow and ice." With those words echoing in her mind, Elara made her way back to the village, her heart heavy with the knowledge of what was to come. Winterhold's past was not finished with it, and the shadow of disaster loomed once more over the frozen cliffs. The ghost had warned them, but would anyone heed the warning before it was too late? Story 9. The Black Sacrament Betrayal. The flickering candlelight danced over the ancient stone walls of the Dark Brotherhood sanctuary, casting long, twisted shadows that seemed to mock the silence within. Cicero had often said that the shadows were the Brotherhood's truest friends, and perhaps he was right. But tonight the shadows felt different, heavier, darker, like a shroud waiting to be pulled over something inevitable. In the deepest corner of the sanctuary, beneath the gaze of Sithis, an assassin knelt, her hands trembling as she gazed at the letter in her grasp. This was no ordinary contract. This was a betrayal of everything the Dark Brotherhood stood for. The contract had come in the usual way, a whisper in the dark, a sealed letter bearing the unmistakable insignia of the Black Hand, slid under her door in the dead of night. For Astrid, one of the most trusted members of the Dark Brotherhood, receiving contracts was routine. She had carried out the will of Sithis for years, her blade always finding its mark with deadly precision. But this contract was different. As she unsealed the letter and read the name written inside, her blood ran cold. It was a name she knew all too well. The name on the contract was Nazir, one of the most respected assassins in the Brotherhood, and someone Astrid had fought alongside for years. The very idea was unthinkable. An assassin of the Dark Brotherhood, sworn to uphold its sacred tenets, being marked for death by their own. Astrid's mind raced. Who would dare commission such a contract? And why? The Black Sacrament was not something invoked lightly, and to place such a bounty on a member of the Brotherhood itself was an act of treachery, so profound that it threatened to tear the guild apart. Astrid knew the consequences of failing to carry out a contract. The Night Mother's will was absolute, and to ignore it would invite the wrath of Sithis himself. But this was no ordinary target. Nazir was more than just a fellow assassin. He was a friend, a brother in arms, someone who had earned the respect of the guild through years of loyalty and skill. Killing him would not only betray that bond, but also risk plunging the Brotherhood into chaos. Astrid stood, her heart pounding in her chest as she folded the letter and tucked it into her belt. She knew she had to act quickly, but how? Confronting Nazir directly would be a death sentence for both of them, and revealing the contract to the rest of the Brotherhood could spark a civil war. There was only one person she could trust in this moment, Ambience, her husband and a seasoned assassin in his own right. She found him sharpening his blade in the armory, his face illuminated by the dim glow of a nearby brazier. He looked up as she approached, sensing her unease immediately. "What is it, Astrid?" he asked, his voice low but steady. She handed him the letter without a word. As he read it, his expression darkened, his grip tightening on the hilt of his sword. "Nazir," he muttered under his breath. This is madness. Who in the Brotherhood would dare put a hit on him?" "I don't know," Astrid replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "But we can't let this go unanswered. If someone inside the Brotherhood is willing to betray one of our own, then we're all in danger." Ambience nodded grimly. "We need to find out who sent this contract. If we can uncover the traitor, we can stop this before it turns into a bloodbath." The two of them devised a plan. Astrid would approach Nazir under the guise of friendship, keeping him close while Ambience worked in the shadows, investigating the origins of the contract. They knew the risks. If anyone suspected their intentions, the entire sanctuary could turn against them. But they had no choice. If they were to prevent the Brotherhood from tearing itself apart, they needed to act quickly and decisively. For the next few days, Astrid kept a close eye on Nazir. watching for any signs that he might be aware of the threat against him. But Nazir remained as he always was, calm, composed, and focused on his duties. If he suspected anything, he gave no indication. Meanwhile, Ambience moved quietly through the sanctuary, speaking to contacts in the underworld, following leads that pointed toward the origin of the contract. It wasn't long before Ambience uncovered the truth, a truth so shocking that it left them both reeling. The contract had not come from an outside source, as they had originally suspected. It had been issued from within the Black Hand itself, from one of the highest-ranking members of the Dark Brotherhood, and worse still, it was part of a larger scheme, a plot to destabilize the guild from within, orchestrated by none other than the listener, the one who communed with the Night Mother directly. Astrid felt the ground shift beneath her as she absorbed the revelation. The listener, the very heart of the Brotherhood's leadership, was orchestrating the downfall of its own members. It made no sense. Why would the listener betray the Brotherhood? What could they possibly gain by killing off their most trusted assassins? The answer came to Astrid like a blade to the throat: power. By eliminating Nazir, and eventually the others who stood in their way, the listener could consolidate control, reshaping the Brotherhood in their own image. Astrid and Ambience were left with an impossible choice. They could carry out the contract, sacrificing Nazir to the machinations of the listener, or they could defy the Black Hand and risk being marked for death themselves. Either option would lead to bloodshed, but only one could preserve the Brotherhood's future. They decided on a third path. Under the cover of night, they gathered those they trusted, Nazir, Babette, and a few others who had proven their loyalty over the years. In hushed tones, they revealed the truth of the conspiracy, explaining the danger that now threatened the Brotherhood from within. Together, they devised a plan to confront the listener directly, exposing their treachery before they could consolidate their power. The confrontation was swift and brutal. In the deepest chamber of the sanctuary, beneath the cold gaze of Scythes, Astrid and her allies confronted the listener. Blades flashed in the darkness, and the echoes of steel rang out through the halls. The listener, caught off guard by the betrayal, fought viciously, but in the end, it was Astrid's blade that delivered the final blow. As the listener's body crumpled to the floor, a heavy silence fell over the sanctuary. The Brotherhood had been saved, but at a terrible cost. The sanctuary was fractured, its leadership decimated, and trust among its members shattered. Astrid stood over the body, her hands stained with blood, knowing that this was only the beginning. The Dark Brotherhood had survived the Black Sacrament betrayal, but the wounds of treachery would take time to heal, and there would always be those lurking in the shadows, waiting for their moment to strike. Story 10. The Dwarven Heart. The Dwemer ruins were a labyrinth of forgotten history, sprawling beneath the mountains of Skyrim like a vast, decaying tomb. Few dared to venture into their depths, for they were haunted by mechanical guardians, traps, and the mysteries of a vanished civilization. But for some adventurers, the lure of forgotten treasures, Dwemer relics, and the possibility of uncovering lost secrets outweighed the danger. Such was the case for Lyra, a seasoned explorer who had spent years seeking the treasures of the Dwemer. She had journeyed deeper into these ruins than most would dare, driven by rumors of a legendary artifact hidden within the forgotten halls of the Dwemer, a heart not made of flesh, but of metal and gears, that supposedly held unimaginable power. The entrance to the ruin had been well hidden, nestled high in the mountains where few travelers roamed. Snow drifted gently from the sky as Lyra descended the ancient stone steps, her breath visible in the cold air. The entrance, adorned with faded carvings and dwarven inscriptions, beckoned her with the promise of discovery. Inside, the temperature dropped further, and the only sound was the faint clanking of Dwemer machinery, still echoing through the halls after centuries of abandonment. Lyra pressed on, her boots crunching on the debris scattered across the stone floor. The ruins were like a maze, their corridors twisting and turning in unexpected directions. Rusted metal pipes snaked along the walls, and broken mechanical spiders and spheres lay dormant in the shadows. She had come prepared, carrying a lantern to light her way and a bow slung across her back, just in case she encountered any of the ruin's still functional automatons. After hours of searching, she found herself standing at the entrance to a massive chamber, unlike anything she had seen before. The walls were lined with intricate gears and levers, all connected by a series of pipes that pulsed faintly with a dull golden light. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, and upon it a mechanical heart, the object of her quest. It was roughly the size of a human heart, but forged entirely from gleaming brass and bronze, with intricate cogs and pistons that moved in rhythm like the beating of a living organ. It pulsed with a faint glow, and a soft, steady hum emanated from within its metal shell. Lyra approached cautiously, her eyes fixed on the heart. It was a marvel of Dwemer engineering, far more advanced than any of the relics she had uncovered in her previous expeditions. She could feel the air around it vibrating with a strange energy, as though the heart was alive, or at least powered by something beyond her understanding. As she reached out to touch it, the heart seemed to react, its glow intensifying. The hum grew louder, and the machinery around the chamber began to stir. Gears that had long been still started to turn, their grinding noise echoing off the stone walls. Lyra stepped back, her hand instinctively going to the hilt of her dagger as she scanned the room. Something was waking up. The floor beneath her feet trembled, and a grinding sound came from the far end of the chamber. A massive figure began to emerge from the shadows, an automaton, larger and more formidable than any she had encountered before. It was a Dwemer centurion, but unlike the ones she had fought in other ruins, this one was different. It moved with purpose, its eyes glowing the same golden hue as the heart on the pedestal. Its chest, unlike the others, had a hollow cavity that seemed to pulse in sync with the mechanical heart. Realization dawned on Lyra. The heart wasn't just an artifact, it was the core, the power source for the Centurion itself. This was no ordinary automaton. It was connected to the heart in a way that made it seem almost sentient, as if the heart controlled not just the machine, but something more, something akin to life. The Centurion's eyes locked onto Lyra, and with a screech of grinding metal, it charged. She barely had time to dive out of the way as its massive arms slammed into the ground, where she had been standing moments before. Dust and debris flew into the air, as the centurion's massive footfalls shook the chamber. Lyra scrambled to her feet, heart pounding in her chest. She drew her bow, nocking an arrow as the centurion turned toward her, gears whirring as it moved with surprising speed for something so massive. She loosed the arrow, aiming for the joints in its armor, but it ricocheted off harmlessly, the metal too thick to penetrate. Desperation set in as the centurion closed the distance. She ducked behind a pillar, her mind racing. The heart. The heart controlled the centurion. If she could somehow remove it, maybe, just maybe, she could stop it. But how? The heart was encased in machinery, surrounded by spinning gears and pistons. The centurion roared, its arms smashing through the pillar behind which she had taken cover. Stone crumbled around her as she sprinted toward the pedestal, her eyes fixed on the heart. She had no time for a careful plan, she had to act. With a leap, she reached the pedestal, her fingers grasping the metal heart. The moment her hands touched it, the pulse intensified, as if it recognized her presence. The centurion let out a deafening mechanical screech and staggered, its movements becoming erratic. Lyra pulled with all her strength, and with a groan of metal, the heart came free from its cradle. The effect was immediate. The centurion faltered, its movements slowing as the glow in its eyes dimmed. With a final, shuddering lurch, it collapsed to the ground, a massive heap of metal and gears. Silence fell over the chamber, save for the faint ticking of the heart in Lyra's hands. She stared at the mechanical heart, its rhythmic beating now slower, more subdued, but still alive. It was no mere artifact. This was something far more dangerous, something that had once powered an army of Dwemer machines. She couldn't begin to understand its full capabilities, but one thing was clear: this heart was a key to unlocking unimaginable power, and now it was in her hands. As she stood in the ruined chamber, the weight of her discovery settled on her. The heart had controlled a single centurion. But what if there were more? What if this was just the beginning? The Dwemer had vanished from the world, but their creations remained, and this heart might be the key to bringing them back to life. But was that a power anyone should wield? Lyra clenched the heart tighter, its mechanical pulse echoing in her hands. The choice was hers now, whether to use the heart's power or to keep it hidden, locked away from those who would seek to control it. With one last glance at the fallen centurion, she turned and made her way out of the ruin, the mechanical heart pulsing softly in her grasp. Story 11. The Crimson Lady of Dawnstar. Dawnstar was a town accustomed to the cold. Its residents had long learned to live with the biting winds, the endless snowfall, and the icy waters of the Sea of Ghosts that lashed at its shores. But there was a different chill in the air now, one that cut deeper than the cold of Skyrim's winters, a chill that seemed to settle into the bones of anyone who dared speak of the Crimson Lady. The first to notice her arrival had been one of the dock workers, a man named Haldor, who claimed she had appeared from the mist, her figure barely visible in the pale light of the early morning. He had seen her, a tall, slender woman, dressed in a deep crimson cloak, standing at the edge of the pier, staring out at the sea. She didn't speak a word, Haldor had told the others at the Windpeak Inn later that night, his voice hushed, as though afraid to say too much. Just stood there, watching the water like she was waiting for something. The next day, Haldor was found dead. His body was discovered by his wife, frozen solid in their bed. His skin, pale as the snow outside, was marred by strange blue veins, and his eyes were wide open, staring into the void. What made the sight even more horrifying was that his blood had turned to ice, as though it had frozen in his veins. There was no explanation, no sign of what had caused it, only the strange, unnatural cold that seemed to linger in the air around him. At first, the townsfolk whispered that it was a freak accident, some kind of sickness brought on by the harsh weather. But when more people started to die, the whispers turned to fear. Each victim had one thing in common. They had spoken to the mysterious woman in the crimson cloak. After Haldor, it was Elsa, the blacksmith's wife, who had spoken to the woman when she had come into her husband's shop. Elsa had mentioned the strange lady to her friends later that afternoon, describing how the woman's eyes were the color of a darkened sky just before a storm, and how her voice was soft, almost too quiet to hear. Elsa was found the next morning, lying on the floor of her home, her blood frozen in her veins, her skin cold as ice. The Crimson Lady had taken another. The fear in Dawnstar spread quickly. People began to avoid the streets after dark, locking their doors and windows, keeping their children close. The docks, once a busy center of trade, grew quiet. The sailors refused to come ashore for fear of encountering the woman. Those who had seen her described her as ethereal, almost ghost-like, her movements slow and deliberate, her face always hidden beneath the shadow of her hood. She never spoke unless spoken to, and even then her words were few and cryptic, as though she was not quite part of the world around her. The Jarl of Dawnstar, Skald the Elder, grew increasingly concerned as the deaths mounted. His guards were no closer to solving the mystery of the Crimson Lady, and the town was on the verge of panic. Rumors began to spread that she was a witch, a sorceress who had come from the far north, bringing death with her. Others whispered that she was a servant of the Daedric princes, come to collect souls for her master. Some even claimed she was the spirit of a long-dead queen, cursed to wander the frozen wastes, spreading her curse to anyone foolish enough to speak with her. The Jarl called for the College of Winterhold, hoping the mages might have answers, but they had little to offer. The deaths were unlike anything they had seen, the freezing of blood too precise, too calculated to be the work of simple frost magic. One of the mages, a scholar of ancient legends, suggested the possibility that the woman was not of this world at all, but something far older, a remnant of a forgotten time, when magic had been wilder and darker than it was today. Desperate, the Jarl ordered his guards to find the Crimson Lady and bring her to him, dead or alive. But every time they tried to approach her, she seemed to disappear, vanishing into the mist or the shadows of the trees. It was as though she could sense them coming, slipping away before they could even catch sight of her. The fear among the townsfolk grew, and even those who had not yet seen her began to fear that they, too, would fall victim to her curse. And then, one night, she appeared in the heart of the town. It was just before dawn, the sky still dark and the streets empty, when she walked silently through the center of Dawnstar, her crimson cloak billowing in the wind. She moved with purpose, her head held high, her steps slow and deliberate, as though she was searching for something or someone. A handful of brave souls watched from the windows of their homes, too terrified to make a sound, praying that she would pass them by. But she stopped in front of the Wind Peak Inn. For several minutes she stood there, silent and unmoving, her eyes fixed on the door. Then, as suddenly as she had arrived, she turned and walked back toward the docks, disappearing into the mist once more. The townsfolk were too afraid to follow her, but they all knew what was coming. The next morning Thoring the innkeeper was found dead in his room, his blood turned to ice. The Crimson Lady had claimed yet another life. But this time the townsfolk had had enough. They could no longer sit idly by, waiting for her to strike again. A group of the bravest villagers, hunters, blacksmiths, and guards gathered their weapons and set out to find her. They followed her trail through the snow, tracking her to the edge of the Sea of Ghosts, where they found her standing at the water's edge, staring out at the horizon as she always did. They surrounded her, weapons drawn, demanding that she explain herself, that she lift the curse she had brought upon their town. But the Crimson Lady did not speak. She simply turned to face them, her hood falling back to reveal a face as pale as the snow, with eyes as cold and empty as the void. Before they could react, the air around her grew deathly cold, and the hunters and guards felt their breath catch in their throats. One by one they fell, their bodies freezing where they stood, their blood turning to ice as the Crimson Lady watched in silence. The next morning, Dawnstar awoke to find their bodies scattered along the shore, frozen solid, their eyes wide in terror. The Crimson Lady had vanished, leaving only death and the cruel, biting cold in her wake. No one dared speak her name again. Story 12. Blades in the Shadows. The Blades had once been the protectors of Tamriel, sworn to serve the Dragonborn and defend the Empire against the tyranny of dragons. But those days were long gone. With the fall of the Septim bloodline, the Blades had faded into obscurity, their order scattered, their purpose lost. Yet, like the dragons they once hunted, they were not entirely extinct. Small secretive cells of Blades still existed, hiding in the shadows, waiting for the day they might reclaim their former glory. But among these remnants, a rogue faction had begun to rise, a faction that had grown impatient, willing to do whatever it took to achieve their goal, even if it meant betraying everything the Blades once stood for. It began with whispers, rumors of a group of Blades operating out of the Reach, far from the eyes of the Empire and the watchful gaze of the Thalmor. They called themselves the Ascendants, and their mission was simple: to hunt down and destroy the last remaining dragons, no matter the cost. But unlike the Blades of old, who had once served honor and the Dragonborn, these Ascendants had no allegiance to anyone but themselves. They had become zealots, obsessed with eradicating the dragon threat, even if it meant turning against their own. Delphine had heard the rumors, but she had dismissed them as nothing more than idle talk. After all, she and Esben had been the last true Blades, working in secret to support the Dragonborn's quest to defeat Alduin. The rest of the Order had either been wiped out by the Thalmor or had gone into hiding. But then the letters started to arrive, unsigned messages, delivered in the dead of night, warning her that the Ascendants were real and that they were coming for her. At first Delphine didn't know what to make of the threats. She had faced countless dangers over the years, both as a blade and as a fugitive from the Tamriel, but the tone of these letters was different. They spoke not of assassination or capture, but of betrayal, of blades turning on their own. The letters claimed that the Ascendants were hunting anyone who opposed their methods, and that included the Dragonborn and anyone loyal to him. Delphine knew she had to act quickly. Esben, old and wise beyond his years, was not as quick to dismiss the threat. The blades were always fractured after the fall of the Septons, he said, poring over ancient maps and texts in the hidden sanctum of Skyhaven Temple. But these Ascendants, they're something else entirely. They've lost their way. They've forgotten that our purpose was never just to kill dragons, but to serve the Dragonborn, to protect Tamriel from greater threats. Delphine nodded, her brow furrowed in concern. But how could a faction of blades have gone rogue? How did we not know? Esben sighed heavily. The blades have always been secretive, even from one another. We never fully trusted each other after the Great War. The Tamriel made sure of that. If there are blades out there who feel abandoned, left without purpose, they could easily be swayed by the idea that their mission is to finish what we started. What do we do? Delphine asked, pacing the room. The Dragonborn is still out there, hunting dragons, protecting Skyrim. We need to warn him. Esben looked up from his scrolls, his eyes filled with worry. We do more than that. We stop these Ascendants before they can turn on him. If they truly believe the Dragonborn is a threat, they won't hesitate to strike. But the Ascendants were already one step ahead. As Delphine and Esben began to prepare, gathering information about this rogue faction, the Ascendants made their first move. Word spread through the Reach that a dragon had been sighted near Karthspire, and soon after, one of the Dragonborn's closest allies was found dead. A member of the Companions, his body left at the entrance to the old Blade's hideout, a dagger with the insignia of the Ascendants buried in his chest. The message was clear. The Ascendants would not stop until every dragon, and anyone who stood in their way, was destroyed. Delphine and Esben realized too late that the Ascendants had no intention of negotiating. They had abandoned the ancient tenets of the Blades in favor of their own twisted crusade. They saw the Dragonborn as a potential threat, an ally to the dragons, or at worst, a dragon in mortal form. The Ascendants believed that only through the complete eradication of dragons could the Blades rise again and restore their lost honor, and if the Dragonborn got in their way, they would not hesitate to kill him. The Ascendants had no master, no leader who could be reasoned with. They operated in cells, striking from the shadows, their movements swift and deadly. Delphine had trained many in the ways of the Blades, but the Ascendants fought like ghosts, vanishing into the wilds as quickly as they appeared. She and Esben were left to track them down, but every lead they followed seemed to lead to dead ends, or to places already left in ruin. It wasn't long before the Dragonborn himself became aware of the Ascendants' actions. He returned to Skyhaven Temple, seeking answers, and found Delphine and Esben waiting for him with grim news. "They won't stop," Delphine said, her voice filled with frustration. "They think you're a threat. They're hunting dragons, yes, but they've lost sight of everything the Blades were meant to stand for." The Dragonborn listened in silence, his jaw clenched in anger. And what do they want with me? They see you as a potential ally to the dragons, Esben said quietly. They believe that by serving your role as Dragonborn, you're prolonging the existence of dragons. They don't understand that your goal is to maintain balance, not destruction. The Dragonborn nodded slowly, his gaze hardening. Then I'll face them. If they want a fight, they'll get one. But the Ascendants had more than just blades at their disposal. As the Dragonborn and his allies hunted them, it became clear that the rogue faction had gained access to ancient Dwemer technology and dangerous magic. They were using every means available to track and kill dragons, including relics that could control the creatures, forcing them into deadly traps. It all came to a head when the Ascendants launched a final, desperate assault on Skyhaven Temple itself, seeking to destroy the last remnants of the true blades. Delphine Esbern and the Dragonborn fought side by side, defending the temple from the rogue blades, who fought with a ruthless efficiency born of fanaticism. The battle was brutal, and in the end it was not without losses. As the final Ascendant fell, his body collapsing in the ancient halls of the temple, Delphine knew that the blades had been forever changed. The Ascendants had betrayed their oaths, their honor, but in doing so they had shown the true cost of obsession. They had forgotten what the blade stood for: balance, loyalty, and the protection of Tamriel. The Dragonborn, bloody but unbowed, stood in the aftermath, his eyes scanning the battlefield. The blades may never be what they once were, he said quietly, but we will not let them fall to this. Delphine nodded, knowing that though the Ascendants were gone, the scars of their betrayal would linger. The blades would rebuild, but it would be a long road, one filled with uncertainty and shadows. And in the end, the question remained, could they ever truly be the protectors of Tamriel once more, or would they forever be haunted by the blades in the shadows? Story 13. Whispers from the Blackreach. Blackreach was a place of unfathomable mystery, a vast, subterranean world hidden beneath the earth, where the ancient Dwemer had once lived and thrived. The vast cavern stretched as far as the eye could see, its ceiling lost in the darkness, dotted with glowing mushrooms that bathed the land in an eerie blue light. The air was thick with an unsettling stillness, broken only by the occasional drip of water from the cavern walls, or the distant hum of long dormant machinery. But recently, something else had begun to disturb the silence, something far more unnerving. It started as a whisper, faint and barely discernible, carried on the cold subterranean air. At first, only a few adventurers spoke of it, those brave enough, or perhaps foolish enough, to venture into the depths of Blackreach in search of treasure or ancient knowledge. They returned to the surface pale and shaken, speaking in hushed voices about the sounds they had heard, strange, disembodied murmurs that seemed to come from the very walls themselves. The words were indecipherable, but the tone was unmistakable, calling, urging them to go deeper into the tunnels, into places even the bravest had not dared to explore. The first few who heard the voices tried to ignore them, brushing them off as tricks of the mind, the result of spending too much time in the oppressive darkness of Blackreach. But the whispers persisted, growing louder and more insistent with each passing day, and it wasn't long before others began to hear them as well. Word spread quickly among the adventurers and treasure hunters of Skyrim. Some believed the voices were the remnants of Dwemer spirits, forever trapped in their ancient city, while others feared it was something far more sinister, something that had awakened after centuries of slumber. Among those intrigued by the rumors was Darren, a seasoned adventurer who had explored many of the Dwemer ruins scattered across Skyrim. He had long been fascinated by the mystery of the Dwemer, their sudden disappearance, and the strange technology they had left behind. But even he had been hesitant to venture into Blackreach. There were stories, dark, unsettling stories, of adventurers who had entered the vast cavern and never returned. But the whispers piqued his curiosity. If something had awakened beneath the earth, it could be the key to unlocking the secrets of the Dwemer. And so, despite the warnings, Darren gathered his gear and descended into Blackreach. The moment he set foot in the cavern, he understood why so many had been reluctant to explore its depths. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding, as if the very stone around him held the weight of centuries of forgotten history. The eerie blue glow of the mushrooms cast long shadows on the walls, and every sound seemed amplified by the silence. But Darren pressed on, following the narrow paths that wound through the cavern deeper into the unknown. The whispers began almost immediately. At first they were faint, barely audible over the sound of his own footsteps, but as he ventured further into the depths, they grew louder, more distinct. It wasn't just one voice, it was many, all speaking at once, their words overlapping in a chaotic chorus that made it impossible to understand what they were saying. Darren paused, listening intently, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The voices seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, echoing through the tunnels in a way that made it impossible to tell where they originated. Despite the unease that crept up his spine, Darren continued forward. The voices grew louder with each step, pulling him deeper into the labyrinth of tunnels and forgotten chambers. He passed by long-abandoned Dwemer machinery, its gears rusted and broken, though occasionally he would see a faint glimmer of light flickering from within the walls, as if the ancient mechanisms were still clinging to life. The deeper he went, the more he felt that something was watching him, something old, powerful and patient. After hours of navigating the twisting paths, Darren found himself standing before a massive door, unlike any he had seen before in the ruins. It was covered in intricate Dwemer carvings, the symbols glowing faintly with a golden light that pulsed in rhythm with the whispers. The door seemed alive, as if it were breathing, and the voices that had followed him through the tunnels were now concentrated here, louder and more urgent than ever. Darren hesitated. Every instinct told him to turn back, to leave Blackreach and never return. But the lure of the unknown, the possibility of uncovering a piece of Dwemer history, was too great to resist. He reached out and touched the door. The moment his fingers brushed the cold metal, the whispers ceased, replaced by a deep, rumbling sound from behind the door, like the shifting of great stones or the awakening of something ancient and terrible. With a creaking groan, the door slid open, revealing a vast chamber bathed in a pale, golden light. In the center of the room stood a massive structure, unlike anything Darren had ever seen before. It was a machine, clearly of Dwemer design, but far more complex than any he had encountered in his years of exploring their ruins. At its heart was a large spherical object, glowing with an intense, pulsating light. The moment Darren stepped into the chamber, the voices returned, but this time they were different, clearer, more focused. The heart. Awaken the heart. Darren's breath caught in his throat as he realized what the voices were saying. This machine, this heart, it was the source of the whispers. The Dwemer had built it for a purpose, but what that purpose was remained a mystery. As he approached the heart, he felt a strange energy coursing through the air, an unnatural warmth that sent a shiver down his spine. The closer he got, the louder the whispers became, urging him to activate the machine, to bring it to life. But something was wrong. The air around the heart was thick with a malevolent presence, a feeling that whatever lay dormant inside the machine was not meant to be awakened. Darren hesitated, his hand hovering over the control panel. The voices screamed in his mind, louder than ever, demanding that he complete the process. But in that moment, a sudden clarity washed over him. This was not a discovery meant for the living. The Dwemer had vanished for a reason, and this machine, this heart, was part of their undoing. Whatever power it held, whatever ancient magic fueled it, was not something any mortal should tamper with. Darren stepped back, his heart pounding in his chest. He turned and fled from the chamber, the whispers following him as he ran through the tunnels, desperate to escape the weight of the ancient presence that stirred beneath Britsh. As he reached the surface, gasping for air in the cold night of Skyrim, the whispers finally faded into silence, but the unease lingered. Something ancient had awakened in Britsh, something that should have remained forgotten. Story 14. The Lost Lycanthrope. The moon was high over the dense forests of Folktales, casting an eerie silver light over the trees. It was a quiet night, but not a peaceful one. Deep within the woods, a massacre had taken place. The bodies of werewolves lay strewn across the forest floor, their fur matted with blood, their massive forms twisted in death. The smell of iron and death clung to the air, sharp and undeniable. Folktales had long been a place where the wild mingled with the civilized, where ancient forces still roamed free. But the slaughter that occurred here was something different, something darker. It was the guards who first discovered the bodies, patrolmen who had ventured too close to the woods after hearing strange sounds echoing from the trees. What they found was beyond anything they had expected. It wasn't just the sheer violence of the scene that shook them, but the implications. Werewolves, creatures of Hircine, the Daedric prince of the hunt, were not easily killed. They were powerful, dangerous beings, nearly invincible under the light of the full moon. Yet here they were, slaughtered like animals, their bodies left to rot under the stars. The news spread quickly through Folktales, a town known for its close ties to the wilderness. There were whispers in the taverns, frightened mutterings about who or what could have done such a thing. Some said it was the Silver Hand, a notorious group of werewolf hunters, while others believed it to be the work of something even more sinister, perhaps a rival pack of lycanthropes. But amid the rumors and fear, one name stood out: Alaric. Alaric was the lone survivor of the massacre. He had been found wandering the outskirts of the town, disoriented and covered in blood, though none of it his own. The villagers were quick to notice something strange about him. Though he bore the mark of the wolf, the telltale signs of a werewolf's curse. He was different. He didn't transform under the full moon, nor did he exhibit the bloodlust that so often overtook those cursed by Hircine. He was immune to the Daedric prince's influence, and that made him both a mystery and a target. Alaric didn't remember much of the night of the slaughter. He had been part of the pack, living in the deep woods with others who shared his curse. But something had changed. There had been a hunt, as there always was during the full moon, a ritualistic chase to honor Hircine. But then, darkness. Flashes of violence, the sound of claws and teeth and the smell of blood. When he awoke, his pack was dead, their bodies torn apart as if by something stronger than any werewolf. The townspeople didn't know what to do with him. Some wanted him banished, believing that wherever Alaric went, death would follow. Others saw him as a potential weapon, a way to fight back against whatever force had killed the werewolves. But Alaric himself had no interest in being anyone's pawn. He was haunted by the memory of his fallen packmates, and by the knowledge that something far worse than the curse of lycanthropy was at play. As word of the slaughter spread, it wasn't long before the Silver Hand arrived in Falkreath. They had been hunting werewolves for years, driven by a hatred of the creatures and a fanatical devotion to eradicating them from Skyrim. The news of an immune werewolf, one who defied the will of Hircine, was too tempting to ignore. To the Silver Hand, Alaric was an abomination, something that shouldn't exist, and they would stop at nothing to eliminate him. But the Silver Hand weren't the only ones interested in Alaric. The other side of the hunt had begun to take notice as well. Hircine's influence stretched far, and his hounds, both mortal and Daedric, had heard of the lone werewolf who had escaped the slaughter. To them, Alaric was a threat to the natural order of the hunt. His immunity to the curse made him a blasphemy in the eyes of Hircine, and they could not allow such an affront to go unpunished. Alaric found himself hunted from both sides. The Silver Hand sought to kill him for what he represented, a werewolf free of Hircine's grasp, while Hircine's followers, including other werewolf packs, wanted to erase his existence for defying their master. He was a man with no allies, caught between two worlds that both sought his destruction. In the days following the massacre, Alaric fled deeper into the forests, trying to escape the eyes of those who hunted him. But wherever he went, the whispers followed. He could feel Hircine's gaze upon him, the Daedric prince watching from the shadows, biding his time. Alaric knew he couldn't run forever. Sooner or later he would have to confront the truth of what had happened to his pack, and why he alone had survived. It was during one such night, as he huddled by a fire deep in the woods, that he was visited by a stranger. She was tall, cloaked in black, her face hidden beneath a hood, but her presence was undeniable. She moved with the grace of a predator, her eyes gleaming in the firelight as she stepped into view. "I know what you are," she said, her voice low and dangerous, "and I know what hunts you." Alaric's hand instinctively went to the dagger at his side, though he knew it would do little good against someone like her. "Who are you?" he asked warily. "A friend, if you'll let me be," she replied, lowering her hood to reveal striking features. A woman with piercing eyes that seemed to see straight into his soul. "I know about Hircine's curse. I know why you're immune, and I know how you can stop the hunt." Alaric's heart raced. "How?" "There's a way to break Hircine's hold completely," she said, stepping closer to the fire. "But it's not without risk. You've been spared for a reason, Alaric. You were chosen, not by Hircine, but by something older, something that even he fears." Alaric stared at her, a sense of dread and hope intertwining in his chest. He had never asked to be chosen, never wanted to be part of something larger. But now, with both the Silver Hand and Hircine's followers closing in on him, he realized that he had no choice. If there was a way to end the curse, to stop the hunt, he had to take it. "What do I have to do?" he asked, his voice steady despite the fear that gnawed at him. The woman smiled, a cold, predatory smile. "You must find the heart of Hircine's realm, and there you will face him." Alaric nodded, the weight of his decision settling over him like a heavy cloak. The hunt was far from over, but now for the first time he saw a way forward, a way to end it all once and for all. But whether he would survive the journey or become just another prey in Hircine's eternal hunt remained to be seen. And so, with the full moon high above and danger lurking in every shadow, Alaric set off, the last of his kind, hunted by all, and determined to break the chains of the curse that had bound him for so long. Story 15. The Harbinger's here. The wind howled through the streets of Whiterun, carrying with it the chill of approaching winter. Within Jorvaskur, the longhouse of the companions, the hearth fire burned brightly, casting a warm glow over the rough-hewn walls and weathered shields that lined them. It was a night like any other in the ancient hall where the warriors of Skyrim's most revered guild gathered to share stories of battle, drink mead, and honor the legacy of their forebears. But tonight the air was thick with tension, for a stranger had arrived at the gates, a figure cloaked in mystery, claiming to be the rightful heir to Ysgramor himself, and demanding the right to lead the companions. The man who strode into Jorvaskar carried himself with the confidence of a king. Tall and broad-shouldered, his features bore the unmistakable signs of Nordic lineage: fierce, ice-blue eyes, long, raven-black hair, and a beard that framed a hard, chiseled jaw. His armor gleamed under the firelight, a mix of steel and leather that marked him as both a warrior and a man of wealth. At his side hung a greatsword, its hilt adorned with intricate carvings, and on his back a shield emblazoned with the ancient symbol of Ysgramor, the dragon emblem of the Atmaran line. His name was Scourger Stoneblade, and he had come to claim what he believed was his birthright. "I am the blood of Ysgramor," Sky declared, his voice deep and commanding as he addressed the gathered companions. "I carry the blood of the Harbinger, and by the laws of our forefathers, I am the rightful leader of the companions. It is my destiny to restore the honor of this order, to lead you into a new age of glory." His words echoed through the hall, but they were met with silence. The companions had always been a brotherhood bound not by blood, but by honor and deeds. Leadership was not granted through lineage, but earned through battle, loyalty, and service. And yet there was something unsettling about Skjor's claim. The mention of Ysgramor, the ancient Atmaran hero who had led the 500 companions to Skyrim and driven the elves from its shores, stirred something deep within the hearts of the warriors. The blood of Ysgramor was sacred, revered, and if Skjor truly was his descendant, it could not be ignored. Vilkas, one of the circle members, was the first to break the silence. "We have had many leaders since Wisegrimor's time," he said, his voice calm but firm. "Harbingers chosen not for their blood, but for their deeds. If you seek to lead us, you must prove yourself worthy of that title." Skjor's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. "Is my blood not enough?" Ysgramor himself passed down his legacy through his kin. "I carry his blood, his strength. You would deny me my rightful place." Vilkas didn't flinch. "Leadership is earned, not inherited. You cannot claim what you have not fought for." A murmur of agreement spread through the hall, but Skjor was undeterred. "Then I will prove myself," he said, stepping forward, his voice dropping to a low, threatening tone. "I will show you all that I am worthy of leading the companions. And when I do, there will be no question of who commands this hall." The air grew tense as Skjor's eyes swept over the gathered warriors, lingering on Vilkas and his brother, Farkas. There was something cold in his gaze, a calculation that belied his fiery words. But before anyone could respond, Skjor turned on his heel and strode out of Joravas Kur, leaving the companions to wonder at his true intentions. Over the next few weeks, Skjor's presence in Whiterun became a source of growing unease. He made a show of his strength, challenging some of the companions to duels which he won with brutal efficiency. He sought out the most dangerous contracts, hunting down bandits, giants, and even a dragon, returning with trophies that he displayed in Jorvaskor with grim satisfaction. His prowess in battle was undeniable, and yet there was something unsettling about the way he fought, ruthless, almost cruel, as if the glory of the kill mattered more than the honor of the fight. The circle watched him closely, wary of his growing influence. Skjor's claim to Ysgramor's bloodline was impossible to verify, but the companions had always valued action over words, and Skjor's actions, while impressive, seemed increasingly at odds with the spirit of the Order. He was ambitious, driven, and more than willing to step over anyone who stood in his way. It was Kodlak Whiteman, the harbinger of the companions, who voiced his concerns to the circle. "Skjor is dangerous," he said one night, as they gathered in the undercroft of Joravaskar. "He seeks power, not brotherhood. He speaks of honor, but his heart is filled with pride. If we are not careful, he will tear this order apart from within." Vilkas nodded. "He wants to be harbinger, but not for the right reasons." "His blood may be tied to Ysgramor," Farkas added, "but his actions don't honor the legacy." But it was Ayla, the huntress, who had been watching Skjor more closely than any of them, who spoke the hardest truth. "He's hiding something," she said, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. "I've seen him sneaking out at night, disappearing into the wilds. He's meeting with someone, something. I don't know what he's planning, but it's not good." Her words struck a chord with Kodlak. He had been harbinger for many years, and he knew that power could corrupt even the noblest of hearts. If Skjor was hiding a darker ambition, they would need to confront him before he could do any more damage. But before they could act, disaster struck. One night, a group of companions who had been sent on a routine mission outside Falkreth were found slaughtered, their bodies mutilated beyond recognition. It was an ambush, but the killers had left no trace, no sign of who had carried out the attack. The surviving members of the circle were shaken, but Ayla's suspicions fell immediately on Skjor. He had been absent from Jorvaskra that night, and when he returned the next morning, he offered no explanation for where he had been. When the circle confronted him, Skier did not deny it. His face darkened, and he stood tall before them, his voice cold and unrepentant. They were weak. They stood in my way. The companions need strength, not hesitation. You betrayed your own brothers and sisters, Kodlak said, his voice heavy with sorrow. I did what needed to be done, Skior snarled. Ysgramor's blood demands it. You are weak, Kodlak. All of you. I will lead the companions into a new age, one of power, of conquest. You would have us wither and die in this hall, but I will make us great again. Kodlak's eyes hardened. You will never lead the companions. Skier drew his sword, its blade gleaming in the firelight. Then I will take it by force. The battle that followed was fierce and bloody. Skier fought with the fury of a man possessed, but in the end it was Kodlak's wisdom and the strength of the circle that prevailed. Skier fell, his ambitions crushed beneath the weight of his own hubris. As he lay dying, his blood pooling on the stone floor, Skier's last words were a bitter curse. You are all cowards. The companions will fall, just as Ysgramor will fade from memory. Kodlak knelt beside him, his heart heavy with the loss, not of a brother, but of a man who had been consumed by his own pride. The companions will endure, Kodlak said softly. As long as there are those who honor the old ways, we will endure. And with that, the blood of Ysgramor faded from Skyrim, leaving behind a legacy not of power, but of brotherhood, a lesson hard learned in the shadows of ambition. Story 16. Eyes of the Farmer. The Farmer had long been the stuff of nightmares in Skyrim, the twisted remnants of a once proud race of snow elves, driven to madness and blindness after centuries of enslavement by the Dwemer. They had become creatures of darkness, their sight taken from them, leaving them to roam the deepest, blackest caverns, hunting by sound and scent. But even in their wretched state, the Falmer were dangerous, feral, relentless, and filled with hatred for the surface dwellers who had forgotten their tragic history. For generations they had been considered little more than modern monstrous threats lurking beneath the earth. But now a new rumor had begun to spread, one that sent chills through the hearts of even the most seasoned adventurers. The Falmer were regaining their sight. The rumors started with whispers from deep within the Dwemer ruins that dotted Skyrim's landscape. Scholars and adventurers who dared to delve into those forbidden places returned with wild tales of seeing the Falmer behaving differently, moving with a strange purpose, no longer stumbling blindly through the darkness but seeming to sense their surroundings with an unnatural precision. Some claimed to have seen a pale, otherworldly glow emanating from their eyes, as though the gods themselves had returned to them the gift of sight. These whispers were dismissed as the ravings of those driven mad by the oppressive depths. But the rumors persisted, spreading like wildfire through the taverns and guild halls. It wasn't long before the College of Winterhold took notice. If the Falmer were truly regaining their sight, it could mean the resurgence of a power long thought dead. The Snow Elves had been formidable warriors and mages before their downfall, and their descendants, even in their twisted forms, might hold the key to ancient magics. An expedition was hastily organized, led by Master Tyrenius, one of the college's most knowledgeable scholars on Dwemer and Falmer history. He was a man of sharp intellect, but even sharper ambition, eager to be the first to unlock the secrets of the farmer's transformation. The expedition consisted of a small group: Tyrenius, 3 mages from the college, and a handful of seasoned mercenaries to guard them. Their destination was one of the largest known underground farmer cities, hidden deep within the labyrinthine tunnels of Britsh. It was a place few dared to venture. Even among the bravest of Skyrim's adventurers, for the dangers of Britsh were many, and the farmer had long ruled its shadowy depths. As they descended into the heart of the earth, the air grew colder, the oppressive weight of the stone above pressing down on them. The tunnels twisted and turned, lit only by the faint glow of bioluminescent fungi clinging to the walls. The deeper they went, the more uneasy the group became. Even the mercenaries, hardened by years of battle, could feel it, the sense that they were being watched. But no one spoke of it, not yet. After days of travel, they reached the entrance to the farmer city. It was a vast, cavernous expanse, lit by the eerie glow of massive crystalline structures jutting from the ground and sealing like frozen lightning. The farmer had built their homes into the walls of the cavern, crude but functional, and from the shadows the group could see the creatures moving about, their pale, misshapen forms hunched as they went about their strange, silent routines. Tyrenius, his eyes gleaming with excitement, gestured for the group to remain quiet. "We must observe them," he whispered, "see if the rumors are true before we make any further moves." They set up camp at the edge of the cavern, carefully hidden behind a rock outcrop. For hours they watched as the farmer moved through their city, and at first it seemed no different from the stories they had heard. Creatures blindly feeling their way along walls, their heads tilted as though listening for sounds beyond human hearing. But then, as the night deepened, something changed. A group of farmer gathered at the center of the city, where a large stone altar stood. On the altar was a shimmering, iridescent crystal, unlike anything the group had seen before. The crystal pulsed with a faint light, casting strange, dancing shadows across the cavern floor. The farmer began to chant, their guttural voices rising and falling in an eerie, rhythmic pattern. As they did, more of their kind emerged from the shadows, joining the circle around the altar. Tyrenius leaned forward, his breath caught in his throat. "This is it," he whispered, "the ritual." Ashul. The group watched in horrified fascination as one of the farmer, a tall, gaunt creature, stepped forward. It bowed its head before the crystal, then tilted its face upward, its milky, sightless eyes reflecting the glow of the stone. For a moment nothing happened, but then, with a crackling sound, the crystal flared with light. The farmer let out a low, guttural groan, its body trembling, and then its eyes began to change. At first it was subtle, a faint glow barely visible, but as the crystal's light pulsed, the glow grew stronger, and the farmer's eyes began to shift in color, from milky white to a cold, unnatural blue. It blinked slowly, as though testing its newfound vision, and then it turned, scanning the cavern with eyes that could see for the first time in centuries. The group barely had time to react before the creature let out a shriek, a sound so full of rage and malice that it echoed through the cavern like a physical force. The other farmer turned as one, their attention snapping toward the hidden group. In an instant, the shadows around them came alive with movement as the farmer descended upon them, moving with a speed and coordination that was far beyond anything the group had anticipated. Tyrrhenius shouted a warning, but it was too late. The mercenaries rushed forward, their swords drawn, but the farmer were already upon them. What followed was chaos, blades clashing, spells flashing in the darkness, the cries of the dying filling the air. The farmer, now able to see their prey, fought with a fury that was terrifying to behold. Their blindness had once been a weakness, but now, with their sight restored, they were more dangerous than ever. Tyrrhenius and the surviving mages retreated, casting spells in desperation as they fled back toward the tunnels. The farmer gave chase, their newly glowing eyes burning with hatred. As they ran, Tyrrhenius could hear the chanting behind them, the ritual continuing, and he knew that more of the farmer would soon gain their sight. Whatever ancient power had been awakened in that crystal was spreading, and with it, the farmer were becoming something more than just mindless beasts. They were becoming an army. The few who made it back to the surface carried with them the grim news. The farmer were regaining their sight, and with it their intelligence, their cunning, and their thirst for vengeance. Something ancient had stirred in the depths of Blackreach, and the consequences were terrifying. The blind monsters of the dark were no more. Now they could see, and they would not stop until all of Skyrim was made to pay for their suffering. Story 17. The Skooma Plague. Riften had always been a city teetering on the edge of lawlessness. The Rift's capital was a place where shadows held secrets, and the Thieves' Guild had more influence than the Jarl. But lately something even darker had begun to spread through the city's streets, a new form of skooma, more potent and dangerous than anything the city had seen before. This wasn't the typical drug that passed hands in the alleys or down at the docks. This was something else, something far more sinister, and it was tearing the city apart. The first signs of trouble came quietly, almost unnoticed by the rest of the city. A few beggars and desperate souls, known addicts to the cheap and toxic bliss of skooma, had been found dead in the back alleys, their bodies stiff and contorted in unnatural positions. Their eyes, wide open and bloodshot, were filled with a terror that no one could explain. Rumors spread through the city that a new dealer had arrived, someone offering a version of skooma unlike any that had come before. It was stronger, more addictive, and far more dangerous. But at first, no one believed it was any different from the poisons that had already seeped into Riften's underworld. It wasn't until the violence began that people truly started to fear the new skooma. The first major incident occurred at the Bee in Barb, the city's most popular tavern. A man, normally quiet, a regular who had never caused trouble, had suddenly erupted into a fit of uncontrollable rage. He smashed tables, threw bottles, and attacked the other patrons with a wild ferocity that seemed inhuman. It took 6 guards to subdue him, and even then they barely managed to restrain him. The man's eyes were filled with madness, his veins pulsing, as though something dark and uncontrollable surged through him. The next morning he was found dead in his cell, his body twisted in the same unnatural way as the others who had fallen victim to the new skooma. The panic spread quickly after that. More incidents followed, people attacking their neighbors, fights breaking out in the marketplace, and even a few guards falling victim to the drug's influence. Those affected by the new skooma became violent, their minds consumed by paranoia and hallucinations. Some claimed to see monsters lurking in the shadows. Others spoke of hearing voices that urged them to kill. The drug didn't just numb the senses, it twisted them, turning the user into something primal, driven by fear and fury. Jarl Layla Lawgiver, though often viewed as ineffectual, could no longer ignore the chaos consuming her city. She ordered the guards to crack down on the skooma trade, raiding the Ratway, the underground warren of tunnels that served as a haven for Riften's criminal elements. But the raids turned up little. The Thieves' Guild denied any involvement, though everyone knew they had their hands in every illicit trade in the city. Brynjolf, one of the guild's top lieutenants, claimed they had no interest in peddling something that would destroy their own city. With thieves, he had said, not madmen. But the truth was far more complicated. Behind the scenes, whispers suggested that the new skooma wasn't just a product of Riften's usual suspects. It was coming from somewhere else, perhaps even outside of Skyrim. A new syndicate had entered the picture, a group that cared nothing for the city or its inhabitants, only for the profits that came from feeding addiction. They had introduced this new strain of skooma deliberately, knowing it would sow chaos and destruction, and with the city in disarray they could expand their operations without fear of retaliation. The effects of the drug were growing more terrifying by the day. Families were torn apart as loved ones succumbed to the madness, and entire districts of the city became too dangerous to enter after dark. The guards were stretched thin, unable to keep up with the escalating violence, and the citizens began to barricade themselves in their homes, afraid of what might happen if they ventured into the streets. The docks, once bustling with trade, fell silent as ships refused to dock in a city gripped by fear and rage. In the midst of the chaos, a small group of concerned citizens banded together, determined to find the source of the new skooma. Among them was Maren, a former guard turned mercenary, who had lost his brother to the drug's influence. His brother had been one of the first to die in the early wave of madness, and Maren had sworn to find those responsible and put an end to the plague. He was joined by Anise, a healer who had seen too many of her patients fall to the drug, and a handful of others who had been personally touched by the devastation. Their investigation led them deep into the heart of the Ratway, where they discovered that the new skooma was not simply a more potent version of the old drug, it had been altered by magic. Someone had infused the skooma with dark alchemical properties, enhancing its effects and twisting the minds of those who used it. The longer one consumed the drug, the more it rewired their thoughts, turning them into violent puppets of their own worst fears. As Maren and his group delved further into the mystery, they uncovered the identity of the syndicate responsible for the new skooma. The Crimson Vial, a shadowy organization operating out of Hammerfell, had infiltrated Riften's underworld. They had bribed key figures and used blackmail to ensure that their new strain of skooma spread unchecked. But there was more. At the heart of the Crimson Vial's operation was a powerful mage, someone skilled in both illusion and alchemy, who had perfected the twisted magic that powered the drug. The group's final confrontation came in a forgotten Dwemer ruin, deep beneath the city, where the Crimson Vial's leader had set up a secret laboratory. The mage, a gaunt, pale man with eyes that gleamed with madness, greeted them with a cruel smile. "You think you can stop the tide?" he hissed. "This city is already lost. The people will tear themselves apart, and in the end, I'll walk away with the spoils." But Marin and his companions had no intention of letting him walk away. The battle that followed was fierce, with magic and steel clashing in the dimly lit ruin. The mage unleashed his dark illusions, twisting the minds of Marin's group just as he had twisted the people of Riften. But through sheer will and determination, they fought through the madness, striking down the mage and shattering his control over the city. As the mage fell, so too did the hold of the skooma plague on Riften. The shipments of the new drug stopped, and those still suffering from its effects were treated by Annis and the other healers. Slowly the city began to recover, though the scars of the plague would remain for years to come. Riften had been brought to the brink of destruction by the skooma plague, but in the end it had survived. Yet the people would never forget the madness that had nearly torn them apart, nor the dark forces that had come so close to claiming their city. Story 18. The Eternal Vigil. The vigilants of Stendarr were known throughout Skyrim as the zealous hunters of all things Daedric. They roamed the land, rooting out evil, confronting vampires, werewolves, and the foul worshippers of the Daedric princes. But there were some stories even they didn't speak of, whispered only among the most devout members of the Order. Tales of a forgotten sect, hidden deep in the mountains, who had taken their crusade against the Daedra to an extreme that bordered on the fanatical. This sect was said to guard an ancient relic of unimaginable power, one that could banish any Daedra from existence, but at a cost so great that even the vigilants themselves had sought to bury its memory. They called themselves the Eternal Vigil, and their existence was little more than a shadow in the annals of the Vigilance history, lost to time. Until now. The discovery began innocuously enough. In the ruins of an old temple to Stendarr, a group of adventurers stumbled upon a long-forgotten journal tucked away in the crumbling remains of an altar. The journal was written in a hand that shook with fear, detailing the final days of a vigilant named Halred, who had been sent to investigate strange occurrences in the remote peaks of the Geralt Mountains, far to the south of Skyrim. According to the journal, Halred uncovered something terrifying, an order of vigilants who had cut themselves off from the rest of the world, dedicated to guarding a relic so powerful that it had driven them to madness. News of the journal reached Keeper Karset, the leader of the vigilance of Stendarr, who immediately dispatched a group of her best warriors to investigate. Among them was Sigrun, a seasoned vigilant who had spent her life hunting the servants of the Daedric princes. She was a woman of unshakable faith, hardened by years of battle, and she had faced horrors that would have driven lesser men to madness. But the thought of uncovering a hidden sect of her order filled her with an unease she couldn't quite explain. The journey to the Geralt Mountains was long and treacherous, the air growing colder and thinner as Sigrun and her companions ascended higher into the peaks. For days they trekked through the snow, guided only by the vague descriptions in Halred's journal. The isolation of the mountains weighed heavily on them, the oppressive silence broken only by the howling winds that swept through the jagged cliffs. It wasn't long before they began to feel as though they were being watched. On the 7th day of their journey they found it an ancient temple, half buried in snow and ice, its stone walls weathered by centuries of exposure to the elements. The symbol of Stendar, barely visible, was carved into the stone above the entrance, marking it as a place of the vigilance. But there was something wrong about the place. The air around it was thick with a strange energy, a sense of dread that seeped into their bones. It felt as though the very stones were watching them, waiting for them to make the first move. Sigrun led her companions inside, their torches casting flickering shadows on the walls as they descended into the darkness. The temple was eerily quiet, its corridors long and winding, the silence broken only by the occasional sound of dripping water from the melting ice. The deeper they went, the more they felt the weight of something unnatural pressing down on them, and then they found the first body. It was a vigilant, long dead, his armor rusted and his body mummified by the cold. He had died clutching a sword, his face frozen in a mask of terror. As they moved further into the temple, they found more bodies, vigilants who had died fighting something, though what they had fought was unclear. The bodies were strewn across the floors of a large chamber, at the center of which stood an altar, glowing with an eerie, golden light, and atop the altar sat the relic. The relic was a simple object, deceptively plain. It appeared to be nothing more than a small golden amulet engraved with strange, arcane symbols that none of them recognized. But the moment Sigrun laid eyes on it, she felt its power, an overwhelming, crushing force that radiated from the amulet, filling the room with a palpable sense of dread. This was what the eternal vigil had been guarding, and it was clear why. One of her companions, a younger vigilant named Lidric, stepped forward, his eyes locked on the relic. This is it, isn't it?" he whispered, his voice filled with awe. "The relic that can banish any Daedra." Sigrun nodded, her gaze never leaving the amulet. "Yes, but look around you, Lidric. Look at what it cost them." The bodies of the dead vigilants were a stark reminder of the price that had been paid to guard the relic. And yet, despite the death and madness that surrounded it, Sigrun couldn't shake the feeling that the relic was something far worse than even the journal had suggested. She could feel it calling to her, whispering in the back of her mind, offering the power to rid the world of Daedra once and for all, if only she would take it. But there was a reason the Eternal Vigil had hidden it away. The journal had warned of the relic's terrible price, though Hold had never discovered what that price was. Sigrun didn't need to know the details to understand that this was no ordinary weapon. The amulet's power came with a cost, one that might be too great for any mortal to bear. As the group debated what to do, the air in the chamber grew colder, and a shadow seemed to pass over the room. From the darkness of the far corridor, figures emerged, pale, gaunt men and women, their eyes hollow, their faces twisted with madness. They wore the armor of the vigilance, but they were not the same. These were the remnants of the Eternal Vigil, those who had survived long enough to be consumed by the very power they had sworn to protect. Their leader, a tall man with a scarred face and burning eyes, stepped forward. "You cannot take it," he said, his voice a rasping whisper. "It belongs here, where it can do no more harm." Sigrun stepped forward, her hand on the hilt of her sword. "We are vigilants of Stendar. We seek to destroy the Daedra, just as you did. We can use this relic to end their threat." The man shook his head slowly, his eyes filled with sorrow. "You do not understand. The relic does not simply banish Daedra. It destroys them utterly, without mercy, without chance for redemption. But every time it is used, a piece of the wielder's soul is torn away, fed to the power within. We swore to guard it, to ensure that no one would ever pay that price again." Sigrun's heart sank as she realized the truth. The relic was a weapon, yes, but one that demanded a terrible sacrifice. The Eternal Vigil had given their lives to keep it hidden, knowing that its power could corrupt even the noblest of souls. To use it would be to doom oneself, to become nothing more than a hollow shell, consumed by the very power they sought to wield. In the end, the decision was clear. Sigrun and her companions left the relic where it lay, guarded by the twisted remnants of the Eternal Vigil, and sealed the temple behind them. The relic's power would remain hidden, its terrible cost too great to bear. But as they descended from the mountains, Sigrun couldn't shake the feeling that the relic's whispers would follow her, haunting her dreams, reminding her of the choice she had made, and the price she had refused to pay. Story 19. The Bone Orchard. Ijormarch was a place of quiet desolation, its marshlands stretching endlessly under a sky that always seemed overcast, the air heavy with mist. The swamps were treacherous, filled with deep bogs and hidden sinkholes that had claimed countless travelers over the centuries. The people of Morthal, the Hold's small, isolated capital, were a hardy folk, accustomed to the eerie quiet of the marsh and the strange, unsettling atmosphere that clung to their land like a shroud. But even they had begun to speak in whispers of something darker stirring in the swamps, something ancient and vengeful that was rising from the earth itself. It began with the bones. At first it was only a few isolated incidents, old bones, long buried in the muck and mire, resurfacing in places where they had no business being. A hunter found a skeletal hand protruding from the ground near his cabin, fingers twisted and grasping, as if it had been reaching for something. A fisherman pulled up a skull in his nets while casting for perch in the river. The Jarl of Morthal, Idgrod Ravencrone, an old woman known for her strange visions, dismissed the incidents as the result of the shifting marshlands. The dead, she said, were always restless in such a place, their bones unearthed by the ever-changing landscape. But as the weeks passed, the bones kept appearing, more of them, and in stranger ways. By the end of the first month, the marshes surrounding Morthal had become a place of fear. Entire skeletons were being found in the swamps, not simply unearthed, but standing upright in grotesque poses, as if they had clawed their way out of the earth and into the world of the living. Farmers began to report strange sightings, skeletal figures moving through the fog at the edge of their fields, bones clicking and rattling as they passed by. At night, villagers heard whispers carried on the wind, voices that seemed to come from the very ground beneath their feet. Then came the attacks. It was a cold, fog-choked evening when the first house was struck. A family living on the outskirts of Morthal awoke to the sound of something scraping against their walls, a dry, rattling noise like bones dragging across wood. The father, a man named Jorin, stepped outside to investigate, only to find himself face to face with a figure made entirely of bones, human bones, yellowed with age, yet somehow alive. The skeleton lunged at him, its bony fingers wrapped around a rusted sword. Joran barely had time to scream before the blade slashed across his chest, leaving him to bleed out in the mud while his family fled in terror. By dawn, the house was nothing more than a smouldering ruin, its inhabitants either dead or missing. When the villagers found Joran's body, they also discovered the remains of the skeleton that had killed him, shattered into pieces, as if it had been destroyed only after exacting its deadly toll. But this was only the beginning. Over the next few days, more homes were attacked, and each time it was the same: skeletons rising from the swamps, armed with whatever they could find, lashing out with an unearthly fury. The people of Morthal began to speak of a curse, of vengeful spirits long buried in the marshes, now returning to punish the living. Some whispered that it was the work of necromancers, though no one could say for certain who might be powerful enough to raise the dead on such a scale. The Jarl sent word to the College of Winterhold, hoping their mages might know what was happening, but the only answer they received was a cryptic letter: "Beware the Bone Orchard." The Bone Orchard was an old legend, one most people in Morthal had heard but never truly believed. It spoke of an ancient burial ground, hidden deep within the swamps, where the bodies of forgotten warriors and criminals had been laid to rest centuries ago. According to the legend, these souls had been denied passage to Sovngarde, Skyrim's afterlife for honored warriors, and had instead been cursed to linger in the earth, their bones bound to the swamp forever. The mages from the college believed that something had disturbed the Bone Orchard, something or someone, and now the dead were rising, seeking revenge for their forgotten graves. Sigrid, a local herbalist, and one of the few in Morthal brave enough to venture deep into the swamps, had heard the stories her whole life. She had always believed there was some truth to the legend, but even she was unprepared for what she found when she ventured into the heart of the marshlands to investigate. What had once been a quiet, eerie swamp was now a graveyard come to life. Bones littered the ground, some half buried in the mud, others standing upright, as if waiting for the spark of life to animate them once again. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the mist clung to the trees like a shroud. At the center of it all, deep within the marsh, Sigrid found what could only be the Bone Orchard, a clearing surrounded by gnarled trees and overgrown with moss, where the earth was littered with bones, human, animal, some too old and twisted to identify. And in the center of the clearing stood a stone altar, covered in strange, glowing runes that pulsed with an unnatural light. It was then that Sigrid realized the truth. The bones were not rising on their own. Someone had awakened them. Someone had found the Bone Orchard and was using its ancient power to summon the dead. But who? Before she could flee, the ground began to tremble, and the bones around her stirred. One by one they began to rise, forming into skeletal figures, their hollow eyes glowing with a malevolent light. They turned toward her, their bony hands clutching rusted weapons, and Sigrid knew she had only moments to act. Desperate she ran, her feet sinking into the muck as the skeletons gave chase. She could hear them behind her, their bones clattering together, their hollow voices whispering curses in a language she didn't understand. The swamp seemed to close in around her, the mist thickening, the trees bending toward her, as if trying to block her escape. Just as she thought she would be overtaken, she burst from the swamp into the open fields beyond, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. The skeletons stopped at the edge of the swamp, unable to leave the cursed land that bound them, but their glowing eyes followed her as she fled back to Morthel, their whispers still echoing in her ears. When she returned to the village, Sigrid warned the Jarl that the bone orchard was real and that someone had unleashed its power. But even as the villagers prepared for the worst, she couldn't shake the feeling that the worst was yet to come, that the one responsible for the rising bones was still out there, waiting to exact their final revenge. The bone orchard had awakened, and the dead would not rest again until their thirst for vengeance was quenched. Story 20. The Moon Sugar Conspiracy. The Khajiit caravans were a familiar sight along the roads of Skyrim, their brightly coloured tents and wagons standing out against the snowy landscape. Known for their exotic wares, spices, silks, rare alchemical ingredients, the Khajiit had long been both welcomed and distrusted by the people of Skyrim. For all their charm and hospitality, there were always whispers that they trafficked in more than just legitimate goods. Moon sugar, the sweet crystalline substance native to the Khajiit homeland of Elsewhere, was at the heart of those rumors. It was said that the caravans often brought it north, selling it in secret to those looking for the addictive high it provided. But recently, a darker rumor had begun to circulate, one that threatened to cast the Khajiit in a far more dangerous light. It started in the small town of Ivarstead, where strange reports had begun to emerge. Several townsfolk claimed they had encountered travelers, outsiders who had passed through only briefly, who exhibited bizarre and frightening abilities. A farmer swore he saw a man lift an entire wagon with one hand, his eyes glowing faintly in the moonlight. A blacksmith told a story of a woman who seemed to disappear into thin air right before his eyes. These were not the ordinary effects of moon sugar, which typically induced a relaxed, euphoric state in its users. This was something far more unnatural, something that could not be easily explained. The rumors reached the ears of the Jarl of Riften, who was no stranger to dealing with contraband. Riften had always been a city of shadows, where the Thieves' Guild held sway and illicit dealings took place in the corners of darkened taverns. But this new moon sugar, if that was truly what it was, had caught the attention of not just the local authorities, but of the Thieves' Guild itself. It was said that this new form of moon sugar granted those who consumed it powers beyond mortal ability, abilities that were both terrifying and seductive. It made the user stronger, faster, and in some cases capable of feats that bordered on magic. But the cost was high. Those who used it often found themselves consumed by madness, their minds unraveling as the power took hold. Jarl Layla Lawgiver ordered an investigation, and a group of guards was sent to confront the Khajiit caravans that frequently passed through the rift. The Khajiit, always polite and welcoming, denied any involvement in the smuggling of such a substance. This one sells only the finest moon sugar from Elsewhere. One of the merchants, Marandrew Joe, told the guards with a smooth purr, his golden eyes gleaming in the dim light of his campfire. There is nothing dangerous in our wares, only what brings sweetness to the soul and calm to the heart. But the guards weren't convinced. The Khajiit were known to be clever, skilled at hiding their true dealings behind a veneer of friendliness and exotic allure. They searched the wagons, confiscating moon sugar and other goods, but found nothing that could explain the strange powers rumored to be linked to the drug. The caravans were allowed to continue their journey, but the suspicion remained. Something was happening, something dark, and it was spreading through Skyrim like a slow poison. It wasn't long before the rumors grew darker still. In Windhelm, a young woman was found dead in the street, her body twisted and contorted as though something had broken her from within. Her hands were clenched into fists, and when the guards pried them open, they found shards of moon sugar embedded in her palms. The local healers were baffled. The drug was known to be addictive, yes, but never deadly in this way. Yet the look on the woman's face, frozen in a rictus of pain and terror, suggested she had died in agony. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Ratway beneath Riften, the Thieves' Guild had begun to investigate the new substance on their own. Brynjolf, ever the opportunist, saw the potential for profit, but he also knew that anything this dangerous had to be handled with caution. The guild had a reputation to protect, and if this new moon sugar was as deadly as the rumors suggested, it could draw unwanted attention from the Jarl's guards, or worse, the Thalmor, who were always looking for an excuse to crack down on any illegal activity in Skyrim. Brynjolf sent one of the guild's best operatives, Vex, to follow the Khajiit caravans and find out the truth. Vex, as cunning as she was ruthless, shadowed the caravans as they traveled from city to city. What she discovered was far more than she had expected. The caravans, it seemed, were not the source of the new moon sugar, but they were being used as an unwitting distribution network. Someone, an unknown figure who operated in the shadows, was slipping this new strain of moon sugar into the caravan's supplies without their knowledge, and that someone was playing a dangerous game. Vex tracked the source of the moon sugar to an abandoned fort deep in the wilderness, far from prying eyes. Inside she found a laboratory of sorts, filled with alchemical equipment and strange, glowing crystals that pulsed with an unnatural light. The air was thick with the scent of moon sugar, but it was tainted, twisted by whatever process had been used to alter it. Vex realized that this new moon sugar wasn't just a drug, it was a weapon. One designed to exploit the weaknesses of those who consumed it. It granted power, yes, but it also corrupted, breaking down the mind and body until nothing was left but a hollow shell. But who was behind it? Before Vex could find her answers, she was discovered by the fort's inhabitants, an alchemist and a mage, both of whom had been working in secret to refine the moon sugar into its new deadly form. They had been experimenting on captured travelers, testing the limits of the drug's effects, and they had no intention of letting Vex leave alive. A fight broke out, and Vex barely escaped with her life, retreating into the wilderness with the knowledge that this conspiracy went far deeper than anyone had realized. When she returned to Riften, she reported everything to Brynjolf and the guild. The truth was out. The new moon sugar was being used to sow chaos in Skyrim, and whoever was behind it had plans that stretched far beyond mere profit. But stopping it would be no easy task. The drug had already spread to every corner of the province, and those who consumed it were too far gone to be helped. Worse still, the Khajiit caravans were now under suspicion from every city guard in Skyrim, their innocence clouded by the deadly conspiracy they had unwittingly become a part of. The Thieves' Guild, the Jarl's Guards, and the Khajiit themselves would need to work together if they had any hope of uncovering the mastermind behind the Moon Sugar conspiracy. But in a land where trust was a rare commodity, and power was often won through treachery, the path to the truth would be long, dangerous, and bloody. And as the first snows of winter began to fall, it became clear that the conspiracy was far from over. Story 21. The Shadow Mage of Morthal. The marshes around Morthal were known for their eerie silence, a desolate place where fog clung to the ground like a shroud, and the trees stood like skeletal sentinels, twisted and gnarled by centuries of wind and cold. The people of Morthal were a quiet and superstitious folk, hardened by the harshness of their surroundings. They had long been accustomed to the strange and unsettling things that seemed to seep out of the marshlands, strange lights that flickered in the distance, whispers on the wind that had no source, and the occasional disappearance of a wayward traveller. But recently, something darker had begun to take root in the swamp, a shadow that moved just beyond sight, a presence that brought with it a palpable sense of dread. Whispers of a powerful mage had begun to circulate through the taverns of Morthal, a figure who had taken up residence deep within the swamp. Some called him a necromancer, others said he was a conjurer of Daedra, but most simply referred to him as the Shadow Mage. His magic, they said, was not the usual sort practiced by the court wizards of Skyrim. It was darker, more insidious, an ancient form of shadow magic that allowed him to manipulate life and death itself. The locals, ever wary of meddling in such things, kept their distance from the swamp, and those brave enough to venture near claimed to have seen strange things. Undead creatures moving through the mist, shadows that seemed to move of their own accord, and the unmistakable sensation of being watched. The Jarl of Morthal, Idgrod Ravencrone, had dismissed the rumours at first. Morthal had always attracted strange occurrences, and she was no stranger to the supernatural. But when a group of her guards disappeared after being sent to investigate the disturbance in the swamp, she could no longer ignore the danger. Their bodies were never found, but their screams were heard echoing across the marsh that night, screams that spoke of a terror beyond death. Whatever lived in the swamp was powerful, and it was growing bolder. It was then that a bounty was placed on the head of the Shadow Mage, and word spread quickly through the holds of Skyrim. Adventurers, mercenaries, and even mages from the College of Winterhold were drawn to Morthal, each eager to claim the reward for ending the threat. But one by one, those who ventured into the swamp failed to return, their names added to the growing list of the lost. Among the bounty hunters was Keldrin, a seasoned warrior and former member of the Companions. He had faced many dangers in his life, dragons, draugr, even a brief stint as a vampire hunter in the Dawn Guard. But the tales of the Shadow Mage intrigued him. It wasn't just the promise of gold that drew him, but the challenge. Keldrin had always prided himself on his fearlessness, and the idea of confronting a mage who dabbled in forbidden magic was too enticing to resist. He arrived in Morthal on a cold, foggy morning, the mist hanging thick over the town like a blanket. The townsfolk were tight-lipped, unwilling to speak much about the Shadow Mage, but Keldrin gleaned enough from their hushed conversations to know that the mage's lair was somewhere deep within the heart of the marsh. The Jarl's housecarl Gorm offered what little information he could, warning Keldrin that others had gone before him and never returned. But Keldrin was undeterred. Armed with his sword and a few potions from the local alchemist, he set out into the swamp, determined to find the truth. The marshes were as bleak and foreboding as the stories had described. The fog was so thick that it seemed to swallow sound, and the ground beneath Keldrin's boots was treacherous, a mixture of mud and water that threatened to pull him under with every step. Strange shapes moved in the distance, half-glimpsed figures that seemed to flicker in and out of the fog like phantoms. The deeper he went, the more the sense of unease grew, as if the very air was saturated with dark magic. Hours passed before he finally saw it, a ruined tower rising from the swamp, its stone walls blackened with age and decay. It was barely visible through the mist, but the air around it felt wrong, heavy with an unnatural chill. Keldrin approached cautiously, his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready for whatever might emerge from the shadows. The tower looked long abandoned, but as he neared the entrance, he saw the signs of recent activity, footprints in the mud, faint traces of magic in the air that made his skin crawl. Inside, the tower was dark and damp, the stone walls covered in mold and creeping vines. Keldrin moved silently through the narrow corridors, his senses heightened, his every nerve on edge. He could feel the magic here, pulsing like a heartbeat, drawing him deeper into the tower. And then he heard it, a voice, low and whispering, echoing from the shadows. "You've come for me, haven't you?" Another fool drawn by greed, or perhaps curiosity. The voice seemed to come from everywhere at once, disembodied and cold. Keldrin turned, his sword drawn, but saw no one. He pressed forward, following the voice down a spiral staircase that led into the depths of the tower. The air grew colder, the darkness thicker, until he reached a large circular chamber lit by flickering torches. In the center of the room stood a figure, cloaked in black, his face obscured by a hood. "I've been expecting you," the figure said, his voice calm, almost amused. "They all come eventually." Keldrin raised his sword, his eyes narrowing. "The people of Mortal want you dead, mage. They say you're practicing forbidden magic, raising the dead, corrupting the swamp." The figure chuckled softly. "The people of Mortal fear what they do not understand. They cling to their superstitions and their petty lives, never realizing the true power that lies beneath their feet." As he spoke, shadows seemed to pool around him, dark tendrils that writhed and shifted as if alive. Keldrin felt a chill run down his spine, but he steadied himself, his grip tightening on his sword. "You've killed innocents, you've raised the dead. Whatever power you're after, it ends here." The mage tilted his head, and for the first time, Keldrin could see his eyes, glowing faintly in the darkness, like embers smoldering in the night. "You are brave, I'll give you that, but you have no idea what you're dealing with." With a flick of his hand, the mage summoned the shadows to life. They surged forward, coalescing into shapes, twisted, skeletal figures, their eyes hollow and glowing with the same unnatural light. Keldrin swung his sword, cutting through the first of them, but more rose to take its place, their bony hands reaching for him, their movements unnaturally quick. The battle was fierce, the shadows relentless, but Keldrin fought with the strength of a warrior. who had faced death many times before. His sword flashed in the dim light, cutting through the shadow creatures with brutal efficiency. But even as he fought, he could feel the magic in the air, pressing down on him, sapping his strength. And then the mage stepped forward, his hand outstretched, dark magic crackling at his fingertips. "You cannot win," he said, his voice low and final. "I have mastered death itself." Keldrin gritted his teeth, his muscles burning with the effort of fighting. But as the mage prepared to unleash his final spell, something within Keldrin snapped. With a roar, he surged forward, his sword plunging into the mage's chest, cutting through flesh and bone. For a moment there was silence. Then the mage staggered back, his eyes wide with shock, the shadows around him collapsing into nothingness. He looked down at the sword embedded in his chest, then back at Keldrin, his lips curling into a bitter smile. "You may have won this battle," he gasped, blood dripping from his mouth, "but the shadows, they never truly die." Yen. With that, the mage collapsed to the ground, his body disintegrating into ash, leaving only silence and the flicker of the torches behind. Keldrin stood in the center of the chamber, breathing heavily, the weight of what had happened settling over him. The Shadow Mage was dead, but the air was still thick with dark magic, as if the shadows themselves were watching, waiting for another to take his place. In the end, Keldrin knew the people of Morthal would be safe, for now, but the darkness in the marshes would always be there, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for its next opportunity to rise. Story 22. The Iron Dragon. The Nords of Skyrim were no strangers to war. The land had seen countless battles, from the ancient conflicts of Weisgrimor's time to the civil war that still simmered between the Imperials and Stormcloaks. But the rumors now spreading through Skyrim told of a new threat, one that could change the fate of the land forever. A group of Nords, once thought to be little more than an obscure clan hidden in the mountains of the Reach, claimed to have discovered something buried deep within the earth, something that could reshape the balance of power in Skyrim. They had forged an iron dragon. It all began in the crypts of Lost Volkig, an ancient tomb long forgotten by most of Skyrim's people. The crypt, nestled within the jagged cliffs of the Reach, had been sealed for centuries, its treasures and secrets buried alongside the bones of the long dead. But a band of Nord adventurers, led by a man named Hakon Iron Bear, had uncovered the entrance during a brutal winter storm. Driven by curiosity and the promise of glory, Hakon and his companions descended into the depths of the crypt, unaware of the dark knowledge that awaited them. Inside, they found more than just the remnants of the dead. They discovered a chamber, untouched by time, its walls lined with ancient Nordic runes. At the center of the chamber was an altar, upon which lay a series of scrolls written in an unknown language. The scrolls were brittle with age, but the symbols etched into them spoke of power, power that had once belonged to the ancient dragon priests, those who had ruled over Skyrim in the time of the dragons. These scrolls, Hakon soon realized, contained instructions for the creation of an iron dragon, a construct of metal and magic that could rival the dragons themselves. Hakon and his followers, obsessed with the idea of wielding such power, took the scrolls back to their stronghold deep in the mountains. For months they toiled in secret, gathering the materials and knowledge needed to bring the Iron Dragon to life. They smelted iron from the richest veins in Skyrim, crafting it into massive plates and joints, while their mages, skilled in the ancient ways, infused the metal with powerful enchantments. Slowly, piece by piece, the Iron Dragon took shape, a towering behemoth of iron and steel, its wings sharp as swords, its more capable of breathing fire enchanted by powerful runes. When word of the Iron Dragon first reached the cities of Skyrim, it was dismissed as nothing more than a wild tale. The Jarl of Markarth scoffed at the idea, as did the rulers of Whiterun and Solitude. But as more reports came in, sightings of the iron beast soaring through the skies above the Reach, of entire villages razed to the ground by flames that no ordinary forge could produce, skepticism turned to fear. Hakon and his clan, now calling themselves the Iron-Blooded, revealed their intentions soon enough. They sent messengers to the Jarls of Skyrim, demanding their submission. In exchange for their loyalty, Hakon promised to spare their cities from the wrath of the Iron Dragon. Those who refused, he warned, would be burned to ash, their people crushed beneath the iron claws of his creation. Skyrim would be united under his rule, he declared, with the Iron Dragon as his weapon and his symbol of ultimate power. The Jarls were divided. Some, like Ulfric's Stormcloak, saw the Iron Dragon as a threat to their authority and vowed to fight it, no matter the cost. Others, particularly those who had seen the devastation left in the Iron Dragon's wake, considered Hakon's offer. A few even wondered if such power could be harnessed for their own purposes, turning the dragon against their enemies in the ongoing civil war. But there was more to the Iron Dragon than Hakon knew. As the Iron-Blooded grew bolder, raiding towns and outposts across Skyrim, a small group of scholars from the College of Winterhold began to investigate the origins of the Iron Dragon. Led by Archmage Savas Aaron, they uncovered ancient texts that spoke of the dragon priests and their dark rituals. The Iron Dragon, they realized, was more than just a machine. It was a construct powered by an ancient and malevolent force. The scrolls Hakon had found were not merely instructions for forging a dragon. They were a ritual meant to bind the spirit of a dragon to the metal body, creating a hybrid of iron and dragon fire, controlled by the will of its creators. But the scholars also discovered a terrible truth. The Iron Dragon was unstable, its very existence a violation of the natural order. The ancient texts warned that such a creation, while powerful, could not be controlled forever. The dragon's spirit, once bound to the metal, would eventually break free, turning on its creators with the fury of a true dragon. The longer the Iron Dragon remained active, the more dangerous it became, its thirst for destruction growing with each passing day. With this knowledge, the college sent urgent messages to the Jarls, warning them of the impending catastrophe, but by then it was too late. Hakon and the Iron-Blooded had already launched their campaign, striking at the heart of Skyrim. The Iron Dragon, larger and more powerful than any creature Skyrim had seen in generations, descended upon the city of Falkreath, its fire scorching the earth, its iron claws tearing through stone and wood alike. The defenders, despite their bravery, were no match for the monstrous construct. Falkreath fell, its people either slaughtered or fleeing into the wilderness. In the wake of the destruction, the remaining Jarls gathered for an emergency council in Whiterun. Even Ulfric, usually too proud to attend such meetings, came, his anger tempered by the growing realization that the Iron Dragon could not be defeated by conventional means. As the Jarls debated their next move, a lone figure arrived at Dragon's Reach, Archmage Savus Aren himself, bearing the only hope Skyrim had. The Archmage explained that the Iron Dragon could not be defeated through brute force. Its enchanted iron body made it impervious to normal weapons, and its dragon spirit gave it the power of true dragons. But there was a way to destroy it. The same ritual that had bound the dragon's spirit to the iron could be used to sever it, breaking the bond between metal and magic. The catch, however, was that the ritual required a sacrifice. One of great magical power would need to perform the spell at the very heart of the dragon's creation, the same altar where it had been forged. Ulfric, along with the other Jarls, reluctantly agreed to the plan. A small force, led by the Archmage and a select group of warriors, set out for the Reach, where the Iron Dragon had returned to its creators. The journey was perilous, with the Iron Dragon hunting them at every turn, but they finally reached the hidden stronghold of the Iron-Blooded. There, beneath the shadow of the Iron Behemoth, the Archmage began the ritual. The battle that followed was fierce and desperate. As the warriors fought to keep the Iron-Blooded at bay, the Archmage chanted the ancient words, calling upon the magic of the dragon priests to unbind the spirit from the metal. The Iron Dragon, sensing the threat, roared in fury, its fire lighting the sky as it descended upon them. But just as it struck, the final words of the spell were spoken, and the Iron Dragon shuddered, its body convulsing as the spirit within it was torn free. With a deafening crash, the Iron Dragon collapsed, its once mighty form crumbling into lifeless metal. Hakon and his clan were defeated, their ambitions crushed along with their creation, but the price had been high. Many lives had been lost, and the scars left by the Iron Dragon's rampage would be felt for years to come. In the end, Skyrim had been spared from conquest, but the threat of the Iron Dragon served as a grim reminder of the dangers that lay in the ancient secrets of the past. Even in victory, the people of Skyrim would not soon forget the sight of the iron beast that had nearly brought their land to its knees. Story 23. The Rift's Forgotten King. The Rift was known for its dense forests, rugged cliffs, and the towering pines that seemed to scrape the sky, but beneath the earth, hidden by centuries of dirt and moss, lay a secret that no one had spoken of for generations. The discovery of an ancient tomb deep in the heart of the rift was made by accident. Woodcutters, clearing a section of the forest near the southern border, had unearthed a stone slab marked with strange, worn symbols. Beneath that slab, buried under layers of earth and time, was the entrance to a forgotten crypt. The discovery set the region abuzz, but it wasn't until the scholars and mages arrived from Riften that the full magnitude of what they had uncovered became clear. The tomb belonged to a king, one whose name had been lost to the annals of history. The mages skilled in deciphering ancient texts were able to piece together fragments of the story from the carvings on the walls of the crypt. The king had ruled the Rift long before Skyrim had become the land it was today, in a time when the holds were independent kingdoms, each fighting for dominance. He had been a powerful ruler, beloved by some, feared by others, and his reign had been marked by great victories in battle. But as the scholars delved deeper into the tomb's history, a darker truth began to emerge. This king had not died peacefully. He had been betrayed by his own people, his closest advisors, even his family. The carvings told of a plot to overthrow him, a conspiracy woven in the shadows of his own court. The betrayal culminated in his murder, a brutal and bloody affair, and his body had been sealed away in this crypt far from the honors and rituals typically granted to a ruler of his stature. His name had been struck from records, his memory erased from the history of the rift. But in his tomb hidden from the world, the king had not been forgotten. His restless spirit had waited, and now with the tomb uncovered he would have his revenge. The first sign that something was wrong came the night after the tomb's discovery. The woodcutters who had first uncovered the stone slab were found dead in their homes, their bodies cold and twisted, as though some unseen force had drained the life from them. Their faces were locked in expressions of terror, and there were no signs of a struggle, no wounds that could explain their deaths. The people of the nearby villages whispered of a curse, and many began to fear that disturbing the tomb had unleashed something ancient and malevolent. The scholars, however, were undeterred. They believed that the deaths were a coincidence, or perhaps the work of wild animals. They continued their exploration of the tomb, uncovering more of the story piece by piece. The deeper they went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. Strange whispers echoed through the halls, barely audible but always present, like the murmur of voices just out of reach. The torches flickered in ways that couldn't be explained, and shadows seemed to move of their own accord. Some of the scholars began to grow uneasy, but their leader, a mage named Elwyn, was determined to press on. As the days passed, more deaths occurred. Villagers disappeared, only to be found days later in the forests, their bodies contorted in unnatural ways. Those who had ventured too close to the tomb spoke of seeing figures in the trees, shadowy, indistinct shapes that vanished as soon as they were spotted. The Jarl of Riften, concerned by the growing fear among her people, sent a group of her best warriors to investigate. They were to guard the scholars and ensure that whatever was happening in the crypt didn't spread to the rest of the rift. But the warriors never returned. It was on the 7th night after the tomb's discovery that the true horror revealed itself. Elwyn and her team had reached the innermost chamber of the tomb, where the king's body was supposed to rest. The chamber was vast, its walls lined with carvings that depicted the king's life, his rise to power, his victories in battle, and finally his betrayal. At the center of the room stood a great stone sarcophagus, sealed with a heavy lid that bore the king's likeness. The air was thick with the smell of decay, and the oppressive weight of the place seemed to press down on the scholars like a physical force. Elwyn ordered the sarcophagus to be opened. The mages had argued that it would be safe, that whatever curse might linger in the tomb had long since faded. But the moment the lid was lifted, the room was filled with a deafening roar, a sound that reverberated through the stone walls and sent a wave of cold air rushing through the crypt. The torches went out, plunging the chamber into darkness, and in that moment the king awoke. His body, still wrapped in decayed burial shrouds, rose from the stone coffin, his eyes glowing with an unnatural, ghostly light. He was no longer the man he had once been, but a revenant, a spirit consumed by hatred and vengeance, bound to the world by the bitterness of his betrayal. The scholars screamed, scrambling to flee, but the king's power filled the chamber. Shadows twisted and coalesced into forms that moved with a will of their own, servants of the king, risen from the dark corners of the crypt to carry out his will. Elenwen, realizing too late the depth of their mistake, tried to cast a spell to seal the tomb once again, but it was too late. The king's wrath could not be contained. The revenant spoke, his voice a low, guttural rasp that echoed in the minds of all who heard it. "You have disturbed my rest. Now you will pay the price." The shadows fell upon the scholars, and within moments the crypt was silent once more. Word of what had happened in the tomb spread quickly. The people of the rift began to flee their homes, terrified of the wrath that had been unleashed. The Jarl, desperate to contain the growing panic, sent more troops to the area, but none returned. It became clear that the king's vengeance was not limited to the crypt. His power was spreading through the rift, a dark force that corrupted the land itself. The trees withered, animals fled, and the very air seemed to turn cold and foul. As the days passed, sightings of the Revenant King became more frequent. He appeared in the forests at night, his spectral form stalking the living, his eyes burning with a desire for revenge. Those who saw him rarely lived to tell the tale, and those who did were forever changed, their minds broken by the sheer terror of his presence. The people of the Rift spoke of him in hushed tones, calling him the Forgotten King, and they knew that as long as he remained, no one was safe. Story 24. The Shattered Crown. The city of Whiterun had long stood as a symbol of strength and stability in Skyrim. Nestled in the heart of the province, it was a place where Jarls ruled from Dragon's Reach, overlooking the vast plains and mountain ranges that stretched toward the horizon. It was a city built on ancient foundations, with a history that spanned centuries of Nordic kings and Jarls. But that history held more than just tales of glory. It hid dark secrets, long buried beneath layers of stone and time. One such secret was the crown of an ancient Jarl, rediscovered beneath the ruins of an old crypt that had been sealed for ages. And with it came a curse that would threaten the very heart of Whiterun. The crypt was uncovered by accident during renovations to the Gildergreen, the ancient tree that stood at the center of the city. Workers had been digging deeper than usual when they struck something hard, a stone door hidden beneath centuries of dirt. Word of the discovery spread quickly, and curiosity soon turned to excitement. The Jarl of Whiterun, Balgruf the Greater, ordered the crypt to be opened, hoping that it might contain relics of Whiterun's past. What they found was far more than they had expected. At the heart of the crypt, resting on a stone altar, was a crown. A simple weathered thing, made of iron and adorned with ancient runes. It was clearly old, but there was something about it that caught the eye, something almost hypnotic in the way the faint light from the torches flickered off its surface. The scholars brought in to study the crown were quick to identify it as the lost relic of Jarl Steigand, a long-forgotten ruler of Whiterun who had been overthrown in a bloody revolt. According to legend, Steigandr had been a ruthless and paranoid ruler, convinced that his people and even his own court were conspiring against him. His reign had ended in violence, his crown lost to time. Balgruf was intrigued by the discovery. A piece of Whiterun's history had been returned to the light, and he saw it as a sign of the city's strength, a connection to its past. He had the crown brought to Dragonsreach, where it was displayed proudly in the Great Hall. But soon after its arrival, strange things began to happen. At first it was subtle, unsettling dreams, whispers in the night, that could not be traced to any source. Balgruf himself began to feel a growing sense of unease, though he could not explain why. He found his thoughts wandering, always returning to the crown, as if it was calling to him. He dismissed the feelings at first, attributing them to the pressures of leadership and the constant threat of civil war between the Stormcloaks and the Imperials. But as the days went by, the whispers grew louder. Balgruf's advisors noticed a change in him. The once calm and measured Jarl became irritable, prone to bouts of anger and suspicion. He began questioning the loyalty of those closest to him, accusing his housecarl Irileth of plotting behind his back. His once firm stance on keeping Whiterun neutral in the civil war began to waver, and he spoke more frequently of enemies lurking in every shadow. His behavior became erratic, his decisions more extreme, as if something was eating away at his mind. It wasn't just Balgruf who was affected. Farengar, the court wizard, who had been tasked with studying the crown, grew increasingly obsessed with it. He spent long hours in his laboratory, muttering to himself as he pored over ancient tomes, trying to decipher the runes carved into the iron. The other mages noticed that Farengar no longer slept, his eyes sunken and red, his hands trembling whenever he was away from the crown for too long. When questioned, he simply laughed, saying that the crown was a key to great power, that it held secrets no one could yet comprehend. The people of Whiterun began to whisper of a curse. Word spread that the crown of Jarl Stygand was not simply an artifact, but a relic of dark magic, imbued with the madness that had consumed Stigandra in his final days. The stories claimed that the crown had been forged with the blood of the Jarl's enemies, and that those who wore it would slowly fall under its spell, their minds twisted by the same paranoia and hatred that had driven Stygandra to his doom. As Balgruf's behavior grew more erratic, his decisions more unpredictable, his advisors grew desperate. Irileth, ever loyal to the Jarl, tried to reason with him, to remind him of his duty to the people of Whiterun, but Balgruf would not listen. He had become consumed by the belief that enemies were everywhere, within his court, within his city, even within his own family. He accused his brother Hrongar of plotting to take the throne, banishing him from Dragonsreach in a fit of rage. The once stable leadership of Whiterun was beginning to crumble, and those closest to the Jarl feared that civil war would come to their city, not from the outside, but from within. The curse of the crown had spread like a poison, corrupting the minds of those in power. Farengar had become little more than a shell of himself, muttering incoherently as he scribbled strange symbols on the walls of his laboratory. Balgruf's paranoia had reached a fever pitch, and he had ordered the city gates closed, convinced that the Stormcloaks were preparing to lay siege to Whiterun. The people of the city, once loyal to their Jarl, now murmured in fear, wondering if their ruler had lost his mind. Desperate to break the curse, Irileth sought out the help of the Greybeards, the ancient order of monks who lived in seclusion atop the throat of the world. They were known for their knowledge of ancient magic, and she hoped they might have the answers she sought. When she returned, her face was grim. The Greybeards had confirmed what many had already feared. The crown was indeed cursed, bound to the madness of Jarl Stygander. The only way to break the curse was to destroy the crown, but doing so would be dangerous. The magic that bound it was ancient and powerful, and if mishandled, could bring even greater ruin to Whiterun. Irileth knew there was no choice. The crown had to be destroyed before Balgruf and his city were lost to madness forever. In a secret meeting she gathered those still loyal to Whiter True ideals, Hrangar, Avanicci, and a few trusted guards, and they planned to take the crown from Dragon's Reach and destroy it in the fires of Skyforge. It was a dangerous plan, for Balgruf had grown increasingly paranoid and had doubled the guards around the crown, convinced that others sought to steal its power. On the night of the plan's execution, Irileth and her companions snuck into Dragon's Reach under the cover of darkness. They made their way to the great hall where the crown sat upon its pedestal, glowing faintly in the torchlight. But as they reached for it, Balgruf appeared, his face contorted in fury. "You would betray me, Irileth," he snarled, his voice trembling with rage. "You think you can take my power from me?" Irileth pleaded with him, trying to make him see reason, but Balgruf was beyond reach. The crown had taken hold of his mind, twisting it beyond recognition. With a cry of desperation he lunged at Irileth, but she was faster. In one swift motion she grabbed the crown from its pedestal and threw it to the ground, shattering it into pieces. The sudden silence fell over Dragon's Reach. The air seemed to grow lighter, as if a great weight had been lifted. Balgruf, now free of the crown's influence, collapsed to his knees, his face pale and drawn. The curse had been broken, but the damage had already been done. The crown of Jarl Stygander, long forgotten and buried, had brought Whiterun to the brink of ruin. As the pieces of the crown were gathered and taken to the Skyforge to be melted down, the people of Whiterun began to rebuild. Balgruf, though weakened by the ordeal, remained Jarl, his mind once again clear. But the memory of the shattered crown lingered, a reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath even the most noble of histories, waiting to rise and corrupt the hearts of those who would seek its power. Story 25. The Lost City of Snow. The frozen wilderness of northern Skyrim was known for its treacherous landscapes, where the wind howled across the glaciers, and the sun barely broke through the eternal grey sky. For centuries it had been a land of death and silence, where only the hardiest of Nords dared to venture. But deep beneath the ice, far from the reach of mortal eyes, an ancient secret lay buried. Rumours had long persisted of a lost city, one that belonged not to men, but to the Snow Elves, the once proud race that had ruled Skyrim before the rise of the Nords and their dragonborn kings. Few believed the tales of the Snow Elf city. The Snow Elves, after all, had been defeated long ago, their civilization shattered in the brutal wars with the Nords. Those who survived had been driven underground, where they were enslaved by the Dwemer and eventually devolved into the twisted, blind creatures known as the Falmer. Despite the centuries that had passed, whispers of a hidden city, untouched by time and preserved beneath the glaciers, continued to circulate among scholars and adventurers alike. It was an explorer named Valan Holdren who claimed to have found it. A veteran of many expeditions into the frozen north, Valan had long been obsessed with the legends of the snow elves. He had spent years searching the tundra, following old maps and piecing together clues from ancient Nordic sagas. Many dismissed him as a dreamer, a man chasing ghosts in a land where death came quickly and without warning. But Valan was nothing if not determined. When he returned to solitude after months of silence, frostbitten and gaunt, but alive, he brought with him a discovery that would shake the foundations of Skyrim's history. Valan claimed to have found the lost city beneath the ice deep within the glaciers north of Winterhold. He spoke of great towers carved from shimmering white stone, buried beneath centuries of snow, their surfaces untouched by time. He described vast halls lined with intricate carvings and ancient symbols, their meaning lost to the ages. But more than that, he spoke of something darker, secrets hidden within the city, terrible things that had been left behind by the snow elves before their fall. His discovery was met with skepticism, of course. Many believed it was nothing more than a tall tale, the ravings of a man driven mad by the cold. But there were those who could not ignore the possibility of what Valan had found. Among them was Toldrin, an ambitious scholar from the College of Winterhold. Toldrin had long been fascinated by the snow elves and their tragic history, and when news of Valan's discovery reached him, he immediately sought out the explorer. Valan, still recovering from his ordeal, was reluctant to share the exact location of the city, warning Toldrin that some things were best left buried. But Toldrin was persuasive, and with the promise of gold and recognition, he convinced Valan to lead him and a small team of mages and warriors to the site. The journey to the glaciers was long and perilous. The winds howled through the mountain passes, and the snow fell so thickly at times that it was impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. But Valan knew the way, and after days of travel they reached the entrance to the city, a massive crevasse in the ice, barely visible beneath the snowdrifts. Descending into the crevasse, the group found themselves standing before an enormous stone door, carved with the unmistakable markings of the snow elves. Valan hesitated as they prepared to enter. "This place, it's not what I thought it was," he said, his voice barely audible over the wind. "There's something wrong here, something evil." But Toldrin dismissed his concerns. He had come too far to turn back now. With a few words of magic, the ancient door creaked open, revealing a vast tunnel that stretched deep into the glacier. The air inside was cold, but still, unnaturally still, as if the very atmosphere had been preserved for centuries. The walls were lined with carvings, telling the story of the snow elves' once great civilization. But as they descended deeper, the carvings became darker, more disturbing. They spoke of the wars with the Nords, of the desperation that had driven the snow elves to seek refuge underground. And then they told of something else, something that had been hidden, sealed away within the city. The group reached the central chamber of the city, a vast hall, its ceiling supported by towering pillars of ice and stone. At the far end of the hall stood a throne, upon which sat the frozen body of a snow elf king, still clad in the regal armor of his people. His eyes were closed, his face serene, but there was a palpable sense of dread in the air, as if something malevolent lingered just beneath the surface. Valen stepped forward, his eyes wide with awe. "This is it," he whispered. "The lost king of the snow elves. They must have sealed him away here, preserving him, waiting for something." The hunters fled, telling no one of what they had seen. But word soon spread, as such things always do, and before long others ventured to the spot to see the fire for themselves. They all reported the same strange phenomenon. The fire burned without fuel, without warmth, and the voices within it spoke in languages no one could understand. Some described the voices as urgent, others said they sounded sorrowful. But all who heard them felt a deep sense of unease, as though something old and dangerous was trying to speak through the flames. The people of Dawnstar began to fear the fire. Superstitious as they were, they spoke of it as a curse, perhaps the work of the Daedra or some dark magic that had been unleashed in the wilderness. The Jarl of Dawnstar, Skald the Elder, dismissed the rumors at first, calling them the tales of frightened villagers and over-imaginative hunters. But as more and more reports came in, even Skald could not ignore the growing fear. He sent a small group of his guards to investigate the site, to put an end to the rumors and, if possible, extinguish the strange flame. The guards returned shaken. They too had heard the voices, and no matter how hard they tried, they could not extinguish the fire. Water, snow, dirt, nothing could quench the flames. One of the guards, a young man named Harland, refused to speak after returning from the site. He locked himself in his home, emerging only after several days, pale and gaunt. When asked what he had heard, Harland would only mutter under his breath about the lost ones and the old fire. Whatever the fire was, it was more than just a curiosity. It was a mystery, and perhaps a threat. As the fire continued to burn, untouched by the elements, more people began to visit it. Some came out of curiosity, others out of fear. Scholars from the College of Winterhold were among the first to arrive, eager to study the strange phenomenon. They set up camp near the flame, examining it with every magical tool at their disposal, but the fire resisted their attempts to explain it. It was not enchanted in any way they could detect, nor was it tied to any known magical source. The fire simply existed, burning without consuming, alive without explanation. But the voices troubled them most of all. Several mages reported hearing the whispers growing louder as they studied the flame, though none could understand the words. A few began to experience vivid dreams, visions of shadowy figures walking through an ancient city, their faces obscured by smoke and flame. One of the mages, a Breton named Andril, claimed that the fire was a gateway, a bridge between the present and something long forgotten. He believed the voices were those of the dead, trapped in the flames, seeking to escape. But even Andril could not say for certain where the fire had come from or why it had appeared. As the mystery deepened, so too did the fear surrounding the fire. The villagers in Dawnstar began to avoid the area entirely, warning travelers to stay away from the cursed flame. Some even whispered that those who lingered too long near the fire would lose their minds, that the voices would crawl into their heads and take root, driving them to madness. A few brave souls who ignored the warnings were found wandering the tundra, dazed and confused, their minds broken by whatever they had experienced near the flame. The Jarl, faced with growing unrest among his people, turned to the only person he thought might have answers, a wandering priest of Stendar, known as Torvik the Pious, who had recently arrived in Dawnstar. Torvik was a man of deep faith, dedicated to rooting out Daedric influence and purging evil from the land. When Skald summoned him to Dragon's Reach, he asked the priest to investigate the fire, hoping that Stendarr's light might uncover the truth behind it. Torvik agreed and set out for the site, accompanied by a small group of the Jarl's men. When he arrived, the fire burned as brightly as ever, its orange glow casting strange shadows across the snow. Torvik approached it without hesitation, holding the amulet of Stendarr before him as he muttered prayers under his breath. The guards watched as he stood before the flame, his eyes closed, listening to the voices within. For hours Torvik remained still, lost in the whispers. The guards grew uneasy, but none dared approach him. When the priest finally opened his eyes, he turned to the men with a look of grave understanding. "This fire," Torvik said, his voice low and steady, "is not of this world. It is ancient, older than Skyrim itself. The voices you hear, they are trapped, souls bound to the flame by a forgotten magic. This is no natural fire, nor the work of any Daedra. It is something far older, something left behind by those who came before." The guards exchanged nervous glances. "Can it be extinguished?" one of them asked. Torvik shook his head. "No, this flame will burn until its purpose is fulfilled, whatever that may be. We cannot snuff it out, for it is bound by forces beyond our understanding. But we must not linger here. The longer you stay, the more it will draw you in. It feeds on curiosity, on fear. Those who listen too closely will lose themselves to the whispers." The guards, though relieved to leave, could not shake the feeling that they had just scratched the surface of a much deeper mystery. Torvik, too, left with a heavy heart, knowing that he had not uncovered the full truth of the fire. The flame continued to burn, its light flickering in the eternal snow, a beacon of something forgotten, a link to an ancient past that had yet to reveal itself fully. And so the fire remained, the silent guardian of secrets lost to time. The Pale was still cold, still desolate, but now it carried with it a mystery that none could explain, a fire that refused to die, its voices calling out to anyone brave or foolish enough to listen. Story 28. The Unseen Jarl. The legend spoke of many lost holds in Skyrim, their names forgotten and their histories buried beneath the snow and time. Most believed these tales to be little more than myths, stories passed down by bards, filled with the drama of betrayal, war, and lost royalty. But there was one tale that persisted more than others, the story of the Unseen Jarl. Whispers in taverns from Windhelm to Whiterun told of a hidden ruler, exiled from their rightful throne, waiting for the moment to reclaim their lost hold. For years the story was dismissed as nothing more than idle talk, the kind of rumor that swirled around campfires, until the Unseen Jarl emerged from the shadows. The hold in question was Sharnfell, a name that had vanished from maps centuries ago. Located in the far north, somewhere between the borders of the Pale and Winterhold, Sharnfell had once been a powerful stronghold in Skyrim's early days. Its Jarl, Valdric Stormfist, was a feared and respected ruler, commanding loyalty from his people and envy from his rivals. But Sharnfell's fortunes turned during a brutal winter, when a rebellion brewed from within. The accounts varied. Some said it was a coup by Valdric's advisors. Others claimed it was his own blood who betrayed him, But by the time the winter snows melted, Jarnfell was no more. Its walls were torn down, its people scattered, and its Jarl vanished, believed dead. Yet in the quiet corners of Skyrim, there were those who spoke of the Stormfist bloodline living on. They said that Valdric had survived the fall of Jarnfell, taking his newborn son into exile in the frozen wastes. Over the centuries, the Stormfist name faded into obscurity, becoming a mere whisper in the annals of history. But those whispers had never died completely, and among certain circles, it was said that the true heir of Jarnfell would one day return to reclaim their birthright. That day came when the unseen Jarl, as he became known, marched out of the wilderness with an army of hardened mercenaries at his back. His name was Jorn Valdrickson, and he carried the weight of generations on his shoulders. For years he had lived in hiding, training in secret, biding his time as he gathered his forces. His childhood had been one of harsh survival, raised in the frozen north by a small group of loyal followers who had kept his father's legacy alive. They had taught him the ways of war, how to command men, and most importantly, how to reclaim what was rightfully his. Jorn knew that his blood carried the Stormfist claim, but he also knew that Skyrim had forgotten Jarnfell. To the Jarls of Skyrim, he was nothing but a shadow of the past, and if he wanted his throne, he would have to take it by force. Jorn's first move was subtle. His mercenaries, a motley band of warriors, cutthroats and deserters, began appearing in the holds of Skyrim, taking small contracts and gradually building a network of influence. They were led by a fearsome Nord named Hakon Ironjaw, whose reputation for brutality spread quickly. But no one knew that these mercenaries served a greater purpose, that their true loyalty lay with Jorn Valdrickson. By the time anyone realized the connection, it was too late. The unseen Jarl struck at dawn. The first to fall was a small garrison near the Pale, where Jarnfell had once stood. Jorn's mercenaries overwhelmed the guards with ease, cutting them down and seizing the ancient ruins that had once been his ancestral home. Word of the attack spread quickly, and the nearby holds, already strained by the ongoing civil war between the Imperials and the Stormcloaks, were slow to react. To most, Jarnfell was a long-forgotten ruin, and the idea of an uprising there seemed inconsequential compared to the greater conflict gripping the land. But Jorn knew better. He understood the importance of symbols, and Jarnfell was more than just a ruined hold. It was a legacy. By reclaiming the land, he sent a message to all of Skyrim. The Stormfist bloodline had returned, and it would not be ignored. As Jorn and his army fortified Jarnfell, emissaries were sent to the surrounding holds, demanding recognition of his claim. Most of the Jarls scoffed at the idea. Jarl Skald of Dawnstar dismissed the notion outright, calling Jorn a pretender with delusions of grandeur. Ulfric Stormcloak, caught up in his own rebellion, showed little interest in a long-dead hold being resurrected. Even Jarl Elisif of Solitude, who had a reputation for diplomacy, declined to acknowledge Jorn's claim. But not all were so quick to dismiss him. In the shadows, alliances were being formed. Several lesser lords whose families had once sworn loyalty to the Stormfists began to rally behind Jorn. They remembered the glory days of Jarnfell, and with the civil war tearing Skyrim apart, they saw an opportunity in Jorn's rise. Slowly his army grew, bolstered by warriors eager for plunder and nobles hungry for a shift in power. Yet not all were drawn to Jorn by loyalty or ambition. Some whispered that darker forces were at play, that the unseen Jarl had made pacts with beings from beyond Skyrim, ancient powers that had aided him in his rise. Rumors spread of strange rituals performed in the depths of Jarnfell, of mercenaries who claimed to have seen things that no man should witness, spectral figures wandering the halls, shadows that moved with a life of their own. Whether these rumors were true or the product of fearful imagination, they only served to further fuel the legend of the unseen Jarl. Jorn, for his part, welcomed the fear. He knew that power was often more about perception than reality, and if the people of Skyrim feared him, they would hesitate to stand against him. He gave few speeches, spoke little in public, but his silence only added to his mystique. His mercenaries, loyal and brutal, spread his word with blood and steel, and soon more and more of Skyrim's lesser lords began to bend the knee. But as Jorn's power grew, so too did the forces arrayed against him. The Jarls of the major holds, realizing that Jorn's rebellion was not a passing threat, began to mobilize their armies. The Imperials, already strained by their war with the Stormcloaks, saw Jarnfell's rise as a destabilizing force that threatened the fragile balance in Skyrim. The Thalmor, always watching from the shadows, grew concerned that Jorn's resurgence might upset their own plans for control over the province. As the armies of Skyrim prepared for war, the unseen Jarl stood on the walls of Jarnfell, looking out over the land that was once his family's. He had emerged from the shadows to reclaim what was rightfully his, and though the path ahead was uncertain, one thing was clear: Skyrim would not forget the Stormfists again. The lost hold of Jarnfell had returned, and with it, a Jarl whose name would be carved into the annals of history, whether in glory or in blood. But Thaldrin's attention was drawn to something else, an altar that stood at the base of the throne, upon which rested a strange, glowing crystal. The crystal pulsed with an eerie light, casting long shadows across the room. Thaldrin could feel the power emanating from it, ancient and terrible. He reached out to touch it, but Valen grabbed his arm. "Don't," Valen warned, his voice trembling. "That thing, it's cursed. I felt it when we first entered the city. The Snow Elves sealed it away for a reason. We should leave. Now." But Thaldrin ignored him. He was too close to the discovery of a lifetime to turn back. His fingers brushed the surface of the crystal, and in that instant the chamber was filled with a deafening roar. The ice cracked and splintered, the ground beneath them shaking as if the glacier itself had come alive. The frozen king's eyes snapped open, glowing with a cold, unnatural light. "The fools have awakened him," one of the mages shouted, drawing his staff as the ground trembled. "It's too late." From the walls and the floors, figures began to emerge, twisted, frozen forms of snow elf warriors, their bodies preserved in the ice, now freed from their prison. They moved with unnatural speed, their eyes glowing with the same malevolent light as the king's. The air grew colder still, and the howling wind outside seemed to rise in pitch, as if the glacier itself was screaming. Valen turned to Thaldrin, his face pale with fear. "I told you," he shouted over the chaos. "This city was never meant to be found. The snow elves didn't just hide from the Nords, they hid from themselves. The snow elf king stood, his armor creaking as the frost cracked from his body. His voice echoed through the chamber, cold and devoid of emotion. "You have trespassed in my kingdom. Now you will join my people in eternal slumber." Thaldrin's heart raced as he realized the magnitude of his mistake. The lost city of snow was not a forgotten relic of a bygone age. It was a tomb, a prison for something far worse than the Nords ever knew. And now, that prison had been broken. The explorers fought desperately to escape the city, but one by one they fell to the wrath of the snow elves. Valen, knowing the way out, tried to lead Thaldrin back to the surface, but the malevolent force of the crystal pursued them, twisting the very ice around them into deadly traps. As they reached the entrance, the last of the mages fell, and Valen turned to see Thaldrin consumed by the same cold fire that had awoken the ancient king. In the end, Valen was the only one to escape, his body battered by the cold, his mind scarred by what he had witnessed. He returned to Solitude, where he warned anyone who would listen. The lost city beneath the snow was real, and it had awakened, but few believed him. To them, it was just another story, another mad tale from the north. But Valen knew the truth. The lost city of snow was no longer sleeping, and the terrible secrets it held were waiting to be unleashed upon Skyrim. Story 26. The Mad Scholar of Winterhold. The College of Winterhold, perched precariously on the cliffs overlooking the Sea of Ghosts, had always been a place where the lines between brilliance and madness were blurred. The mages who studied within its ancient halls often delved into the arcane mysteries of the world, from the nature of the stars to the workings of the soul. But there were some paths of study that even the most learned scholars feared to tread, paths that led to knowledge forbidden by time and the gods themselves. One such path was the study of the Dwemer, the ancient race of deep-dwelling elves who had vanished mysteriously centuries ago, leaving behind only their incomprehensible technology and vast, empty cities. Among those drawn to the mysteries of the Dwemer was Arsalondren, the scholar whose fascination with the lost civilization had long been the subject of quiet concern among his colleagues. He had arrived at the college years earlier, a Dhamma with a sharp mind and an insatiable curiosity about the Dwemer's disappearance. Arsalon had quickly gained a reputation for his intelligence, his meticulous research, and his willingness to explore the dangerous ruins that dotted Skyrim. His colleagues respected his work, but quietly whispered that he had become obsessed, spending more time in the cold, silent ruins of the Dwemer than he did among the living. At first, Arsalon's work had been promising. He had uncovered ancient texts, deciphered forgotten Dwemer dialects, and even managed to reactivate long-dormant machines in the depths of Blackreach. The mages at the college marveled at his discoveries, and for a time it seemed that he might succeed where so many had failed. But the deeper he delved into the secrets of the Dwemer, the more erratic his behavior became. His once methodical notes grew increasingly disjointed, filled with cryptic symbols and half-formed thoughts that no one could understand. He began to withdraw from his colleagues, spending long hours locked in his quarters, or poring over dusty tomes in the Arcaneum, the college's vast library. It was around this time that strange rumors began to circulate among the students and faculty. Some claimed to have heard Arsalan talking to himself in his study, carrying on conversations in a language no one could recognize. Others said they had seen flickers of strange, arcane energy coming from his quarters late at night, and that the very air around him seemed to hum with an unnatural force. The Archmage Savozarin grew concerned and sent one of his trusted advisors, Mirabel Ervine, to check on Arsalan, but the scholar refused to see anyone, claiming that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, one that would explain the Duema's disappearance once and for all. As the weeks passed, Arsalan's behavior only worsened. He stopped attending lectures and ignored all calls to present his research. His quarters became a place of mystery and dread, with the door constantly barred and strange lights flickering through the cracks at all hours of the night. The students began to avoid the hallway where his room was located, and even the more seasoned mages were wary of approaching him. It was clear that something was terribly wrong, but no one knew what to do. Then one night, the entire college was awakened by a sudden, ear-piercing scream that echoed through the halls, followed by a deafening crash. The source of the noise was Arsalan's quarters, and when the Archmage and several other mages forced the door open, they found the room in chaos. Books and scrolls lay scattered across the floor. Strange diagrams and symbols had been scrawled across the walls in a frenzy, and in the center of the room was Arsalan himself, collapsed on the ground, trembling and muttering incoherently. The Archmage knelt beside him, trying to make sense of the words spilling from Arsalan's lips, but they were little more than jumbled fragments, references to the Duema, to machines that lived, to things that moved in the shadows of time. His eyes, once sharp and intelligent, were wide with terror, and his hands clutched a scrap of paper so tightly that his knuckles had turned white. Savos Aaron gently pried the paper from Arsalan's grip, revealing a sketch, a crude drawing of a strange machine, unlike anything any of them had seen before, surrounded by what appeared to be swirling symbols of light. Arsalan was taken to the infirmary, where the healers did their best to calm him, but his mind had been shattered by whatever knowledge he had uncovered. He alternated between fits of madness and eerie silence, his gaze always distant, as if he was staring into a world beyond their own. The Archmage, deeply troubled, ordered that all of Arsalan's research be confiscated and sealed away. The mages who had been close to him speculated that he had stumbled upon something far beyond his understanding, perhaps a fragment of the knowledge that had caused the Duema to vanish in the first place. But not everyone agreed that Arsalan's research should be buried. A young apprentice named Ilara, who had idolized Arsalan's work, believed that his discovery was too important to be forgotten. She began secretly investigating his notes, piecing together what she could from the fragments he had left behind. What she found was both astonishing and terrifying. Arsalan had indeed been on the verge of a breakthrough. His notes suggested that the Duema had not simply vanished, as so many had believed, but had found a way to transcend the physical world, merging their consciousness with their machines in a way that allowed them to exist outside of time itself. But the process had been far from perfect. The Duema had attempted to manipulate the very fabric of reality, and in doing so, had unleashed forces they could not control. Arsalan's notes hinted at a terrible consequence. something that had followed the Dwemer into the void, something that was now stirring beneath the ruins they had left behind. Ilara soon realized why Arsalan had lost his mind. The knowledge he had uncovered was not just dangerous, it was cursed. The further he had delved into the Dwemer's secrets, the more his mind had been exposed to the same forces that had destroyed them. His obsession had become his undoing, and now, Ilara feared, the same fate awaited anyone who pursued the knowledge too closely. But even knowing the danger, Ilara could not bring herself to stop. The potential to understand the Dwemer's disappearance, to unlock the secrets of their ancient technology, was too great to ignore. She believed that, unlike Arsalan, she could succeed where he had failed, that she could control the knowledge without letting it consume her. In the days that followed, Ilara began to have strange dreams, visions of vast, mechanical cities stretching into infinity, of machines that moved with a life of their own, their gears and pistons echoing with a strange, otherworldly hum. She saw the Dwemer themselves, not as they had been in the histories, but as beings of pure energy, their forms intertwined with the machinery they had created. And always, in the background, there was a presence, something watching her from the shadows, something that whispered in the dark corners of her mind. She awoke each morning more exhausted than the last, her thoughts clouded with the same obsessions that had driven Arsalan to madness. The symbols that had been scrawled on his walls now haunted her own thoughts, appearing in her notes, in her dreams, even in the reflections of her own eyes. The knowledge was consuming her, just as it had consumed him. Ilara finally understood what Arsalan had meant in his last coherent moments. The Dwemer had not disappeared, they had escaped. But in their escape, they had broken something fundamental in the world, something that still lingered, waiting for someone else to make the same mistake. In the end, Ilara made a decision. She took what remained of Arsalan's notes and the sketch of the strange machine, and she sealed them away, deep within the vaults of the college. She knew that the knowledge contained within was too dangerous for anyone to possess, but she also knew that it could never be truly destroyed. The mad scholar's legacy remained, locked away in the shadows of Winterhold, waiting for the next mind daring enough to unlock its terrible secrets. Story 27. The Fire in the Pale. The Pale was a desolate and unforgiving hold, a land of endless snow and bone-chilling winds that swept across the tundra with merciless fury. It was a place where life clung to the edges, where villages were sparse, and the few who called it home lived with a constant wariness of the wilderness. But recently, a new and disturbing mystery had taken root in the icy expanse, a fire that burned perpetually, defying all natural laws. It was first discovered by hunters tracking elk through the snow-covered forests near Dawnstar. At the base of a rocky hill, surrounded by nothing but snow and ice, they found it, a strange flickering flame, bright and alive, yet untouched by the winds that should have snuffed it out. The fire was small but unnaturally vivid, casting a warm glow that seemed out of place in the frozen landscape. The hunters, curious but cautious, approached, and as they drew nearer, they heard something that stopped them in their tracks, voices, faint but unmistakable, whispering from within the flames. Story 29. The Forsworn's Rebellion. The Reach had always been a land of blood and strife, nestled between the towering cliffs and jagged mountains of western Skyrim. It was a place where the rugged landscape mirrored the fierce spirit of its people. For centuries, the native inhabitants, known as the Reachmen or the Forsworn, had been at odds with the Nords, who claimed the region as part of their hold. To the Nords, the Reach was a strategic territory, rich with silver and resources. To the Forsworn, it was sacred ground, the heart of their ancestral homeland. The conflict between the two peoples had simmered for generations, but now, under the leadership of a charismatic and ruthless leader, the Forsworn were ready to rise once again and reclaim what they believed was rightfully theirs. His name was Chaol, a name that would soon echo in the halls of power and terror alike. He had been born among the scattered Forsworn tribes, raised in the shadow of the Nord's domination over the Reach. From a young age he had witnessed the cruelty of the Jarl of Markarth's rule, the way his people were treated as second-class citizens in their own land, their traditions suppressed, their gods mocked. The Nords had built their strongholds atop ancient Forsworn sites, desecrating the land with their fortresses and mines, and the Forsworn were forced to live in hiding, scraping out a living in the wilds. But Chaol was different from those who had come before him. Where others saw only defeat and despair, he saw opportunity. He was a natural leader, able to unite the scattered Forsworn tribes who had long been divided by rivalries and blood feuds. Through a combination of charisma, cunning, and brutal force, he forged a new alliance among the Reachmen, promising them that the time had come to strike back against the Nords. No longer would they live as outcasts, hiding in caves and ancient ruins. They would take back the Reach, inch by bloody inch, and drive the Nords from their land forever. Chaol's message resonated with the Forsworn, especially among the young warriors who had grown up knowing nothing but the harshness of life under Nord rule. They flocked to his banner, eager to fight for their homeland, to spill the blood of those who had oppressed them for so long. Chaol's forces were not large, but they were fiercely loyal and skilled in the art of guerrilla warfare. They knew the land better than the Nords ever could. The hidden passes through the mountains, the caves that wound through the cliffs, and the dense forests that provided perfect cover for ambushes. The rebellion began quietly at first, with a series of well-planned raids on Nord outposts and supply lines. Chaol's warriors struck in the dead of night, slipping in and out like shadows, leaving death and destruction in their wake. The Nords, caught off guard by the sudden violence, scrambled to respond. The Jarl of Markarth, Igmund, dispatched his soldiers to root out the Forsworn, but they were no match for the guerrilla tactics of Chaol's forces. The Forsworn knew how to vanish into the wilderness, to strike where the Nords were weakest, and to retreat before reinforcements could arrive. For the first time in years, the Nords were on the defensive in the Reach. Chaol's rebellion quickly gained momentum. As word of his successes spread, more and more Forsworn joined his cause. Entire villages, long oppressed by the Jarl's harsh rule, rose up in rebellion, driving out the Nord garrisons and swearing loyalty to Chaol. The Reach, once thought to be firmly under Nord control, was slipping from their grasp. The silver mines that had fueled Markarth's wealth were overrun, and the roads became treacherous, with Forsworn warriors ambushing Nord patrols and travelers. But Cale's ambitions went beyond simple raids and small victories. He sought nothing less than total control of the Reach, and to achieve that he knew he would have to strike at the heart of Nord power in the region, Markarth itself. The city, with its towering stone walls and formidable defences, was the symbol of Nord dominance over the Reach. To take Markarth would be to break the Nord's hold on the region once and for all, and Cale knew it was the key to securing his people's future. His plan was audacious. Knowing that a direct assault on the city would be suicide, Cale instead focused on cutting off Markarth from the rest of Skyrim. His forces launched coordinated attacks on the roads leading into the city, ambushing supply caravans, and isolating Markarth from reinforcements. He also sent emissaries to the Stormcloaks, hoping to exploit the civil war that was raging across Skyrim. Though Ulfric's Stormcloak had little love for the Forsworn, he hated the imperial back-jarl of Markarth even more. Cale promised that, should the Forsworn succeed in reclaiming the Reach, they would remain neutral in the larger conflict. It was a tenuous alliance, but one that allowed Cale to focus his forces on his true enemy. The siege of Markarth was unlike any other battle the city had faced. It was not a siege in the traditional sense. There were no armies camped outside the walls, no grand assault on the gates. Instead, it was a war of attrition, with the Forsworn slowly tightening the noose around the city. Food and supplies dwindled as the Forsworn cut off all access to the outside world. Panic began to spread among the Nord population as rumors of Forsworn spies within the city grew. The Jarl's soldiers, once confident in their strength, became demoralized as they realized they were being slowly surrounded. Inside Markarth, the situation grew dire. The Nords were not accustomed to the kind of warfare Cale waged. His tactics were brutal and psychological as much as they were physical. Forsworn symbols began to appear on the city walls, painted in blood during the night, a reminder that they were never far. The people whispered of dark magic, of rituals performed in the wilds by Cale's shamans, who called upon ancient spirits to aid them in their war. Whether these stories were true or not, they had the intended effect. The Nords were terrified. The turning point came when Cale's forces managed to infiltrate the city through a series of forgotten tunnels that ran beneath Markarth. In one swift and bloody night, they struck at key points within the city, assassinating Nord commanders and setting fire to the barracks. Chaos erupted as the Forsworn warriors, clad in their fearsome armor and wielding crude but deadly weapons, unleashed their fury on the city. Jarl Igmund, realizing that the tide had turned, barricaded himself within Understone Keep, refusing to surrender. But Cale was not interested in a prolonged siege. He wanted to send a message. The Forsworn stormed the keep, cutting down the Jarl's guards in a savage melee. When they reached Igmund, Cale gave him a choice: renounce his claim to the Reach and leave, or die as the last Jarl of Markarth. Igmund, proud to the end, refused. With the Jarl's death, Cale stood triumphant in the city that had once been the symbol of Nord rule over his people. The Reach was his, reclaimed by the Forsworn after centuries of oppression. But the cost had been high, and Cale knew that the war was far from over. The Nords would not sit idly by while their city burned, and the civil war that had torn Skyrim apart would soon come to the Reach's doorstep. For now, though, the Forsworn had won their greatest victory. and the fires of rebellion burned bright across the mountains of the Reach. Story 30. The Sea Serpent of Solitude. The port city of Solitude, nestled high on a cliff above the Karth River, had long been a bustling hub of maritime trade. Its docks were always busy with the comings and goings of ships from all over Tamriel, imperial vessels, merchant ships from Morrowind, and fishing boats that braved the cold, choppy waters of the Sea of Ghosts. The sea had always been both a lifeline and a threat to the people of Solitude. The unpredictable weather and dangerous currents were challenges every sailor accepted, but recently a new danger had emerged from the depths, one that had the city's fishermen speaking in hushed, fearful tones, a massive sea serpent. The first sighting came from a group of seasoned fishermen, men who had spent their lives on the water and were not prone to fanciful tales. One evening, as their boat drifted near the mouth of the Karth River, the men claimed to have seen something enormous slithering beneath the waves. At first they thought it was just a large fish or a whale, but as the creature surfaced they saw the unmistakable outline of a serpent's head, long, sleek and covered in rough, glistening scales. Its eyes, they said, were as large as lanterns, glowing faintly in the dim light of dusk. The serpent's body stretched impossibly long, disappearing into the dark water below. The fishermen fled in terror, abandoning their nets and rushing back to Solitude to report what they had seen. At first no one believed them. The idea of a sea serpent, a creature out of sailors' legends, seemed absurd. The guards at the docks laughed off the tale, and even Jarl Elisif herself dismissed it as nothing more than tired men seeing shadows on the water. But as the days passed, more reports began to trickle in. Other fishermen, traders, and even travelers along the coast spoke of seeing the serpent, always just a glimpse, a flash of scales or the flick of a massive tail before the creature disappeared beneath the waves again. Panic began to spread. The fishermen refused to go out to sea, leaving the docks eerily quiet. Traders grew nervous, fearing that whatever lurked in the waters might attack their ships. Rumors spread through the city like wildfire. Some claimed the serpent was a punishment from the gods. Others said it was the vengeful spirit of a long-dead sailor come to wreak havoc on the living. But the truth, as it turned out, was far more complex and terrifying. An old sailor named Hrolf, who had spent his youth exploring the seas far to the north, came forward with a different story. He claimed to recognize the descriptions of the serpent, and he warned that it was no ordinary creature. According to Hrolf, the sea serpent was bound to an ancient maritime curse, one that had been whispered about among sailors for centuries. The curse, he said, was tied to a shipwreck that had occurred long ago, one that had taken place just off the coast of Solitude. Hrolf spoke of the Sea Ghost, an infamous ship that had sailed the waters of the Sea of Ghosts nearly 2 centuries earlier. The Sea Ghost had been a pirate vessel, captained by a ruthless Nord named Jorund Stormbreaker. Jorund and his crew were known for their vicious raids along the northern coasts, pillaging ships and coastal villages alike. But it wasn't greed that drove Jorund, it was vengeance. He had once been a proud captain in the Imperial Navy, but after being betrayed by his own men and cast out as a pirate, he had sworn to make them pay. His raids were fueled by anger and bloodlust, and the Sea of Ghosts ran red with the blood of his enemies. But Jorund's reign of terror came to an abrupt end one stormy night. According to the legend, the sea ghost was caught in a violent storm off the coast of Solitude. The ship, weighed down by its ill-gotten treasure, was torn apart by the waves, and Jorund and his crew were dragged to the depths of the sea. But before the ship sank, Jorund is said to have made a final, desperate bargain with an ancient sea spirit, a malevolent force that ruled the waters of the Sea of Ghosts. In exchange for his soul and the souls of his crew, Jorund demanded vengeance upon the seas that had betrayed him. The sea spirit agreed, cursing the waters near Solitude, and from that day forward, the legend of the sea serpent was born. Rolf believed that the serpent was the manifestation of that curse, a creature bound to the waters near Solitude by Jorund's dying wish. For years the serpent had lain dormant, but something had awakened it. Perhaps a ship had disturbed the wreck of the sea ghost, or perhaps the serpent had simply grown restless. Whatever the reason, the serpent was now active again, and its presence was a warning that the curse had been reawakened. Jarl Elisif, now taking the threat seriously, called upon the mages of the College of Winterhold for help. The Archmage himself, Savosaren, arrived in Solitude to investigate the matter. Using his magic, Savos was able to trace the serpent's movements through the water, confirming that the creature was indeed tied to a powerful magical force. The sea, he said, was alive with energy, and the serpent was a manifestation of the curse that still lingered over the wreck of the sea ghost. With the city growing more anxious by the day, a plan was formed to confront the serpent and break the curse once and for all. Savos, along with a group of skilled warriors and sailors, set out to find the wreck of the sea ghost, believing that destroying the ship's remains would sever the serpent's connection to the curse. Rolf, though old, insisted on joining them, claiming that his knowledge of the sea and its dangers would be invaluable. The journey to the wreck was perilous. The sea was rough, as if the waters themselves sought to keep them away. As they approached the area where the wreck was said to lie, the serpent appeared. It rose from the depths with a roar that echoed across the water, its massive body coiling around their ship, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The sailors panicked, but Savos remained calm. Using his magic, he created a barrier around the ship, protecting it from the serpent's attacks as they continued toward the wreck. When they finally reached the wreck of the sea ghost, the sea seemed to quiet. The wreck was a twisted, decayed mass of wood and metal, half buried in the sand. As they descended into the water to investigate, they found the remains of Jorund and his crew, their bones still clutching the rusted weapons they had wielded in life. At the center of the wreck, they found the source of the curse, a black, twisted amulet that had belonged to Jorund himself. Savos knew what had to be done. He performed a ritual to break the curse, using the amulet as a focus. As he chanted the ancient words, the waters began to churn violently, and the serpent appeared again, its massive form thrashing in the distance. But this time, the creature was not attacking, it was weakening. The curse that had bound it to the sea was being undone. With a final earth-shaking roar, the serpent sank beneath the waves, disappearing into the depths for the last time. The sea was calm once more. When Savos and the others returned to Solitude, they were hailed as heroes. The fishermen returned to the water, the docks came back to life, and the city breathed a sigh of relief. but the memory of the serpent remained, a reminder of the ancient curses that still lurked in the depths of the sea of ghosts, waiting for the right moment to rise again. Story 31. The Curse of the Aetherium Forge. The Dwemer, the mysterious and long-vanished race of deep-dwelling elves, had left behind many wonders scattered across Skyrim, wonders that confounded scholars and adventurers alike. But among all their forgotten relics, none was as coveted or as dangerous as the Aetherium Forge. Legends spoke of its incredible power, a forge capable of shaping Aetherium, an otherworldly, shimmering material, into artifacts of unimaginable strength. For centuries the location of the forge had been lost, buried deep in the ruins of the Dwemer cities. That is, until it was rediscovered, and with it a curse that had been forgotten for ages. It was a group of treasure hunters, led by a Nord named Skier, who first stumbled upon the ancient forge. They had been exploring the ruins of Bethard Arms, following old maps and Dwemer schematics, when they found a hidden passage that led deep beneath the earth. There, in the heart of the mountain, they found it, the Aetherium Forge, dormant but still intact after all these centuries. The forge sat at the center of a massive cavern, its machinery silent but awe-inspiring in its complexity. Pipes and gears ran along the walls, and at its heart was a massive crucible meant to hold molten Aetherium. Skier and his group were elated. They had uncovered what so many had failed to find, and they immediately began trying to understand how to use the forge. But as they set to work, strange things began to happen. First, it was small accidents, tools going missing, gears jamming for no apparent reason, strange noises echoing through the chamber. Then it grew worse. One of Skjor's men, a red guard named Hadvar, claimed to hear whispers in the dark corners of the forge, voices speaking in a language he couldn't understand. He brushed it off at first, but the whispers grew louder, more insistent, until he could barely focus on his work. A few days later, Hadvar was found dead, crushed beneath one of the massive gears of the forge. It was assumed to be a tragic accident, but the others in the group began to grow uneasy. Skier, however, was determined to continue. He believed that they were close to unlocking the secrets of the forge, and he would not let superstition stand in the way of such a discovery. But the accidents didn't stop. One by one, Skjor's crew began to fall victim to increasingly bizarre and violent incidents. A Breton woman named Elina was working near the crucible when it suddenly flared to life, spilling molten Aetherium across the floor. She tried to escape, but the machinery seemed to come alive, trapping her in place as the molten liquid consumed her. The remaining members of the group were horrified. Elena's screams echoed through the cavern long after her body had been reduced to ash, and the strange glow of the Aetherium forge grew brighter, almost as if it were feeding on the life it had claimed. By the time only Skjor and a single Imperial named Cassius remained, the treasure hunter was no longer certain whether the forge was a gift or a curse. Cassius wanted to leave, to seal the forge away and never speak of it again, but Skjor refused. He believed that whatever was happening was merely the result of a malfunction or the long-dormant magic of the Dwemer. He was too close to walk away now. His greed and ambition had taken hold, and he was willing to risk everything to claim the power of the forge. That night, Cassius was awoken by the sound of gears grinding and steam hissing through the pipes. He crept through the dark cavern to find Skier standing at the forge, his hands raised above the crucible as if in some sort of trance. The forge was glowing more brightly than ever, the molten aetherium swirling in unnatural patterns, casting eerie shadows across the walls. "Skier!" Cassius shouted, trying to snap him out of whatever spell he had fallen under. But Skier didn't respond. His eyes were wide and vacant, locked on the molten core of the forge as the voices, the same whispers that had driven Hadvar to madness, filled the air around him. Cassius could hear them too now, louder and clearer than ever before. They were speaking in Dwemer, a language few living souls could understand, but their intent was clear. The forge was cursed. It had always been cursed. The Dwemer, in their final days, had imbued the forge with a terrible power, a trap for anyone foolish enough to try to claim it. The Aetherium, a material so potent and so rare, had been their undoing. Their lust for its power had driven them to the brink of madness, and they had cursed their greatest creation, ensuring that no one would ever be able to control the forge without suffering the same fate. Cassius rushed forward, grabbing Skier by the shoulders and trying to pull him away from the crucible, but it was too late. The forge had claimed him. Skier's body convulsed violently, his skin cracking as veins of molten aetherium spread through his flesh. He screamed, a sound of pure agony, before collapsing to the ground, his body reduced to a lifeless, charred husk. Cassius barely escaped with his life. As he fled the cavern, the machinery of the forge roared to life, the gears turning of their own accord, steam pouring from the pipes, and the molten aetherium glowing brighter than ever. It was as if the forge itself had awoken, alive with the cursed energy of the Dwemer's final days. When Cassius returned to the surface, half mad with terror, he warned everyone he encountered to stay away from the Aetherium forge. But his warnings were met with skepticism. The legends of the Dwemer had always been shrouded in mystery and superstition, and few believed his tale of curses and death. Word of the rediscovered forge spread quickly, and soon scholars, adventurers, and treasure hunters alike began making their way to the ruins, eager to unlock its secrets. But those who ventured into the depths rarely returned. The few that did were changed, haunted by the same whispers, their minds shattered by the curse that lingered in the forge. Some claimed that the forge itself was alive, that it had become a sentient force of vengeance, drawing in the greedy and the ambitious, only to devour them in the same way it had consumed the Dwemer. The curse of the Aetherium forge spread like wildfire through the minds of those who sought its power, an irresistible temptation that lured the brave and the foolish alike into its deadly embrace. But the forge, like the Dwemer who had created it, remained an enigma, its power untouched, its secrets guarded by the voices of the dead. And so the Aetherium forge continued to burn deep beneath the earth, waiting for the next soul brave enough or foolish enough to seek the power that had destroyed a civilization. The curse, woven into the very fabric of its molten core, would never die. Story 32. The Thalmor's Secret Weapon. The Thalmor were no strangers to ambition. As the ruling body of the Aldmeri Dominion, They sought nothing less than absolute control, not just over the lands of the Somerset Isles, but over all of Tamriel. Their influence had already crept into Skyrim, sowing discord among the Nords, and their agents worked tirelessly to suppress the worship of Talos, rooting out those who defied the white gold concordat. But rumors had begun to spread, whispers in the dark corners of inns and taverns, about a new and terrifying development, the secret weapon the Thalmor had been crafting in the shadows. This weapon, it was said, was capable of controlling the minds of Skyrim's most powerful warriors, turning them into puppets of the Thalmor's will. The rumors started in Whiterun, where a well-respected companion, known for his strength and unwavering loyalty to the ancient order, had suddenly turned against his brothers. One evening, without warning, he attacked the Jorveska Hall, cutting down fellow companions without a word. His eyes were blank, his movements eerily mechanical, as if he were being controlled by some unseen force. It took several warriors to subdue him, and even as they bound him in chains, he offered no explanation, only silence and a vacant stare. The people of Whiterun were shaken by the incident. This was no simple act of madness. There was something far more sinister at play. The companion named Skier had no history of instability, no grievances with his comrades. He had been a warrior through and through, loyal to the companions and to his Jarl. The scholars and healers who examined him after the attack could find no explanation for his behavior. Some suggested that he had been cursed, others that he had fallen prey to some powerful illusion spell. But as more incidents began to occur across Skyrim, it became clear that this was no isolated case. In the days that followed, reports of similar attacks began to surface from other holds. In Windhelm, one of Ulfric Stormcloak's personal guards turned on him during a council meeting, lunging at the Jarl with a dagger before being stopped by the other guards. In Falkreath, a respected captain of the town's guard was found wandering the streets in the middle of the night, muttering incoherently about shadows and voices in his head. Each of these warriors had one thing in common. They had once fought against the Thalmor, either in the Great War or during the skirmishes that followed. The pattern was unmistakable. The Thalmor, it seemed, had found a way to turn Skyrim's strongest defenders against their own. But how? The answer came from an unexpected source, a former Thalmor agent named Larether, who had defected from the Dominion and sought asylum in solitude. Larether, once a high-ranking justiciar, had fled the Thalmor's service after witnessing their cruel experiments firsthand. He knew of the weapon the Thalmor had developed, and more importantly, how they had crafted it. According to Larether, the Thalmor had long been experimenting with ways to manipulate the minds of their enemies. Using a combination of powerful illusion magic, alchemy and ancient Dwemer technology, they had developed a device capable of implanting commands directly into the minds of their targets. This device, known as the Aether Crown, had been created using knowledge stolen from the Dwemer ruins in Blackreach. The crown, once placed on the head of a subject, allowed the Thalmor to control their thoughts, their actions, turning even the most powerful warriors into mindless thralls. The process was not without its risks. The crown had to be carefully attuned to the mind of the wearer, and the subjects often suffered from physical and mental deterioration after prolonged use. But in the hands of the Thalmor, even a brief moment of control could be devastating. They had already begun testing it on captured soldiers, prisoners of war who had been taken during the Thalmor's operations in Skyrim, and now it seemed they were expanding their reach, targeting key figures across the province. Larathea warned that the Thalmor's ultimate goal was to use the Aether Crown to turn Skyrim's mightiest warriors into weapons against their own people. With the civil war still raging between the Stormcloaks and the Empire, Skyrim was vulnerable. If the Thalmor could control the minds of its greatest defenders, they could destabilize the region entirely, paving the way for the Dominion to sweep in and claim control of the province. Jarl Elisif of Solitude, deeply disturbed by the news, called a council of Skyrim's leaders. Ulfric Stormcloak, despite his enmity with the Empire, attended, as did representatives from the other major holds. Even General Tullius, commander of the Imperial forces in Skyrim, was present. The stakes were too high for old grudges to interfere. Together, they listened to Larathir's warning and debated how best to respond. Ulfric, ever the warrior, advocated for direct action. He proposed sending strike teams to infiltrate Thalmor bases in Skyrim to destroy the Aether Crown before it could be used on a wider scale. But others, particularly General Tullius, were more cautious. The Thalmor were dangerous, and any aggressive move against them could provoke a larger conflict, one that Skyrim, already weakened by its civil war, might not survive. Larathir, however, had one more piece of information to offer. The Thalmor were not invincible, he explained. The Aether Crown, while powerful, had a weakness. The magic that powered it was delicate, and if the wearer's mind could resist the initial implantation, the connection would be severed, rendering the device useless. But resistance required great mental discipline. Only the most strong-willed could hope to overcome it. With this knowledge, the Jarls and their advisors devised a plan. Rather than confront the Thalmor directly, they would prepare their warriors for the possibility of mind control. Mages from the College of Winterhold were summoned to train Skyrim's soldiers in the art of mental fortitude, teaching them how to resist illusion magic and strengthen their minds against external influence. Meanwhile, covert operatives were dispatched to infiltrate the Thalmor's operations, gathering intelligence and searching for the location of the Aether Crown itself. As the weeks passed, the tension in Skyrim grew. The Thalmor, aware that their secret was no longer hidden, began to move more cautiously. But the attacks didn't stop. More warriors were turned, more strange accidents occurred, and the whispers of the Thalmor's secret weapon continued to spread fear across the land. Finally, the moment of truth arrived. A small group of Stormcloak and Imperial agents, working together under the cover of night, infiltrated a Thalmor stronghold hidden deep in the mountains near Hafingar. There they found it, the Aether Crown, guarded by Thalmor justiciars and surrounded by the broken bodies of those who had been used in the experiments. A fierce battle ensued, with magic and steel clashing in the narrow halls of the fortress. In the end, the agents succeeded. The Aether Crown was destroyed, its power shattered, but the cost had been high, and the scars left by the Thalmor's weapon would not soon fade. The minds of those who had been controlled were forever altered, and the fear of what the Thalmor could still achieve lingered in the hearts of Skyrim's people. The Thalmor had been thwarted for now, but the knowledge they had gained, the ability to control minds, to turn the mightiest warriors against their own, remained a shadow over the land. and in the dark halls of their hidden fortresses they continued to plot, always seeking new ways to bend Skyrim to their will. Story 33. The Frost-Atronach's Revenge. The northern reaches of Skyrim had always been a land of frost and isolation, where the snow never melted, and the winds howled through the jagged mountains like the cries of forgotten spirits. The people who lived there were hardy and resilient, accustomed to the harshness of the cold and the dangers of the wild. But recently, something far more terrifying than the usual wolves and bandits had begun to plague the region. A powerful Frost-Atronach, a creature of ice and fury, had been spotted roaming the frozen wilderness, leaving destruction in its wake. The first reports came from a small fishing village near Dawnstar. Fishermen returned from the icy shores with stories of a massive creature made of ice, its glowing eyes visible even through the blinding snow. At first, the villagers dismissed the tales as exaggerations, the result of too much mead and a long day on the frigid waters. But when a group of hunters disappeared into the wilderness, their bodies later found frozen solid, the reality of the threat became undeniable. The villagers began to barricade themselves in their homes, and word spread quickly to the surrounding towns. Something was out there, something dangerous and unnatural. The Frost-Atronach was not an uncommon sight in Skyrim, but it was usually bound to the will of a powerful mage. These creatures, made entirely of ice and snow, were summoned to serve as guardians or weapons in battles of magic. They were fearsome but controlled, always tethered to their summoner's commands. What made this particular Atronach so terrifying was that it appeared to be acting on its own, with no visible master to keep it in check. Jarlskald of Dawnstar, hearing of the threat, sent a party of warriors to track down the creature and destroy it. Led by a seasoned Nord named Rurik, the group ventured into the frozen wilderness, armed with weapons enchanted to cut through the Atronach's icy form. For days they tracked the creature, following the signs of its presence: shattered trees, frozen streams, and the occasional glimpses of the towering ice golem as it moved through the blizzards. But when they finally confronted the Atronach near the base of the Pales Mountains, they found themselves woefully unprepared. The Frost-Atronach was unlike any they had ever seen. It was larger, more ferocious, its body pulsing with an unnatural icy energy. When the warriors attacked, their weapons barely made a dent in its frozen hide. The Atronach fought back with the fury of a winter storm, sending shards of ice and freezing winds at its attackers. Rurik's men were brave, but they were no match for the creature. Within minutes, most of the party lay dead or incapacitated, their bodies frozen by the Atronach's deadly magic. Rurik, gravely injured, managed to escape, limping back to Dawnstar with news of their defeat. The people of the north began to panic. If a group of trained warriors couldn't stop the Atronach, who could? Rumors spread quickly through the holds, and with those rumors came darker suspicions. Who had summoned the creature? And why was it roaming freely, unchecked by its master? Some speculated that the Atronach had been unleashed by the College of Winterhold, the mages there dabbling in forbidden magic that had gone wrong. Others whispered of a rogue mage, hiding in the wilderness, using the Atronach to terrorize the region for their own twisted purposes. But the most chilling rumor was that the Atronach had summoned itself, that it had broken free from its master's control and was now seeking revenge for some unknown grievance. Such a thing was thought to be impossible, but the fear in the air was palpable. People spoke of ancient magic, of forces long forgotten, and of curses that could turn even the most obedient of summoned creatures against their creators. Amidst the growing fear, a lone figure arrived in Dawnstar, an Altmer mage named Ilara, known for her expertise in conjuration. She had heard of the Frost Atronach's rampage and had come to investigate, drawn by the strange nature of the creature's behavior. Ilara was not well liked by the Nords, who were suspicious of all magic, particularly when practiced by elves. But with few options left, Jarl Skald reluctantly agreed to let her try to stop the Atronach. Ilara spent several days studying the remains of those who had encountered the creature and examining the traces of magic left in the places it had passed through. What she discovered disturbed her. The Atronach's magic was far more potent than any she had ever encountered, its energy chaotic and unfocused. It was as if the creature had been torn from its summoner's control, but there was something else, an underlying presence in the magic that suggested it wasn't just random. The Atronach wasn't simply rampaging, it was searching for something. After much research, Ilara uncovered a lead. An old, half-forgotten legend spoke of a mage who had once lived in the Pale, a powerful conjurer named Voldrin who had dabbled in dark summoning rituals. Voldrin had disappeared years ago under mysterious circumstances, but it was said that before his disappearance he had attempted to bind a Frost Atronach of immense power to his will. The ritual had failed, or so the story went, and Voldrin had been killed by his own creation. But Ilara suspected that the truth was far more complicated. Voldrin's Atronach had survived, but without its master to control it, the creature had been left to wander, driven by some lingering connection to its summoner. Ilara ventured into the wilderness alone, following the Atronach's trail deeper into the mountains. She was skilled in the art of conjuration, but even she knew that facing the creature head-on would be suicide. Instead, she sought the remnants of Voldrin's old sanctuary, hoping to find a way to sever the connection that still bound the Atronach to its former master. After days of searching, Ilara found the sanctuary, an ancient ruin half buried in snow and ice, hidden deep within the mountains. Inside, she discovered the remnants of Voldrin's last ritual, the runes still glowing faintly with the power he had tried and failed to control. It was here, Ilara realized, that the Atronach had been born, and it was here that the creature's bond could be broken. But as she prepared to perform the ritual, the Atronach appeared. It had followed her, drawn by the same magic that had created it. Towering over her, the creature seemed almost sentient, its eyes glowing with cold fury. Ilara acted quickly, chanting the words of the severance spell as the Atronach advanced. The air around her grew frigid, ice forming on the walls of the sanctuary, but she held her ground. The Atronach roared, raising its massive arms to strike, but just as it lunged, the spell took hold. There was a deafening crack as the connection between the Atronach and its long-dead master was severed. The creature froze mid-attack, its body shuddering before collapsing into a pile of lifeless ice. The glow in its eyes faded, and the cold fury that had driven it for so long finally subsided. Ilara returned to Dawnstar, her task complete. The Atronach was no more, and the northern reaches of Skyrim were safe again. But the legend of the Frost Atronach's revenge lingered in the minds of the people, a reminder of the dangers of summoning magic and the price that could be paid when the forces of the arcane were allowed to run unchecked. The wilderness had returned to its cold, quiet isolation, but in the hearts of those who had seen the creature's wrath, the fear of what might still lie hidden in Skyrim's frozen reaches never truly disappeared. Story 34. The Forgotten Scroll. The Elder Scrolls, relics of incomprehensible power, had always been a mystery to mortals. They were said to hold the fabric of time itself, glimpses into the past, present, and future woven into their cryptic, incomprehensible texts. To read an Elder Scroll was to risk madness, for the knowledge they contained was not meant for mortal minds. Throughout the ages, scholars, kings, and adventurers had sought them, hoping to unlock the secrets of their pages, but few had succeeded without losing themselves in the process. And so, the scrolls remained hidden, scattered across Tamriel, waiting to be found by those brave or foolish enough to seek them. One such scroll had been forgotten by time, buried deep within a cave in the mountains of Skyrim, hidden away from the eyes of the world. The cave itself had no name, its entrance obscured by centuries of snow and rockfall. It was only by chance that a group of hunters from Folktales stumbled upon it. The storm had forced them to seek shelter, and in their desperation they had found a narrow crevice that led into the mountain. What they discovered inside was not the safety they had hoped for, but something far more dangerous. At the back of the cave, hidden in a small alcove carved into the rock, was a pedestal of ancient stone. Upon it lay the scroll. It was wrapped in faded leather, its edges worn from time, but the energy that emanated from it was unmistakable. One of the hunters, a Nord named Sigurd, was the first to approach. He had heard stories of the Elder Scrolls, but like most, he believed them to be little more than myth, fanciful tales told by bards in taverns. But as his hand reached out to touch the scroll, he felt an overwhelming sense of both fear and fascination. The others urged him to leave it, to walk away, but Sigurd was already lost to its pull. The moment he unwrapped the scroll, everything changed. The air in the cave grew thick with an unnatural pressure, and the temperature dropped sharply, as though the world itself recoiled from what had been uncovered. Sigurd's eyes widened as he stared at the scroll's unfathomable writing. His breathing became ragged, his hands trembling, as he struggled to comprehend the text. The others backed away, sensing that something was terribly wrong, but Sigurd could not tear his gaze from the scroll. Without warning, he screamed, a raw, primal sound that echoed through the cave. He dropped the scroll, clutching his head as he fell to his knees, his body convulsing violently. The others rushed to help him, but it was too late. Sigurd's mind had already shattered. He ranted incoherently about visions of fire and blood, of a world consumed by darkness. His eyes, once clear and sharp, had become cloudy, as if he were staring through a veil at something only he could see. The scroll had shown him something, a future that could not be avoided. The hunters fled the cave, dragging the raving Sigurd with them. When they returned to Folktales, they told the Jarl what had happened, but their words were met with skepticism. The Jarl, though sympathetic, believed they had merely encountered some form of ancient magic, a trap laid by long-dead mages to protect whatever lay within the cave. He sent a group of his guards to investigate, but when they returned they reported nothing unusual. The cave was empty save for the pedestal. The scroll was gone. In the days that followed, Sigurd's condition worsened. His visions grew more intense, more violent. He spoke of a great war, of dragons flying across the skies once more, of cities reduced to ash. But what terrified him most were the whispers of a darker power, a force that moved behind the scenes, manipulating events, guiding the world toward an inevitable catastrophe. He begged the Jarl to take action, to stop what was coming, but no one knew how to help him. The future he had seen in the scroll was already set in motion, and nothing they did could change it. Word of the scroll soon spread beyond Falkreath. Scholars from the College of Windhold arrived to study Sigurd's condition, intrigued by the possibility that an elder scroll had been uncovered. They examined him, trying to understand the nature of his madness, but they found no answers. Sigurd's mind had been shattered by the weight of the knowledge he had glimpsed, and though they tried to reach him, the visions consumed him completely. As the months passed, others who had been present in the cave began to experience similar symptoms. One by one, they too succumbed to the madness. They described the same visions of a future where Skyrim was torn apart, where great powers clashed in a final, devastating conflict. They spoke of the rise of an ancient evil, of dragons returning to Tamriel, and of a hero destined to face them. But none of them could describe how the events would unfold, only that the outcome was inevitable. The scroll had shown them the future, but it had also shown them the futility of trying to change it. Those who had read it knew that no matter what actions were taken, the world was on a path toward destruction. It was not the content of the visions that drove them mad, but the overwhelming sense of helplessness. They had glimpsed their fate, and there was no escape from it. The scholars of Winterhold debated what to do. Some argued that the scroll should be found and destroyed, but others believed that the knowledge it contained could be invaluable, if only they could unlock its secrets without succumbing to its curse. A few even speculated that the scroll had not simply shown the future, but had created it, weaving its readers into the tapestry of time and trapping them in the vision it foretold. As the madness spread, fear gripped the northern reaches of Skyrim. No one knew where the scroll had gone, or if it would resurface again. But those who had heard the tales began to fear that it was not lost, that it had merely moved on, seeking new eyes to read its cursed text. The people of Falkreath and the surrounding holds began to whisper that the scroll itself was alive in some way, that it sought out those whose minds it could twist, whose fates it could control. Sigurd, once a proud and capable hunter, now sat in a small cell beneath Falkreath's hall, muttering to himself in the dark. His mind had been broken by the weight of what he had seen, but in his more lucid moments he would sometimes speak of one final vision, a figure shrouded in light and shadow, standing at the edge of a great battle. He never said who the figure was or what their role in the future would be. He only repeated the same phrase, over and over again, "It cannot be changed." The Elder Scroll was forgotten once more, hidden away in the dark corners of Skyrim's wilderness, but the knowledge it had imparted lingered like a curse. and those who had seen the future knew that no matter how hard they tried to escape it, the events it had foretold were already in motion. The future could not be changed, and the world would soon learn the price of such knowledge. Story 35. The Dark Brotherhood's Fall. The Dark Brotherhood, the shadowy assassins guild feared across all of Tamriel, had always operated with a code, the structure that kept Shas at bay, even in the most treacherous of circumstances. At its head stood the Listener, a figure chosen by the Night Mother herself, who heard the whispers of the sacred corpse and relayed her will to the Brotherhood. For years the guild had flourished under this dark leadership, with contracts fulfilled in the name of Sithis, the dread Lord of Chaos. But power, even in the shadows, breeds ambition, and within the Brotherhood that ambition had begun to fester, threatening to tear the guild apart from the inside. The trouble began in the Folktales sanctuary, hidden deep within the forests of southern Skyrim. The Listener, Astrid, had held her position for several years, respected and feared by the members of the Brotherhood. But beneath the surface, dissent had been brewing. A splinter group, led by a charismatic and ruthless assassin named Valdrin, had begun to question Astrid's leadership. Valdrin, a veteran of the Brotherhood, believed that Astrid had grown complacent, too bound to the old ways, too reliant on the Night Mother's decrees. He argued that the Brotherhood had lost its edge, that it had become a relic of the past, trapped in outdated traditions while the world around it changed. Valdrin's vision was one of control, efficiency, and, most importantly, power. He believed the Brotherhood could become more than just a guild of assassins. It could be a force that shaped the fate of nations, manipulating rulers and kingdoms from the shadows. But for that to happen, the old ways had to be discarded. The Night Mother, once the heart of the Brotherhood's faith, was, in his eyes, little more than a symbol of an antiquated order. The Listener, bound to the whims of a corpse, had no place in his vision of the Brotherhood's future. At first, Valdrin's dissent was whispered in the dark corners of the sanctuary, shared only among those he trusted. But as more contracts were mishandled, as more recruits were lost in senseless battles, his voice grew louder. He began to gather followers, promising them a new era for the Brotherhood, one where they would not answer to a corpse, but to their own strength and skill. His followers were many, particularly among the younger members of the Brotherhood, who were tired of the old ways and eager to prove themselves. Astrid, ever watchful, knew of the growing unrest but believed she could contain it. Valdrin's influence was concerning, but she still held the title of Listener, and the Night Mother's voice was clear. The sanctuaries across Tamriel still answered to her, and her most trusted lieutenants stood by her side. She believed the Brotherhood's loyalty was unshakable, bound by the tenets of Sithis and the Night Mother. But Valdrin's plans ran deeper than she realized. One cold night, when the sanctuary was quiet and most of the assassins were away on contracts, Valdrin made his move. He and his closest followers ambushed Astrid in her private chambers, where she communed with the Night Mother. They struck quickly, overwhelming her before she had a chance to call for help. But killing Astrid was not Valdrin's true goal. He wanted her alive, to witness the downfall of everything she had built. Valdrin stood before her, his face illuminated by the flickering candlelight, his voice calm and measured. He spoke of a new beginning for the Brotherhood one where they would no longer be bound to the whims of a dead god. He told her that she had failed them, that her loyalty to the Night Mother had blinded her to the potential of what the Brotherhood could become, and then he made her an offer: step down as listener, relinquish her power, and he would spare her life. Together, he promised, they could reshape the Brotherhood into something far greater than it had ever been. But Astrid, even beaten and bloodied, refused. Her faith in the Night Mother was absolute, and she would not abandon her duties, not for Valdrin or anyone. Enraged, Valdrin ordered her imprisoned deep within the sanctuary, intending to keep her alive long enough to witness the birth of his new order. With Astrid out of the way, Valdrin declared himself the new leader of the Dark Brotherhood, his followers hailing him as the future of the guild. But not everyone was swayed by Valdrin's vision. Word of the coup spread quickly through the sanctuary, and soon the Brotherhood was divided. Those loyal to the old ways to Astrid and the Night Mother refused to recognize Valdrin's claim. A deadly conflict erupted within the sanctuary's halls, assassins turning on one another in the dead of night, blades flashing in the shadows. Brothers and sisters who had trained and killed together for years now found themselves on opposite sides of a bloody civil war. Valdrin's followers were ruthless, but those loyal to Astrid were fierce in their defense of the old ways. The sanctuary became a battleground, its once secretive corridors filled with the sound of steel clashing and the cries of the dying. The Night Mother's crypt, the sacred chamber where her body lay, became the final holdout for those still loyal to Astrid. They believed that as long as the Night Mother remained untouched, her will would guide them to victory. But Valdrin's forces were relentless. Driven by the promise of power and freedom from the old ways, they stormed the crypt, determined to destroy the Night Mother once and for all. In the final moments of the battle, as the sanctuary crumbled around them, Valdrin himself entered the crypt, his eyes gleaming with triumph. He approached the Night Mother's coffin, prepared to sever the Brotherhood's ties to her forever. But as his hand reached for the lid, something unexpected happened. The crypt grew cold, unnaturally cold, and a voice, ancient and terrible, echoed through the chamber. It was the voice of the Night Mother herself, speaking through the silence, her wrath palpable. Valdrin froze, his confidence shattered as he realized the enormity of what he had done. The Night Mother's vengeance was swift. The very shadows seemed to come alive, tearing through Valdrin's followers, dragging them into the darkness. Valdrin himself, once so sure of his victory, was consumed by the void, his screams echoing in the empty halls. In the aftermath of the battle, the sanctuary was left in ruins, its walls stained with the blood of assassins. Astrid, freed from her imprisonment, returned to the Night Mother's crypt, her faith in cities and the old ways stronger than ever. The Brotherhood had survived, but it had been deeply scarred by the conflict. Many of its members had fallen, and the few who remained were left to rebuild what had been lost. The fall of the splinter group was complete, but the wounds it had left on the Dark Brotherhood would not heal easily. The sanctuary was silent once more, the whispers of the Night Mother the only sound in the cold, dark crypt. The Brotherhood had endured, but it would never be the same. Valdrin's rebellion had tested the guild's very foundations, and though he had failed, the seeds of doubt he had sown would linger for years to come. And in the shadows the Night Mother watched, waiting for the next listener to heed her call. Story 36. The Shield of Ysgramor. The Shield of Ysgramor was more than just a relic of the past. It was a symbol of the very heart of Skyrim. Forged in the fires of ancient battles, it had once belonged to Ysgramor, the great hero who led the Nords from Atmora and drove the Snow Elves from Skyrim, establishing the rule of men in the land. The shield had been with him in every battle, absorbing the blows of his enemies and protecting the Nords as they carved out their place in Tamriel. For centuries it was passed down through the generations, a revered artifact of both power and history. But as time passed, the shield was lost, vanishing from the annals of Skyrim's history, becoming little more than a legend whispered among the halls of the companions and the fires of old warriors. Now, rumors spread like wildfire across Skyrim. The shield of Ysgramor had resurfaced. The whispers were vague and inconsistent. Some said it had been found deep within the tomb of an ancient Atmoran king. Others claimed it had been hidden in a Dwemer ruin, locked away by those who feared its power. Still others insisted that it had been uncovered in the icy wastes of Solstheim, hidden in a cave by the sea. But wherever it had been, one thing was clear: whoever claimed the shield would not do so easily. Ysgramor's legacy demanded more than simple discovery. The wielder of the shield would have to prove their worth, not just in strength but in honor, through a deadly trial that would test their very soul. The companions, the storied order of warriors in Whiterun, were among the first to take the rumors seriously. For them, the Shield of Ysgramor was more than just a legendary artifact. It was a sacred part of their history. Ysgramor was their founder, their patron, and his shield was said to carry the essence of his unbreakable will. If it had truly been found, it was their duty to reclaim it. Kodlak Whiteman, the harbinger of the companions, sent word to all the Circle members, calling them to meet in Jorvaskor to discuss the shield's recovery. Among them was Ayla the Huntress, one of the fiercest and most loyal warriors of the Order. She had always revered Ysgramor's legacy and felt a deep connection to the stories of the ancient Nords. The chance to reclaim the shield was more than just an honor, it was a calling. But Ayla was not the only one who sought the shield of Ysgramor. The rumors had spread beyond the companions, reaching the ears of mercenaries, adventurers, and even mages. Each believed that if they could claim the shield, they would gain not just the favor of the Nords, but the strength of Ysgramor himself. Among these seekers was a rogue warrior named Varric, a man known for his ruthlessness and ambition. He had no loyalty to the Nords or their history, but he understood power. To wield Ysgramor's shield would be to hold the legacy of a hero in his hands, and Varric was willing to do anything to claim that power for himself. The rumors led all paths to a single place, the ancient ruins of Sarthal, where Ysgramor himself had once fought the Snow Elves, and where the blood of ancient Atmorans still stained the earth. It was said that the shield had been hidden there, buried beneath the rubble of the centuries-old conflict, but it would not be found simply lying in wait for the first person who reached out to claim it. Sarthal was a place of death, haunted by the spirits of those who had fallen in battle, and the trial to reclaim the shield would be as brutal as the battles Ysgramor had once fought. Ayla arrived at Sarthal with her fellow companions Farkas and Vilkas, prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. The air was thick with an eerie silence, the cold biting deeper than usual, as if the very land itself knew that something ancient and powerful was stirring beneath the surface. As they entered the ruins, they found not just the remnants of an ancient war, but signs of recent activity. Others had come before them, mercenaries and treasure hunters who had heard the same rumors. But their bodies lay strewn about the ruins, lifeless, as if they had been struck down by an invisible hand. As the companions ventured deeper into the ruins, the temperature dropped further, and the oppressive weight of history seemed to bear down on them. It was then that the trial began. Spectral figures emerged from the shadows, warriors of old, their armor rusted and broken, their eyes glowing with the cold light of undeath. These were the spirits of Ysgramor's followers, bound to guard the shield and test the worthiness of those who sought it. Allah, Farkas and Vilkas drew their weapons, knowing that this was not a fight of steel alone, but of spirit. The ghosts attacked with the fury of warriors long denied their rest, their spectral blades as deadly as any forged in life. The battle was fierce. The companions fought with all their strength, but the spirits were relentless. Farkas was knocked to the ground by a ghostly axe, and Vilkas barely managed to fend off an attack that nearly cleaved him in two. Ayla, fighting with the ferocity of a wild beast, led the charge, her arrows finding their mark even in the shadowy forms of the spirits. But for every ghost they defeated, more seemed to rise from the shadows. Then, from the depths of the ruins, a new figure appeared, clad in ancient armor. The spectral warrior, larger and more imposing than the others, stepped forward. This was no ordinary guardian. This was Wazwammer himself, or at least the manifestation of his will. The great hero raised his spectral shield and sword, his gaze fixed on Ayla, as if he had already chosen her for the final trial. Ayla's heart pounded in her chest as she faced the ghost of Ysgramor. She knew that this was the test, the true test. To claim the shield, she would have to defeat the spirit of the greatest warrior in Skyrim's history. The battle that followed was brutal. Every strike of Ysgramor's sword felt like a thunderclap, every block of his shield like an impenetrable wall. But Ayla fought on, driven by her devotion to the companions, to Ysgramor's legacy, and to the Nords. In the end, it was not strength alone that won her the fight. It was her honor, her respect for the ancient ways, and her unwavering loyalty to the Brotherhood that Ysgramor himself had founded. As her sword struck the final blow, the ghost of Ysgramor nodded in approval, and then, with a blinding flash of light, he vanished. There, lying at the center of the chamber, untouched by time or battle, was the shield of Ysgramor. Ayla knelt before the shield, her heart filled with awe and reverence. She had proven her worth not through raw power, but through the spirit of honor and sacrifice that had always guided the companions. The shield of Ysgramor was hers to bear, not just as a weapon, but as a symbol of the legacy she was now entrusted to carry forward. As she and her fellow companions left Sarthal, the shield slung across her back, Ayla knew that this was not just the end of a quest, but the beginning of a new chapter in the history of the companions. The shield of Ysgramor had returned to its rightful place, and with it, the strength and honor of the ancient Nords had been reborn. Story 37. The Soul Cairn's Escape. The Soul Cairn was a realm few in the mortal world dared speak of, a plane of existence where the souls of the dead lingered in eternal torment, trapped within its cold, lifeless boundaries. It was a place of despair, governed by dark forces that fed upon the souls of those who had either willingly or unwittingly entered its domain. Most believed the soul cairn could only be accessed by powerful necromancers or vampires, beings who dabbled in the forbidden arts of soul manipulation, but no one thought it possible for the realm to ever break into the mortal world. That was, until a portal opened in the heart of Skyrim, unleashing chaos upon the living. It began in a remote corner of the Reach, where a group of necromancers had been experimenting with dark rituals, seeking to commune with the dead. Their leader, a mage named Ulrin, had long obsessed over the soul cairn, convinced that it held the key to immortality. For years he had scoured ancient texts, searching for a way to pierce the veil between the living and the dead, and after many failed attempts, Ulrin finally succeeded. Deep within a hidden cave, surrounded by the bones of the long dead and the echoes of forbidden magic, he opened a portal to the soul cairn. What Ulrin had not anticipated was the uncontrollable power of the realm he had tapped into. As the portal flickered to life, swirling with dark energy, it became clear that something had gone horribly wrong. Instead of allowing Ulrin to enter the soul cairn, the portal began to pulse and expand, tearing at the fabric of reality. Dark shapes began to emerge from the rift, spectral figures, twisted and powerful, their eyes glowing with a malevolent light. These were no ordinary souls, they were beings of immense strength, trapped for centuries in the soul cairn, now free to wreak havoc on the world of the living. The necromancers were the first to fall. Ulrin watched in horror as his apprentices were torn apart by the spectral entities, their bodies ripped open as the spirits feasted upon their life force. The cave, once a place of quiet, forbidden study, became a slaughterhouse, the air thick with the screams of the dying and the cold, eerie whispers of the dead. Ulrin, realizing the magnitude of his mistake, tried to close the portal, but it was too late. The magic he had unleashed was beyond his control, and the rift between the realms was widening. The spirits that emerged from the portal were not the lost souls of ordinary mortals. These were the souls of ancient warriors, powerful mages, and vengeful kings, beings whose strength in life had made them formidable, and whose torment in the soul cairn had only made them stronger. They had been imprisoned for so long that their rage had grown into something monstrous. Now, free from the chains of the soul cairn, they sought revenge on the world that had forgotten them. The first town to feel the wrath of the escaped souls was Carthwason, a mining settlement nestled in the Reach. The people of Carthwason were simple folk, unprepared for the nightmare that descended upon them. At first it was just a strange coldness in the air, a chill that seemed to seep into the bones, even though the sun still hung high in the sky. Then came the whispers, faint at first, like the wind through the trees, but growing louder with each passing hour. By nightfall the town was consumed by terror. The souls appeared without warning, their spectral forms shimmering in the darkness. They moved through the streets like wraiths, their eyes burning with hatred. The people of Carthwason, unaware of the portal that had been opened far to the south, had no defense against these creatures from the realm of the dead. The spirits attacked with a fury that was beyond comprehension, ripping apart buildings and slaughtering anyone who stood in their way. The guards tried to fight back, swinging their swords and firing their arrows, but their weapons passed through the spectral bodies of the souls as if they were striking nothing but air. Panic spread quickly. Families barricaded themselves in their homes, praying to the divines for protection, but the souls could not be stopped. They passed through walls, their cold, dead hands reaching out to claim the living. By morning, Karthwassen was a ghost town, its streets littered with the frozen bodies of its people, their faces twisted in terror. Word of the attack spread quickly across Skyrim. At first no one could believe it. How could spirits from the Soul Cairn have crossed into the mortal realm? But as more towns and villages came under attack, the truth became undeniable. The portal in the Reach had unleashed something far worse than any mortal threat. And if the rift was not closed soon, all of Skyrim would fall to the vengeful dead. Desperate for answers, Jarl Igmund of Markarth sent out a call for aid, summoning the most powerful mages and warriors to his court. Among them was a Breton mage named Arien, a scholar of the College of Winterhold, who had spent years studying the Daedric Plains. Arien knew more about the Soul Cairn than anyone else in Skyrim, and when she heard of the portal, she immediately understood the gravity of the situation. If the rift was not closed, the Soul Cairn would continue to pour its twisted denizens into the world of the living, and soon there would be no one left to stop them. Arien set out with a group of warriors, determined to find the source of the rift and close it before the realm of the dead consumed all of Skyrim. They traveled deep into the Reach, through treacherous mountains and desolate valleys, following the trail of destruction left by the escaped souls. Along the way they encountered more of the spectral beings, warriors wielding ghostly weapons, mages hurling bolts of cold fire, all of them filled with an insatiable hunger for vengeance. The battles were brutal, and several of Arienne's companions fell to the wrath of the souls, their bodies frozen and lifeless. Finally, after days of travel, they reached the cave where Ulrun had opened the portal. The necromancer was still there, half mad with guilt and fear, cowering before the swirling rift he had created. Arienne confronted him, demanding to know how the portal could be closed. Ulrun, his mind shattered by the events he had unleashed, muttered incoherently about the power of the Soul Cairn, how it had grown beyond his control, how the souls were using the portal to invade the mortal world. With no time to waste, Arienne realized that the only way to close the rift was to sever the connection between the Soul Cairn and the mortal plane. She prepared a powerful spell, one that would require all of her strength and the aid of her companions. As the escaped souls swarmed the cave, their fury growing with every moment, Arienne chanted the words of the spell, drawing upon the ancient magic that bound the realms together. The air crackled with energy as the spell took hold. The portal began to shrink, the dark energy swirling into itself as the connection between the worlds was severed. The souls, realizing that their escape was being cut off, howled in rage, their spectral forms disintegrating as the magic of the Soul Cairn pulled them back into the void. With one final surge of power, the portal collapsed, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. The rift had been closed, but the cost had been high. Many had died, and the souls that had escaped had left a scar on the land that would never fully heal. Arienne and the few survivors returned to Markarth, weary and battered, but victorious. The threat of the Soul Cairn had been contained, but the memory of the horrors that had been unleashed would haunt Skyrim for years to come. Story 38. The Night Mother's Return. The Dark Brotherhood had always been an enigmatic and terrifying force in Tamriel, bound by blood, shadow, and a devotion to Sithis, the Dread Father. They operated in the shadows, carrying out assassinations whispered by the Night Mother herself. The Night Mother, an ancient and revered figure, had never truly existed in the physical realm, at least not for centuries. Instead, her mummified corpse, sealed within her coffin, was the sacred vessel through which the listener communed with her. It was through her whispers that the Brotherhood received its contracts, and through her that their dark purpose was guided. But in recent months, there had been whispers of a deeper plan brewing within the Brotherhood. A ritual was being prepared, one that sought to bring the Night Mother back, not as a voice in the void, but as a physical being. It began with Cicero, the keeper of the Night Mother, who had always been devout to the point of madness. His obsession with her preservation had grown more intense over the years, to the point where his devotion bordered on worship. Cicero had begun to speak of visions, of the Night Mother not just as a guiding spirit, but as a living goddess who could walk the mortal world again. The listener, Astrid, dismissed these claims as nothing more than the ramblings of a man who had spent too much time with the dead. But Cicero's words struck a chord with some within the Brotherhood, particularly among the more fanatical members who saw the Night Mother's resurrection as the key to restoring the Brotherhood's former glory. The Dark Brotherhood, once feared across Tamriel, had fallen on hard times. Their numbers had dwindled, their sanctuaries reduced to ruins, and their influence waned. Some believed that the Brotherhood's decline was due to their loss of faith, that they had grown too dependent on mortal schemes and not enough on their dark patrons. To these members, the resurrection of the Night Mother in physical form was not just a ritual, it was salvation. If they could bring her back, they believed she would lead them to power beyond anything they had known before. They would become more than mere assassins, they would be the hands of death incarnate. In secret, the preparations for the ritual began. The ritual itself was ancient, long forgotten by all but the most devoted followers of Sithis. It required a series of sacrifices, lives taken not for contracts or gold, but for the purpose of feeding the magic that would bind the Night Mother's soul back to her physical form. The Brotherhood's sanctuaries across Skyrim and beyond became places of death once more, as victims were lured into the shadows, never to return. Blood was spilled in her name, each sacrifice bringing the ritual one step closer to completion. Astrid, unaware of the full scope of the plan, began to notice strange changes within the Brotherhood. The more zealous members grew secretive, disappearing for long periods and returning with a haunted look in their eyes. Cicero, once mad but predictable, seemed more composed, almost calm, as if he knew something the others did not. Even the Night Mother's whispers, once vague and distant, became clearer, more direct. Astrid couldn't shake the feeling that something was happening, something far beyond her control. But it wasn't until she confronted Cicero that the truth finally came to light. In the bowels of the Folktales sanctuary, Astrid found Cicero preparing for the final stages of the ritual. His madness had transformed into a dangerous clarity. He spoke of the Night Mother as if she were already alive, as if her resurrection was not a possibility but an inevitability. Cicero told Astrid that the Brotherhood had lost its way, that the Night Mother's return was the only path to salvation. He explained that her resurrection would restore balance to the world of the living and the dead, that through her they would become something more than assassins. They would become the true servants of Sithis. Astrid, horrified by the prospect of the ritual, ordered Cicero to stop, but it was too late. The sacrifices had already been made, the magic already set in motion. Cicero laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the sanctuary's halls, as he told Astrid that the ritual could not be undone. The Night Mother would return whether they wanted it or not. As the final stages of the ritual began, a dark energy descended upon the sanctuary. The air grew cold, and the very stones of the sanctuary seemed to tremble with the weight of ancient power. Cicero, along with his loyal followers, gathered in the chamber where the Night Mother's coffin lay. They chanted in a language long forgotten, their voices rising in a crescendo as the magic built around them. The ground shook, and a black mist began to seep from the cracks in the earth, swirling around the coffin in a growing vortex of power. Astrid, desperate to stop the ritual, burst into the chamber, her sword drawn. But the energy in the room was overwhelming, and as she tried to approach the coffin, she was thrown back by a force she could not see. Cicero and his followers continued their chant, their eyes fixed on the coffin as the mist thickened, obscuring the Night Mother's form. And then, with a deafening crack, the coffin shattered. For a moment there was silence. The mist cleared, revealing the figure that had emerged from the broken coffin. It was the Night Mother, but not as they had known her. Her form was twisted and grotesque, a mix of flesh and bone, her eyes glowing with an unholy light. She moved with a grace that was both terrifying and mesmerizing, her presence filling the room with an overwhelming sense of dread. Cicero fell to his knees, weeping with joy at the sight of her. "Mother," he whispered, "you have returned." But the Night Mother did not respond with words. Instead, she raised her hand, and the room was filled with a scream that pierced the souls of everyone present. The magic that had bound her to the physical world was unstable, the ritual incomplete. Her resurrection was not a blessing, it was a curse. The dark energy that had brought her back was unraveling, and with it, the balance between life and death. One by one, Cicero's followers collapsed, their bodies twisted by the very magic they had used to summon her. Cicero himself began to wither, his skin turning to ash as he smiled, still believing he had fulfilled his purpose. The Night Mother's power, unchecked and uncontrolled, began to spill out into the sanctuary, warping the very fabric of reality. The walls twisted, shadows moving like living creatures, and the temperature plummeted as the veil between worlds grew thin. Astrid, realizing the gravity of the situation, knew there was no way to stop what had been started. She watched in horror as the Night Mother's form began to dissolve, her presence tearing apart the sanctuary piece by piece. The resurrection had failed, and the consequences were catastrophic. With the sanctuary collapsing around her, Astrid fled, knowing that the Dark Brotherhood had not just lost its way, it had brought doom upon itself. The ritual, intended to bring the Night Mother back to the world of the living, had instead unleashed chaos. The Brotherhood's attempt to control death had backfired, and now the balance between life and death was forever altered. The Night Mother's return, once seen as salvation, had become the catalyst for the Brotherhood's fall, and as the sanctuary crumbled into ruin, the few survivors could only watch as the darkness swallowed the remnants of their once great order. Story 39. The Druid of the Reach. The Reach was a land of rugged wilderness and ancient traditions, where the people still whispered to the old gods and revered the spirits of the earth. Its towering cliffs, dense forests, and rushing rivers were more than just scenery. They were alive, filled with the power of the land itself. The Reachmen, who had always been at odds with the Nords of Skyrim, were deeply tied to this natural world, drawing strength from it in their constant struggle to keep their homeland free. But even among the Reachmen, there were few who truly understood the deep, primal forces at work within the land. That was until Kyla emerged. Kayla was a druid, an enigmatic figure who claimed to have unlocked the ability to commune directly with the spirit of Skyrim itself. Tall and cloaked in dark furs, with eyes that gleamed like emeralds, Kayla quickly gained a reputation as a powerful and mysterious force. He spoke of the land not as a mere extension of the natural world, but as a living, breathing entity, one that was crying out for help. Kyla claimed that the land was sick, that centuries of war, bloodshed, and defilement had weakened the spirit of Skyrim. He promised that he alone could heal it, restore balance, and bring harmony between the people and the land once more. The people of the Reach were drawn to Kayla's words. His ability to summon storms, calm beasts, and make crops grow in the harshest of conditions seemed like proof of his connection to the earth. The old ways, the traditions of the Druids had always been revered in the Reach, and here was someone who embodied that ancient power in ways they hadn't seen in generations. Many believed that Kyla was the answer to their prayers, a savior who would protect the Reach from both the invading Nords and the encroaching shadow of the Empire. His influence spread quickly, and soon entire tribes began to rally behind him, abandoning their old leaders in favor of this druid who spoke for the land. But not everyone trusted Kayla. There were whispers among the elders and shamans of the Reach that something was wrong. Though his powers seemed like a gift from the gods, there was a darkness to Kayla, an unnatural edge to the way he controlled the elements. The winds he summoned were fierce, filled with anger, and the rains, though they nourished the earth, often left fields flooded and destroyed. His magic, some said, did not come from the spirit of Skyrim, but from something else, something far more dangerous. One such skeptic was Talia, a shaman of one of the smaller tribes in the Reach. She had seen Kyla's rise to power with growing unease, sensing that his connection to the land was twisted in ways that went against the old ways. She began to investigate, quietly at first, speaking to those who had encountered the druid and examining the places where his power had been used. The more she uncovered, the more convinced she became that Kayla's motives were not as pure as he claimed. Talia's suspicions were confirmed when she stumbled upon an ancient ritual site, deep in the forests near the Karth River, a place where Kyla had been seen performing one of his so-called blessings. The ground there was scorched, the trees blackened and twisted, as though something had drained the very life from them. In the center of the clearing was an altar, marked with runes not of the Reachman's tradition, but something older, something darker. It was clear to Talia that this was not the work of a druid seeking to heal the land. This was the work of someone who sought to control it. Talia returned to her tribe and tried to warn the others, but many refused to listen. Kylar had already gained too much influence, and his followers were fanatically devoted. They believed that anyone who spoke against the druid was working against the land itself, and Talia soon found herself ostracized, her warnings dismissed as jealousy or fear of change. But she could not let it go. She knew that Kayla was not what he seemed, and she began to gather a small group of like-minded individuals, warriors and shamans who still believed in the old ways and who were willing to fight to protect the Reach from whatever darkness Kayla was unleashing. As Talia and her followers worked in secret to uncover the truth, Kayla's plans moved forward. His influence continued to spread, and soon he declared that the time had come for the final communion with the spirit of Skyrim. He would perform a great ritual, one that would unite the land and the people in a way that had not been seen since the days of the ancient Atmarans. His followers gathered from all corners of the Reach, eager to witness the moment when Kayla would fulfill his promise and bring balance to the world. The ritual was to be held at the peak of a mountain known as the Heart of the Reach, a sacred place where the barriers between the mortal world and the spiritual realm were said to be thin. As Kayla prepared for the ceremony, Talia and her group made their move, hoping to stop the ritual before it was too late. They climbed the mountain under the cover of darkness, determined to confront Kayla and expose him for the fraud he was. When they reached the summit, they found Kayla standing at the center of an ancient stone circle, surrounded by his followers. The air crackled with energy, and the sky above had turned a deep, unnatural shade of purple. Kyla's voice echoed across the mountaintop as he chanted in a language none of them recognized. It was clear to Talia that whatever magic Kyla was using, it was not of the Reachman's traditions. It was something far older, far darker. Talia stepped forward, calling out to Kayla, demanding that he stop the ritual. But the druid only smiled, his eyes glowing with a malevolent light. He revealed the truth. The spirit of Skyrim was not what he sought to commune with. It was a ruse, a way to manipulate the people of the Reach into giving him their loyalty. The true force behind his power was an ancient and forgotten entity, a primordial spirit of chaos and destruction that had been sealed away beneath the earth for millennia. Kyla's ritual was not meant to heal the land. It was meant to break the seals that held this entity in check, to unleash it upon the world. As Kayla's followers looked on in shock, the ground beneath them began to shake. The air grew colder, and the energy surrounding the stone circle intensified. Dark tendrils of magic snaked up from the ground, wrapping around Kayla as he continued his chant. The mountain itself seemed to come alive, groaning and trembling as the ancient entity stirred from its long slumber. Talia knew they had little time. She and her warriors rushed forward, battling through Kayla's loyal followers to reach the druid. The fight was brutal, but Talia's determination was stronger than the fear that gripped the others. As she reached Kayla, she called upon the old magic of the Reach, summoning the true spirits of the land to aid her. The winds howled, the trees shook, and the ground cracked beneath her feet as she faced the druid. In the end, it was not strength or power that defeated Kayla, but his own arrogance. He had underestimated the land's true spirit, the deep, ancient force that still watched over the Reach. With a final surge of energy, Talia called upon this power, severing the dark magic that bound Kalar to the entity he had sought to unleash. The ritual was broken, and with it, Kylar's connection to the dark force. The druid fell to the ground, his body withered and broken, consumed by the very power he had sought to control. The mountain grew silent once more, and the dark energy that had filled the air dissipated. Kylar's followers, shocked and confused, fled into the night, leaving Talia and her warriors standing victorious at the heart of the Reach. But the cost had been great. Though they had stopped Kylar's ritual, the scars left by his magic would linger on the land. The Reach would never be the same, and the people would have to rebuild not just their homes, but their trust in the old ways. As Talia looked out over the mountains, she knew that the spirit of Skyrim was still strong, but it would take time to heal from the damage Kalar had caused. For now the land was safe, but Talia could not shake the feeling that Kalar's dark legacy was far from over. Story 40. The Blood of Dragons. The way of the voice had always been a sacred path, a philosophy passed down through generations of the Greybeards, those ancient masters of the Thu'um who lived in seclusion atop the throat of the world. Their power was immense, yet restrained, for they believed that the voice, the gift of the dragons, should only be used in times of great need. They taught that true strength lay not in the shout itself, but in the wisdom to know when to wield it. It was a path of peace, of self-control, and of reverence for the power of the Thu'um, but not all who had been touched by the blood of dragons agreed with this philosophy. For years whispers had circulated in Skyrim of other dragonborn, those who, like the legendary Dovahkiin, possessed the ability to harness the Thu'um. These individuals, born with the souls of dragons, had always been rare, and many were drawn to High Hrothgar to train under the Greybeards. Some, however, rejected the discipline of the ancient order. They believed that the power of the voice was not something to be tempered or controlled, but something to be embraced fully, used to carve their own path in the world. Among these dissenters, a group of rogue Gonborn had formed, united by a common goal, to overthrow the Greybeards and take control of the way of the voice for themselves. At the head of this group was Jorian, a Nord who had once trained under the Greybeards but had grown disillusioned with their teachings. He was a powerful dragonborn, his mastery of the Thu'um evident in his ability to shout with a force that could shatter stone and bend the very air around him. Joran believed that the power of dragons had been given to mortals for a reason, that it was meant to be used, not hidden away in the halls of an ancient order. To him, the Greybeards were cowards clinging to outdated traditions and refusing to embrace the true potential of the Thu'um. He saw himself as a liberator, someone who could break the chains of restraint and return the Dragonborn to their rightful place as rulers of the world. Under Joran's leadership, the rogue Dragonborn gathered in secret, training in the mountains and honing their shouts for battle. They called themselves the Sons of the Sky, and their numbers grew with each passing month, while some sought power for its own sake. Others were driven by a desire to restore the glory of the Dragonborn, believing that the return of Alduin, the World Eater, had been a sign that the time of dragons and Dragonborn had come again. They believed that they were destined to lead, that the Thu'um gave them the right to rule. Their ultimate goal was clear: to storm High Hrothgar, dethrone the Greybeards, and take control of the Way of the Voice. Jorunn believed that once they had the Greybeards' knowledge and mastery of the Thu'um under their control, they could reshape Skyrim, and perhaps all of Tamriel, into a new order ruled by those with the blood of dragons. The ancient power of the Voice would be theirs, unbound by the limitations that the Greybeards had placed on it for centuries. News of the rogue Dragonborn reached High Hrothgar through travelers, and those few acolytes who still journeyed up the 7,000 steps to seek guidance from the Greybeards. Master Arngir, the leader of the Greybeards, was troubled by these reports. He knew that the power of the Thu'um, if misused, could bring great destruction upon the world. The ancient Nords had wielded the shout in war, and though they had defeated the dragons, they had also nearly torn the land apart in the process. The Greybeards had devoted their lives to ensuring that such devastation would never happen again. But now, with the rise of these rogue Dragonborn, that danger had returned. Arngir and his fellow Greybeards debated what to do. They had always remained neutral in the affairs of men, choosing not to intervene in the politics or wars of the world below. But this was different. These were Dragonborn, those chosen by Akatosh, just as the Dovahkiin had been, and they threatened not only the peace of Skyrim, but the very balance of the world. Arngir knew they could not sit idly by while the sons of the sky gathered their strength. But the Greybeards were few, and their way was one of peace, not violence. To confront the rogue Dragonborn directly would go against everything they stood for. It was then that Arngir made a difficult decision. He would summon the Dovahkiin, the one Dragonborn who had proven themselves worthy of the Greybeards' trust. The Dovahkiin had defeated Alduin, the World Eater, and had shown restraint in wielding the Thu'um, even when tempted by great power. If anyone could stand against Jorunn and the Sons of the Sky, it would be them. The Dovahkiin answered the call, climbing the steps to High Hrothgar once more to meet with Arngir. The Greybeards explained the situation, and though the Dovahkiin had fought many battles, this one was different. This was not a fight against dragons or Daedric forces. It was a conflict between those who shared the same blood, the same power. The Sons of the Sky were fellow Dragonborn, and their intentions, though misguided, were born from the same source as the Dovahkiin's own. Reluctantly, the Dovahkiin agreed to confront Jorunn and his followers. They knew that if the rogue Dragonborn succeeded in taking control of High Hrothgar, the damage they could do would be immeasurable. The power of the Thu'um, if wielded recklessly, could bring entire cities to their knees. It could shift the balance of power in Skyrim, sparking a civil war even greater than the one that had already scarred the land. The confrontation took place on the slopes of the Throat of the World, where the Sons of the Sky had gathered for their final assault on High Hrothgar. Jorunn, standing at the head of his army of Dragonborn, greeted the Dovahkiin with a mixture of respect and disdain. He acknowledged the Dovahkiin's victories, but he made it clear that he believed the Dovahkiin had squandered their power by aligning with the Greybeards' philosophy of restraint. Jorunn offered the Dovahkiin a place among the Sons of the Sky, promising glory and dominion over Skyrim. But the Dovahkiin refused. They knew that power without wisdom was dangerous, and that the path Jorah and his followers had chosen would only lead to ruin. The battle that followed was fierce, as shouts echoed across the mountains, the very air shaking with the force of the Thu'um. The ground trembled, and avalanches roared down the slopes as the Dragonborn clashed. In the end, the Dothraki emerged victorious. Jorah, his body broken and his voice silenced, fell at the feet of the one Dragonborn who had remained true to the way of the voice. The sons of the sky, leaderless and defeated, scattered into the mountains, their dream of conquest shattered. The Greybeards had been saved, and the way of the voice remained intact, but the scars of the battle lingered both on the land and in the hearts of those who had witnessed it. The blood of dragons was powerful, but it was a power that needed to be tempered with wisdom, lest it bring about the very destruction it was meant to prevent. The Dothraki, now more than ever, understood the weight of their responsibility. And as the winds howled across the peaks of the throat of the world, the Greybeards returned to their meditation, knowing that the balance between power and restraint was a delicate one that would need to be maintained for as long as the blood of dragons flowed through the veins of mortals. Story 41. The Raven's Curse. The cursed artifact arrived in Skyrim under the cover of night, smuggled across the border from High Rock by a desperate merchant fleeing a fate he could not outrun. Known as the Raven's Eye, the artifact was an intricately carved obsidian pendant in the shape of a raven, its dark gemstone glinting faintly even in the dimmest light. It had passed through many hands over the centuries, each new owner finding themselves drawn into a web of misfortune and death. The merchant, a Breton named Loras, had stolen the artifact from a noble's estate in Daggerfall, unaware of the dark history that clung to it like a shadow. Loras believed it to be nothing more than a valuable trinket, something he could sell for a small fortune in the markets of solitude. But as he crossed into Skyrim, the weight of the pendant seemed to grow heavier, and with each mile, a sense of dread began to creep over him. He started to notice things, footsteps behind him when no one was there, the distant call of ravens that seemed to follow him wherever he went. By the time he reached Whiterun, Loras had become a paranoid wreck, clutching the pendant to his chest, as if it were the only thing keeping him alive, though he knew in his heart it was the source of his fear. It didn't take long for the merchant to realize that he was being hunted. A cult, dressed in dark, tattered robes, had begun to appear at the edge of his vision, always just out of reach. They were relentless, their eyes cold and unblinking, their movements silent. The cult of the Raven had been searching for the pendant for centuries, believing it to be the key to unlocking the ancient power of a Daedric prince, long forgotten by most of Tamriel. The pendant, cursed by a dark ritual in High Rock, was said to hold a fragment of the prince's soul, and those who possessed it were marked for death unless they handed it over to the cult. Loras, desperate to rid himself of the pendant, fled to the only place he thought might offer him protection, Dragon's Reach, the seat of power in Whiterun. There he begged an audience with Jarl Bolgruf, hoping to barter the cursed artifact in exchange for sanctuary. But the Jarl, though wise, was not easily fooled by the merchant's frantic pleas. He summoned his court wizard, Farengar Secret Fire, to examine the artifact and determine its nature. Farengar, intrigued by the pendant's strange aura, took it for study. The moment he touched the obsidian, a chill ran through the hall, and the air seemed to grow heavier. His fingers traced the intricate raven design, his brows furrowing as he felt the dark magic that radiated from within. "This is no ordinary trinket," Farengar muttered, his voice low with unease. "There is ancient magic here, something old and dangerous. Whatever curse this artifact carries, it is powerful, and it is not easily broken." Loras, still trembling with fear, insisted that the artifact be destroyed, but Farengar shook his head. Destroying it might release whatever malevolent forces bound to it, the wizard warned. "No, this must be studied further, carefully. Perhaps it can be sealed away." But the cult of the Raven would not wait. They had followed Loras to Whiterun, lurking in the shadows, waiting for their moment to strike. That night, as the city slept, they moved with silent precision, scaling the walls of Dragon's Reach like specters in the dark. Their goal was simple: reclaim the Raven's Eye and sacrifice anyone who stood in their way. The first attack came just before dawn. The guards patrolling Dragon's Reach were the first to fall, their throats slit by unseen blades, their bodies left in the cold stone corridors. The cult moved swiftly, making their way toward Farengar's chambers, where the pendant was being kept under close watch. Loras, realizing that he had led his pursuers directly to the Jarl's doorstep, tried to flee, but the cult was faster. They caught him just outside the great hall, their leader, a gaunt figure with raven feathers woven into his cloak, seizing him by the throat. "You were foolish to think you could escape the curse," the cult leader whispered, his voice cold as ice. "The Raven's Eye belongs to us. You were nothing but a vessel, a temporary bearer of the curse. Now you will pay the price." Loras gasped for breath as the cultist drew a dagger, its blade inscribed with ancient symbols, and plunged it into his chest. Blood pooled at his feet, and the merchant crumpled to the ground, lifeless. The cult leader wiped the blade clean and signaled his followers to move on. Their prize was still within reach. Inside Dragon's Reach, Farengar had sensed the dark presence long before the cult reached his door. He had taken precautions, casting wards around the pendant and locking it away in a magically sealed chest. But he knew that magic alone might not be enough to stop the cult from reclaiming their cursed artifact. The cultists burst into Farengar's chambers, their black eyes gleaming in the dim light. Farengar stood his ground, his staff crackling with arcane energy, but the cult leader merely smiled. "You cannot stop what has already begun, wizard," he hissed. "The Raven's curse is eternal, and its power will be ours." Farengar unleashed a torrent of fire, sending the cultists scrambling for cover, but their leader advanced undeterred. The wizard's wards held for a time, but the dark magic of the cult was relentless. With a wave of his hand, the cult leader dispelled the protective barrier around the chest and reached for the pendant. Just as his fingers brushed the obsidian surface, the pendant flared with dark energy, the room filling with the eerie cawing of ravens. The cult leader recoiled, his hand burned by the artifact's power. "No," he shouted. "The curse has bound itself to you, wizard. You will suffer its fate now." Farengar, gasping from the intensity of the dark magic, realized too late what had happened. The Raven's Eye had latched onto him, marking him as its new bearer. The cultists, their mission incomplete, vanished into the shadows, leaving the pendant and its curse in Farengar's possession. The wizard, now cursed by the artifact he had sought to study, knew that his time was limited. The cult of the Raven would return, and they would not stop until the Raven's eye was theirs. Worse, the dark force within the pendant was beginning to stir, whispering to him in the dead of night, promising him power in exchange for his soul. Whiterun was no longer safe. The curse had taken root, and the only way to end it was to find the source of the artifact's power and destroy it for good. But Farengar knew that the road ahead would be treacherous, and that the Raven's curse was not so easily undone. With the weight of the pendant hanging around his neck, Farengar set out on a journey to High Rock, to the dark ruins where the artifact had been forged, hoping against hope that he could end the curse before it consumed him entirely. Story 42. The Moonlight Hunt. The Silver Hand had always been a ruthless force, driven by one singular goal: to rid Skyrim of the werewolves that stalked the land. For years they had hunted the creatures, believing that their work was righteous, that they were protecting the innocent from the terror of the moonlit predator. But recently something had changed. The hunters themselves had begun to disappear. It started with isolated incidents, a lone scout gone missing on patrol, a group sent to ambush a known werewolf lair that never returned. At first the Silver Hand believed these losses were just the risks of their dangerous work, the natural cost of waging war against beasts of such ferocity. But as more and more of their members vanished without a trace, fear began to take root among them. Rumors spread through their ranks like wildfire. Some said the werewolves had grown smarter, that they were no longer just hunting in packs, but had begun setting traps, striking with a cunning they had never shown before. Others whispered of darker possibilities, that magic was involved, that the creatures had made a pact with some ancient power, or worse, that the companions had sent their own werewolf champions to exact revenge on the Silver Hand. But the most unsettling rumor was the one that no one wanted to speak aloud, the possibility that there was a traitor in their midst. The leader of the Silver Hand, an imposing Nord named Skier the Red, had heard all the whispers and seen the fear in his warriors' eyes. He knew that their strength lay in their unity, in their shared hatred of the lycanthropes that plagued Skyrim, and that if trust within their ranks was broken, their cause was doomed. But even Skier could not ignore the strange occurrences that had plagued them in recent weeks. Missions that should have been successful had ended in disaster. Ambushes meant to trap werewolves had backfired, and there had been no warning of the attacks that had claimed the lives of some of his best hunters. Skier summoned a council of his most trusted lieutenants to discuss the situation. They met in an old fort deep in the mountains, far from prying eyes, surrounded by thick forests where the howls of wolves often echoed through the night. Around the fire, the tension was palpable. The remaining hunters were on edge, their hands never far from the hilts of their swords. It was there, under the cold light of the moon, that Skier addressed his men. "We have lost too many good hunters," Skier began, his voice low and grim. "This is no longer just the work of beasts. Something else is at play here, and I intend to find out what it is." His second in command, a grizzled warrior named Farkas, spoke up. "There are whispers, Skjor. People are talking of a traitor." Skjor's eyes flicked over the gathered hunters, his gaze hard. "I've heard those whispers too, and I will not dismiss them. Someone is feeding information to the beasts, or worse, sabotaging our missions from the inside. But I will not let fear tear us apart. We must be vigilant. We must watch each other. But more importantly, we must stay true to our purpose." The other hunters murmured in agreement, but the suspicion in their eyes lingered. Skjor knew it would take more than words to root out the traitor, if there was one. They would need proof, and so Skjor devised a plan. The next hunt would be different. Instead of a full-scale raid on a known werewolf den, Skjor would lead a smaller, hand-picked group into the wilderness to investigate the disappearance of a scout named Elenwen, who had gone missing near a secluded cave that had long been rumored to harbor werewolves. If there was a traitor among them, they would show their hand during the mission. The moon was high and full as Skjor and his chosen group set out into the forest. The air was cold, and the night was eerily quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl. The hunters moved in silence, their senses on high alert, their weapons ready. They reached the cave just before midnight, the entrance yawning open like the maw of some great beast. Skjor signaled for the group to spread out and search the area. The cave was dark, damp, and filled with the stench of death. Bones littered the ground, some animal, some unmistakably human, but there were no signs of werewolves. The hunters fan out, checking every corner, every crevice, but the cave appeared abandoned. It was then that Skjor felt the unease creep up his spine. Something was wrong. "Farkas, hold the entrance," Skjor ordered, his voice barely above a whisper, but Farkas didn't move. Skjor turned, only to see Farkas standing there, his eyes glinting unnaturally in the moonlight, his lips twisted in a cruel smile. The realization hit Skjor like a hammer. Farkas wasn't just the traitor, he was one of them, a werewolf. Before Skjor could react, Farkas let out a low growl, his body twisting and contorting as he transformed. His armor split apart as fur sprouted from his skin, his face elongating into a snarling maw of fangs. The other hunters froze in horror as Farkas lunged at Skjor, knocking him to the ground with a force that shattered his sword arm. Chaos erupted in the cave. Two of the hunters rushed to Skjor's aid, but it was too late. Farkas was on them in a flash, his claws tearing through flesh and bone with terrifying speed. Skjor, dazed and bleeding, struggled to rise, his mind racing as he tried to make sense of the betrayal. How long had Farkas been hiding this? How many of their failed hunts had been due to his treachery? But there was no time for answers. The remaining hunters, realizing the danger they were in, tried to flee. But Farkas was faster. His werewolf form moved through the cave with deadly precision, cutting down his former comrades one by one. The air was thick with the scent of blood, the sound of bones breaking under the weight of his monstrous strength. Skjor, battered and broken, crawled toward the cave entrance, his vision swimming as he fought to stay conscious. But just as he reached the threshold, a shadow loomed over him. Farkas stood above him, his eyes glowing with a predatory gleam. "You should have listened to the whispers, Skjor," Farkas growled, his voice a guttural snarl. "The moon calls to us all." With one swift motion, Farkas brought his claws down, ending Skjor's life. By dawn, the cave was silent once more, the only sound the soft rustle of leaves in the morning breeze. The silver hand, once a fierce and united force, had been shattered from within, betrayed by one of their own. The werewolves of Skyrim, their greatest enemy crippled, would roam free under the light of the moon, their howls echoing through the forests as a reminder of the Silver Hand's ultimate downfall. And somewhere in the shadows Farkas watched and waited, ready to hunt again. Story 43. The Siege of Windhelm. The ancient city of Windhelm, with its towering walls and stone-carved history, had stood as a bastion of Nordic strength for centuries. Its narrow streets and imposing palace, the Palace of the Kings, had weathered many storms, both natural and human. Windhelm had survived countless wars, rebellions, and political upheavals, its people hardened by the harsh cold of the north. But nothing had prepared the city for the siege that came without warning. Led by a mysterious force that seemed to appear out of the very mist that clung to the White River. It began with strange sightings in the distance. At first, the guards on the walls reported shadows moving through the fog, figures too large and too silent to be normal soldiers. Then came the thunderous sounds, distant crashes and rumbles, as if the mountains themselves were shifting. Ulfric Stormcloak, Jarl of Windhelm and leader of the rebellion against the Empire, dismissed these reports at first. Windhelm was fortified and well defended, with legions of hardened warriors and the protection of the ancient walls. Besides, they had faced Imperial forces head-on. They could surely withstand whatever new threat this was. But as the days passed, the strange noises grew louder and the shadows drew closer. Scouts sent beyond the walls did not return, and those few who made it back spoke of strange occurrences, warriors who moved without sound, cloaked in dark armor, and whispers on the wind of an unknown power guiding them. Then, one morning, just as the sun began to rise, the city of Windhelm found itself under siege. The first attack came like a wave of darkness. Arrows and bolts of pure, crackling energy rained down from the sky, battering Windhelm's outer defenses. The guards stationed on the walls shouted in confusion as strange creatures, hulking figures clad in blackened steel, their faces hidden behind expressionless masks, marched toward the gates. These were not ordinary soldiers. They moved in perfect unison, their footsteps silent even as they stormed across the frozen ground. At their head was a figure cloaked in shadow, a being whose very presence seemed to warp the air around them. No one could see their face, and no one knew who or what they were. Ulfric Stormcloak stood at the palace's balcony, watching the siege unfold below. His heart raced as he took in the sight of the advancing army, their numbers vast and unyielding. He had expected the Empire to make another push, but this was something else. This was no ordinary military force. These attackers wielded magic unlike anything he had ever seen. Dark, twisted spells that shattered stone and sent waves of fear through even the bravest of his warriors. Who commanded these forces? What did they want with Windhelm? Despite the initial confusion, Ulfric quickly rallied his forces. The city's defenses were strong, and the Nords of Windhelm were not easily intimidated. They manned the walls, firing arrows and launching boulders at the approaching enemies, determined to repel the assault. The city's mages joined the fight, casting defensive spells to protect the walls from the strange magical attacks. For a time it seemed as though Windhelm's defenses might hold. But then, the attackers unveiled their true power. The figure at the head of the enemy army raised their hand, and the air itself seemed to tremble. From the ground rose columns of dark energy, spiraling into the sky before crashing down upon the city with devastating force. The walls of Windhelm, which had stood for centuries, began to crack and crumble under the relentless assault. The very earth seemed to betray the defenders as jagged spikes of stone erupted from the ground, tearing through buildings and sending the people of Windhelm scrambling for safety. Inside the palace of the kings, Ulfric's advisors clamored for answers. Who was behind this attack? How could anyone wield such power? Some suggested that the Empire had enlisted a new, darker force. Perhaps even the Thalmor, with their mastery of magic, had a hand in this. Others whispered of ancient sorceries long forgotten, powers older than the divines themselves. But no one knew for certain, and every theory seemed as outlandish as the next. Ulfric, despite his frustration, knew that the only way to save Windhelm was to strike back with all the strength they could muster. He called upon the city's greatest warriors, the Companions, the Stormcloak veterans, and even the city's mages who had sworn allegiance to him. Together they prepared to mount a counterattack, hoping to break the siege before it could crush the heart of Skyrim's rebellion. The battle that followed was nothing short of chaos. Windhelm's warriors fought valiantly, charging from the gates to meet the mysterious army in open combat. Steel clashed against steel, and the air was filled with the roars of battle and the crackling of magic. But the attackers were unlike any enemy the Nords had ever faced. Their weapons seemed to cut through armor with unnatural ease, and their magic was dark and corrosive, sapping the strength of any who came too close. Ulfric himself joined the fray, his voice ringing out in a powerful thulum that sent waves of enemies flying back. But even the power of the Dragonborn seemed to have little effect on the figure leading the siege. Every shout that Ulfric unleashed was absorbed by the dark magic surrounding the figure, their presence unyielding and immovable. As the battle raged on, a terrible realization began to dawn on Ulfric and his warriors. This was not a siege for conquest. This was something far worse. The attackers did not seem interested in simply taking the city. They were here to destroy it, to tear Windhelm apart piece by piece, until nothing remained but rubble and ash. And whoever was behind this attack was wielding a power that defied understanding, a magic that threatened to consume everything in its path. Desperation gripped the defenders. Windhelm's walls were falling, and the enemy was pressing further into the city with each passing hour. The mysterious leader of the attackers, still cloaked in shadow, raised their hands once more, and the sky above the city darkened, swirling with unnatural storm clouds. Lightning, black and crackling with energy, struck the palace towers, reducing them to ruin. The ground beneath Windhelm trembled violently, as though the city itself were coming apart at the seams. Ulfric knew that time was running out. He gathered the last of his warriors, preparing for one final stand in the heart of the city. But as the enemy forces closed in, a new figure appeared, a mage robed in silver and blue, stepping out from the shadows of the crumbling streets. The mage, unknown to anyone in the city, raised their staff and called out in a voice that seemed to cut through the chaos. "The darkness you face is ancient, but it is not invincible. With a gesture, the mage summoned a wall of light that temporarily halted the advance of the mysterious army. The attackers recoiled, their dark magic clashing against the protective barrier the mage had created. For the first time since the siege had begun, the tide seemed to turn, if only for a moment. Ulfric, bloodied and battered, looked at the mage with a mixture of hope and confusion. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice hoarse from shouting commands and shouts alike. The mage's eyes were cold, determined. "A friend for now, but if we do not act quickly, there will be nothing left to save." Together, Ulfric and the mage prepared to confront the leader of the mysterious army, knowing that whatever power was driving this siege, it had to be stopped before Windhelm was reduced to nothing but a memory. Story 44. The Worm's Bane. Deep within the icy reaches of the Pale, buried beneath snow and stone, lay the tomb of Kager the Dragon Slayer, a legendary hero of the ancient Nords whose name had been all but forgotten by the passing centuries. His deeds were etched into the sagas of old, tales of a man who had stood against the might of the dragons during the First Dragon War. But what made Keir truly fearsome was the sword he wielded, a blade known as Worm's Bane, said to have been forged in the fires of the great dragon Paarthurnax's first defeat. The blade was reputed to have the power to slay even the mightiest of dragons with a single strike, its edge imbued with the raw magic of dragonkind. But like all things touched by such power, it came with a curse. For centuries, Kejor's tomb had remained sealed, the sword lying in eternal slumber alongside its master. But recently, whispers of its rediscovery began to surface. A group of treasure hunters, led by a bold and reckless adventurer named Haldor, had ventured deep into the crypts beneath the mountains, drawn by the promise of riches and power. Haldor had heard the old stories of Worm's Bane, and in his ambition, he believed the sword could be his key to greatness. With the blade in his hand, he could rival even the Dragonborn, become a hero, and write his name in the annals of history. But the treasure hunters were ill prepared for the dark secrets the tomb held. The entrance to Kjor's tomb was hidden beneath the remnants of an ancient watchtower, long forgotten by the Nords of Skyrim. As Haldor and his companions descended into the depths, the air grew colder, the oppressive weight of ancient magic pressing down on them. The walls were carved with faded runes, detailing the life and deeds of Kjegr, but none of the adventurers could read the old tongue. The only thing clear was the ominous warning etched above the door to the final chamber: "Let none disturb the Worm's Bane, for its curse is stronger than its blade." Haldor ignored the warning. The lure of the sword was too great, and with a heave he pushed open the massive stone doors. Inside the chamber, Kjor's tomb stood at the center, the sarcophagus carved from the blackest stone. And there, resting atop it, was Worm's Bane. The sword was beautiful, its blade shimmering with an ethereal glow, as if it was still alive with the magic of dragons. Its hilt was wrapped in dark leather, and the pommel bore the likeness of a dragon's head, its eyes gleaming like rubies in the dim light. Haldor stepped forward, his heart pounding with anticipation, and grasped the hilt of the sword. The moment his fingers closed around it, he felt a surge of power course through his veins, raw, untamed, and exhilarating. But with that power came a whisper, a low, insidious voice that curled around his mind like smoke. It was the voice of the curse. At first, Haldor dismissed it as nothing more than the remnants of the ancient magic surrounding the tomb. He had what he came for, and that was all that mattered. He sheathed the sword and ordered his companions to gather what treasure they could before leaving the tomb behind. But even as they ascended back into the cold, open air, Haldor could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. The first sign of the curse came that night, as they made camp in the shadow of the mountains. Haldor's dreams were filled with fire and blood, dragons roaring, their massive wings blotting out the sun, and Kager himself, standing alone on a battlefield strewn with bodies, his face twisted in agony as he swung the sword again and again. When Haldor awoke, drenched in sweat, the whisper was still there, louder now, creeping into his thoughts even as he tried to push it away. The following days only worsened. The further they traveled from the tomb, the more the curse tightened its grip. Haldor found himself growing more irritable, quick to anger, and prone to violent outbursts. His companions, once loyal and trusting, began to fear him. They noticed the way his eyes would glaze over when he looked at the sword, how his hand never strayed far from its hilt, even when he slept. The curse was working its way into Haldor's soul, feeding on his ambition, his desire for power. The sword, for all its legendary strength, was a vessel for something darker, an ancient magic bound to the dragons themselves. Worm's Bane had not been forged merely to slay dragons. It had been forged to capture their essence, to bind their power within its blade. And now, that power was consuming Haldor, just as it had consumed Kager centuries before. One by one, Haldor's companions began to fall. Some were slain by bandits as they tried to make their way back to Whiterun, others killed in the wilds by the creatures that prowled the forests and mountains. But a few met a far worse fate, victims of Haldor's growing madness. One night, in a fit of rage, Haldor drew Worm's Bane and turned it on one of his own, cutting the man down without a word. The others tried to flee, but Haldor hunted them like a wolf chasing prey, his mind lost to the curse's insidious whispers. By the time he reached Whiterun, Haldor was alone, a shadow of the man who had descended into the tomb days before. His face was gaunt, his eyes hollow, and his skin pale as if the life had been drained from him. But the sword remained in his hand, its glow brighter than ever, the curse fully entwined with his soul. He sought out the Jarl's court, determined to claim the glory he believed was rightfully his. He would slay dragons, he would become a hero, and all of Skyrim would know his name. But the moment he entered Dragon's Reach, the curse struck with full force. The sword, no longer content to simply whisper in his mind, unleashed its true power. Dark magic erupted from the blade, filling the hall with a howling wind that chilled the air and sent the courtiers scrambling in terror. Haldor fell to his knees, his body racked with pain as the sword's magic twisted him from within. He had thought to control the power of dragons, but he had been nothing more than a vessel for it, a pawn in a game far older and darker than he could have imagined. In the end, it was not a dragon that brought Haldor down, but the very sword he had sought to wield. As the curse reached its zenith, Worm's Bane shattered, the blade crumbling to dust in his hands, leaving him broken and empty. His body collapsed to the floor, lifeless, his name destined to be forgotten, just like Kieja before him. The curse of Worm's Bane had claimed another soul, and the sword, though destroyed, would not rest. Its power remained in the tomb, waiting for the next foolhardy soul to uncover it, to be drawn into its endless cycle of ambition, madness, and death. Story 45. The Hunting of Ivestead. Ivestead had always been a quiet village, nestled at the foot of the throat of the world, where the road to High Hrothgar wound its way up the mountain. Its people were simple folk, content with their lives of farming and fishing, rarely touched by the chaos that often consumed Skyrim. But that peace had begun to unravel. Strange occurrences were plaguing the village, things that couldn't be explained by mere superstition or the tricks of the mind. Doors slammed shut without warning, whispers echoed in the dead of night, and shadows moved where no light should cast them. The air in Ivestead had grown heavy, thick with a presence that no one dared to name aloud, and though they tried to carry on as usual, fear crept into every conversation, every glance exchanged among the villagers. It began with small things, missing tools, animals disappearing from their pens, and cold drafts in homes even when the fires burned high. But soon the incidents became more disturbing. One night the miller's son, a boy of only 10 years, awoke screaming that he had seen a figure standing at the foot of his bed, a pale, shadowy man with hollow eyes. When his parents rushed to his side, the room was empty, but the boy refused to sleep for days, haunted by the memory of the figure. He wasn't the only one. Other villagers began reporting similar sightings. A woman in the woods, dressed in tattered robes, her face gaunt and ghostly, lingering at the edge of their vision before vanishing into the mist. By day, Ivestead was as it had always been, but by night, a sense of dread hung over the village like a shroud. The once familiar paths through the woods now seemed dark and foreboding, and even the bravest men hesitated to venture too far from their homes after sundown. The village elder, an old man named Hrothgar, had lived through many strange times, but this was something different. He gathered the townspeople in the center of the village one evening, hoping to calm their fears and perhaps find an explanation for the disturbances. "We live in the shadow of ancient things," Hrothgar said, his voice gravelly with age. "This land holds memories older than we can imagine, but whatever has come to haunt us now, it is not here by chance." The villagers murmured in agreement, casting uneasy glances at the darkening sky. But when pressed for answers, Hrothgar could only offer an ominous warning. "There is a place hidden in the hills beyond the village, a barrow long forgotten by most, where no one has dared to tread in many years. The old stories speak of it, a burial place for those who died long ago, under dark and unnatural circumstances. I fear that something from that place has woken." The barrow Hrothgar spoke of had been little more than a legend to most of the villagers, a place that the elders spoke of only in hushed tones, a forgotten tomb hidden deep in the forested hills, where the ancient dead were said to be laid to rest. Few knew its exact location, and fewer still had any desire to find it. But with no other answers, the village had no choice but to consider the possibility that the haunting was connected to this long-lost barrow. A small group of villagers, led by a hunter named Arik and accompanied by the village priest, Danica, volunteered to search for the barrow, hoping to find the source of the disturbance and end the haunting. Armed with torches and steel, They set out at dawn, following the old, overgrown paths into the hills. The forest around Everstead was dense and silent, the trees tall and twisted as though they had grown under the weight of some unseen force. The further they ventured, the more the sense of unease grew, as if the very land was warning them to turn back. After hours of searching, they found it. The entrance to the barrow was hidden behind a thick curtain of vines and brambles, almost as if the forest itself was trying to keep it sealed. The stone doorway was ancient, its surface covered in moss and worn inscriptions in a language none of them could read. The air around the entrance was cold, unnaturally so, and as they drew closer, the torch flames flickered and dimmed. Arik pushed the vines aside and stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest. The entrance yawned open like the mouth of a beast, and a foul stench wafted from within. He turned to the others, their faces pale with fear, but there was no turning back now. Together they descended into the darkness. The barrow was a labyrinth of narrow corridors and burial chambers, its walls lined with ancient sarcophagi. The air inside was thick with dust and decay, and every step echoed unnaturally in the stillness. As they ventured deeper, the atmosphere grew heavier, and the cold seeped into their bones. Danica, clutching a small amulet of Mara, whispered prayers under her breath, her voice trembling. Then they found it, the source of the haunting. At the center of the barrow was a great stone tomb, larger than the others, its lid cracked and partially open. From within, a faint glow emanated, casting eerie shadows across the walls. As they approached, they could see the remains of an ancient Nord warrior, his body long decayed but his armor and weapons still intact. Clutched in his skeletal hands was a strange object, a dark crystal pulsating with a sickly green light. Danica gasped. That is no ordinary relic. That is a soul gem. Arik frowned, stepping closer to the tomb. A soul gem? What is it doing here? Danica shook her head. Not just any soul gem. This one is cursed. It must have been placed here as part of a dark ritual, perhaps to bind the spirits of the dead to this place. If the gem has been disturbed, the realization hit them all at once. The soul gem had been broken, likely by time or the shifting earth, and its dark magic had been unleashed, awakening the spirits of the barrow and sending them to haunt the village. Arik knew what had to be done. We have to destroy it. If we don't, the haunting will only get worse. But as he reached for the gem, a cold wind swept through the chamber, and from the shadows, the spectral figure of the ancient warrior rose. His hollow eyes burned with unnatural light, and the air around him crackled with malevolent energy. The dead had come to protect what was theirs. The fight that followed was desperate and terrifying. The warrior's ghost moved with the speed of the wind, striking with a sword made of pure shadow, his form flickering in and out of existence. Arik and the others fought bravely, but it was Danica's faith that saved them. With a prayer to Mara and a burst of divine magic, she shattered the soul gem, sending the spirit into a wailing frenzy before it finally dissipated into nothingness. The haunting was over. The dark force that had plagued Everstead was gone, and the village returned to its quiet, peaceful life. But the barrow, now sealed once more, remained a place of fear and mystery. a reminder that some things were best left forgotten in the dark corners of Skyrim's ancient history. Story 46. The Stone Lord. Whiterunhold had always been a land of rolling plains, dotted with farms and small villages, where the towering peak of Dragon's Reach cast its long shadow over the meandering White River. It was a place where the Nords lived in relative peace, their concerns more often with the politics of the realm than the threats of ancient monsters. But that peace was shattered when the Stone Lord awoke, and with it the memory of a forgotten terror that once roamed Skyrim. The first sign came one autumn morning, when the earth trembled beneath the feet of the farmers working their fields outside Whiterun. The sky was clear, but a distant rumble echoed from the hills to the north, growing louder with each passing minute. Birds fled the trees, and the livestock in the pastures grew restless, bleating and stamping their hooves in panic. At first the people thought it was a storm, a landslide perhaps, or an earthquake, but what emerged from the hills was far worse. A giant, unlike any they had seen before, came striding down from the mountains, its massive frame covered in cracked, grey stone, as if it had been hewn from the very rock of the earth. It was easily twice the size of the giants that wandered the tundras, and its eyes glowed with an eerie, malevolent light. The ground shook with each of its thunderous steps, and the wind carried a deep, rumbling growl, as though the very mountain was coming alive. The villagers fled before it, running toward Whiterun's gates with cries of warning. A giant, a stone giant, they screamed, their voices filled with terror. By the time the alarm bells in Dragon's Reach rang out across the city, the Stone Lord had reached the outskirts of the farmlands. Its massive stone fists smashed into barns and houses, reducing them to rubble with a single blow. Crops were trampled underfoot, and those who could not flee fast enough were crushed beneath the giant's weight, their screams lost in the cacophony of destruction. Jarl Balgruf, hearing the news of the attack, summoned his guards and warriors to prepare for battle. The companions, the storied group of warriors sworn to defend Whiterun, were already gathering at Jorvaskar, their weapons at the ready. But as they watched the Stone Lord lumber closer, smashing everything in its path, they realized that this was no ordinary giant. The Stone Lord moved with a purpose, its glowing eyes fixed on Whiterun, as though it remembered the city from a time long past. There was no hesitation in its movements, no mindless rage. This creature was driven by something deeper, an ancient anger that had festered for centuries, bound by stone and now finally unleashed. Farengar's secret fire. The court wizard was quick to recognize the significance of the creature. Poring over old tomes in his chambers, he found mention of a creature known as the Stone Lord, a giant of unimaginable power, that had once ruled over the northern mountains long before the Nords had settled Skyrim. According to legend, the Stone Lord had terrorized the ancient Nords, demanding tribute and worship in exchange for their lives. But when the Nords rebelled against their giant oppressor, a group of powerful mages and warriors banded together to imprison the creature. They sealed it within the mountain, encased in a shell of enchanted stone that would hold it for all eternity, or so they believed. Somehow, after centuries of slumber, the enchantment had weakened. The Stone Lord had broken free, and now it sought revenge on the descendants of those who had imprisoned it. Jarl Balgruuf gathered his forces, but even the hardened warriors of Whiterun were unsure how to face such a foe. Arrows shattered against the Stone Lord's rocky hide, and swords barely left a mark on its stone-carved lungs. It shrugged off blows that would have felled any other giant, its body seemingly impervious to damage. The companions fought bravely, but even they struggled to keep the creature at bay as it moved ever closer to the city walls. It was Farengar who realized the only way to stop the Stone Lord was to understand the magic that had once imprisoned it. The ancient Nords had not merely encased the giant in stone, they had bound its spirit to the earth itself, using a combination of powerful elemental magic and ancient Nordic runes. If they could replicate the ritual, they might be able to trap the giant once more. But the ritual required more than just knowledge of magic. It needed a connection to the earth, a force strong enough to bind the giant's spirit again. Balgruuf called upon the ancient knowledge of the Greybeards, summoning the Dovahkiin and the Darviar to aid in the fight. The Dovahkiin, who had the power of the Thu and a connection to the ancient ways, could use their voice to channel the elemental power needed to perform the binding. Time was running out. The Stone Lord had reached the walls of Whiterun, its fists pounding against the ancient stones, sending tremors through the city. The defenders did what they could to hold it off, but it was clear that their weapons were useless against the creature's stony hide. Buildings crumbled, and the people of Whiterun fled into the castle for safety as the giant continued its relentless assault. In the shadow of Dragon's Reach, Farengar and the Dovahkiin prepared the ritual. They gathered the necessary ingredients, runes etched in stone, enchanted crystals, and the bones of the ancient Nords who had once imprisoned the giant. As the Stone Lord drew closer, the Dovahkiin stood at the heart of the ritual circle, their voice rising in a powerful shout that echoed across the battlefield. The sky darkened as the Dovahkiin called upon the elements, wind, earth, and fire, all combining in a maelstrom of energy that swirled around the giant. The Stone Lord, sensing the magic, let out a deafening roar, its eyes blazing with fury. It turned toward the Dovahkiin, its massive stone fists raised to strike. But before it could attack, the binding spell took hold. The ground beneath the giant began to tremble, and great fissures opened up around it. The stone that encased the giant's body cracked and splintered, and the earth itself rose up to meet it. The Dovahkiin's voice grew louder, their shout reverberating through the ground as the runes lit up with ancient power. With a final, earth-shaking roar, the Stone Lord was pulled down into the ground, its massive form sinking back into the earth from which it had emerged. The stones closed around it, sealing it once more beneath the land, bound by the ancient magic that had held it for centuries. The people of Whiterun watched in awe and relief as the ground settled, the Stone Lord defeated and entombed once more. The damage to the city was great, but the worst had been averted. Jarl Balgruuf, battered but resolute, ordered the fortification of the area around the Stone Lord's new prison, ensuring that the ancient giant would never rise again. But even as the city began to rebuild, there were those who wondered how long the enchantment would hold this time. The Stone Lord's vengeance had been delayed, not destroyed, and its anger would linger, buried deep beneath the soil of Whiterun, waiting for the day when it might awaken once more. Story 47. The Voidwalker's Path. The roads of Skyrim had always been dangerous, fraught with the perils of wild beasts, bandits, and the occasional frost troll lurking in the mountains. But in recent months, a new terror had begun to haunt the land, moving silently under the cover of darkness. A figure, clad in shadow, had been seen walking the roads, leaving death in their wake. No one knew who or what this figure was, but the whispers of travelers, merchants, and guardsmen alike all carried the same name, the Voidwalker. It was said that the Voidwalker appeared without warning, emerging from the mists or the shadows of the trees, moving silently along the roads, as if untouched by the world around them. They never spoke, never bargained, and never took coin. Instead, the Voidwalker left only death. Bandit camps were found slaughtered, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. Entire caravans lay in ruin, horses and guards felled by unseen hands, their goods left untouched. No one knew the Voidwalker's purpose, but fear gripped the hearts of all who heard the tales. Some said it was a wraith, the spirit from the afterlife sent to exact revenge on the living. Others believed it was an assassin, one of the Dark Brotherhood's most feared killer. But as the killing spread, the rumors grew darker still, and whispers of Daedric influence began to surface. The first survivor of the Voidwalker's wrath appeared in the village of Riverwood. A merchant named Elrond, who had been traveling from Whiterun to Solitude, staggered into the village at dawn, his face pale and his body covered in cuts and bruises. He collapsed near the smithy, barely able to speak, his hands shaking as he recounted his encounter. According to Elrond, his caravan had been attacked just after nightfall near the ruins of Volsky J. They had seen nothing, heard nothing, but suddenly a wave of darkness swept over them. The guards were struck down by an unseen force, their weapons useless against the shadows. The Voidwalker had appeared then, its form shifting between solid and insubstantial, as if it were part of the very night itself. Elrond had watched, paralyzed with fear, as his companions were butchered, their screams swallowed by the silence that followed the figure. The Voidwalker, Elrond whispered, his voice trembling. It doesn't walk the roads of Skyrim, it walks the line between this world and another. No blade can touch it, no magic can harm it. It is unstoppable. The people of Riverwood listened in horror, and soon the tale of the Voidwalker spread across the land. Jarl Balgruf in Whiterun sent his guards to investigate, but they found only death where the Voidwalker had passed. Each time the figure vanished before they could arrive, leaving no trace behind but the cold, lifeless bodies of its victims. The killings became more frequent, and soon the name of the Voidwalker was on every tongue in Skyrim. In the halls of Dragon's Reach, Farengar's secret fire, the court wizard, became obsessed with the mystery of the Voidwalker. He pored over ancient texts and consulted with scholars from the College of Winterhold, trying to unravel the source of the figure's power. It was not long before he stumbled upon a theory that chilled him to the core. The Voidwalker, he believed, was no mere mortal. It was a being touched by the void itself, the realm of oblivion, a place beyond time and space where the Daedric princes held sway. According to the texts, there were ancient rites, long forgotten, that allowed a mortal to bind themselves to the void, gaining its power but at a terrible cost. Farengar explained his findings to Jarl Balgruf, warning him that the Voidwalker was likely the servant of a Daedric prince, perhaps even one of the most dangerous, the Prince of Destruction, Mehrunes Dagon, or the elusive Prince of Madness, Shagarath. Whatever the truth, Farengar urged caution, for such a being could not be defeated by normal means. This is no mere bandit or rogue assassin, he told the Jarl. This is something far darker. We must seek help beyond the realms of men if we are to stop it. Bolgruf, ever pragmatic, sent word to the companions of Jorvaskar, the legendary warriors who defended Whiterun and all of Skyrim. If anyone could confront the Voidwalker, surely it was they. The companions, led by Kodlak Whiteman, were no strangers to the supernatural. They had battled werewolves, vampires, and even dragons, but the stories of the Voidwalker troubled them deeply. The thought of an enemy that could not be touched by sword or steel was unnerving, but Kodlak knew they had no choice but to face it. The companions set out from Whiterun in search of the Voidwalker, following the trail of death that led them toward the north, near Dawnstar. Along the way they found the remains of a dozen travelers, merchants, guards and wanderers, all struck down with. Their bodies bore no wounds from conventional weapons, yet their faces were twisted in agony, as if they had been drained of life itself. Then, one night, as the companions camped along the road near the Pale, the Voidwalker came for them. It was just before midnight when the air grew cold, unnaturally so, and the fire in their camp flickered and died. The sound of footsteps, soft, deliberate, echoed in the stillness. Kodlak rose, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, his eyes scanning the darkness. The other companions followed suit, drawing their weapons, their breaths coming in shallow, nervous gasps. Out of the shadows the Voidwalker emerged. The figure was cloaked in black, its form barely discernible in the darkness. It moved with an eerie fluidity, as though it were part of the night itself. Its face was hidden beneath a hood, and in its hand it held a blade that seemed to flicker in and out of existence, its edge dark and jagged. Kodlak shouted, unleashing the force of his Thuum, but the Voidwalker did not falter. The words of power, meant to stagger any foe, passed through the figure as if it were made of smoke. The battle that followed was unlike any the companions had fought before. They swung their swords, loosed their arrows, and cast their spells, but nothing touched the Voidwalker. It moved through their attacks as though it were a ghost, its dark blade cutting through the companions with deadly precision. One by one they fell, their bodies crumpling to the ground, drained of life by the unnatural power of the Voidwalker. Kodlak, bleeding and exhausted, realized that no weapon of man could harm this creature. The Voidwalker was not bound by the rules of their world. It was something else, something ancient and terrible, a shadow cast by the Daedric forces that lurked beyond the mortal realm. As the figure approached him, its blade raised for the final strike, Kodlak made a desperate choice. With his dying breath he prayed, not to the divines, but to the Daedric princes, hoping that one might hear him and intervene. The Voidwalker hesitated, as if sensing the shift in the air. For a moment, the shadow seemed to flicker, the magic binding it to this world wavering. But then, with a final, swift motion, the blade came down, and Kodlak's world went black. When the people of Whiterun found the companions the next morning, they lay dead along the road, their bodies cold and lifeless. The Voidwalker had vanished, leaving no trace but the whispers of the wind and the lingering chill of the void. The legend of the Voidwalker continued to spread across Skyrim, But now, it carried with it an even darker truth. No force in the world of men could stop it, and the path it walked was one of endless death, a road paved with the souls of those who dared stand in its way. And somewhere, in the depths of oblivion, a Daedric prince watched with a smile. Story 48. The Iceheart Coven. The winds of the far north had always been cold, biting deep into the bones of any who dared venture beyond the safety of Skyrim's cities. But recently the cold had become something more, something unnatural. Villages in the northern reaches of Winterhold had begun to fall silent, their people vanishing overnight, leaving behind only frozen streets and homes encased in impenetrable ice. The rumors of strange occurrences trickled south, carried by the few survivors who had fled before the cold overtook them. They spoke of witches, women with eyes like frozen stars and hands that wielded the bitter winds of the north as weapons. The name that echoed through the rumors was the Iceheart Coven. The Iceheart Coven had been little more than a myth, whispered about in the dark corners of taverns and passed down through stories meant to scare children. It was said that they were a group of witches who had once been cast out by the College of Winterhold for practicing forbidden magic, magic that could manipulate the very essence of ice and snow. Driven deep into the mountains, they were believed to have died long ago, succumbing to the elements they sought to control. But now, as village after village succumbed to an eternal winter, it became clear that the coven was not only alive, but growing in strength. Jarl Career of Winterhold, already burdened by the ruins of his hold and the ever-present shadow of the college, was the first to call for aid. He sent out riders to Whiterun, Solitude, and even Windhelm, seeking any who could help stop the witches before all of Skyrim was trapped in ice. But few were willing to venture into the north, where the storms grew fiercer by the day, and the lands themselves seemed to turn against those who travelled through them. It wasn't until word reached Dragon's Reach that hope began to flicker. The Dragonborn, the hero of Skyrim, was summoned by Jarl Balgruuf to deal with this new threat. Balgruuf, who had seen firsthand the power of the ancient dragons, knew that only someone with the strength to wield the tomb could hope to stand against a force as powerful as the Iceheart Coven. The Dragonborn, weary from years of battle but bound by duty, set out for the north. With them travelled Lydia, their steadfast housecarl, and a small group of warriors from Whiterun. As they journeyed into the frozen wilderness, the signs of the coven's destruction became clearer. The first village they encountered was nothing but a frozen graveyard. The buildings stood intact, their wooden walls and thatched roofs untouched by fire or time. But every surface was covered in a thick layer of ice. The streets were empty, and there was no sign of life, save for the frozen corpses of villagers, their faces twisted in fear, as if they had been caught in the storm mid-stride. "This isn't natural," Lydia muttered, her breath clouding in the cold air as she stepped over the body of a young woman, her eyes wide and unblinking under a sheen of frost. "No storm does this." The Dragonborn knelt beside one of the frozen villagers, their gauntleted hand brushing against the ice that covered the man's face. Beneath the surface they could feel a pulse of magic, dark, cold, and ancient. It was unlike anything they had encountered before, and it sent a chill deeper than the cold air ever could. They stood, their eyes narrowing as they gazed toward the distant mountains, where the wind howled with an unnatural fury. "They're close," the Dragonborn said, their voice grim. "We need to move before they strike again." The journey to the heart of the Iceheart Coven's power was treacherous. The further north they traveled, the colder it became, and soon even the hardy warriors of Whiterun began to struggle against the biting winds. The snow piled high, obscuring the path, and the ice beneath their feet cracked ominously with every step. The Coven's magic was thick in the air, a palpable presence that weighed on the travelers like an unseen force. As they ascended into the mountains, the Dragonborn began to notice the signs of the Coven's influence more clearly. Strange symbols had been carved into the ice and rock, runes of power that pulsed with a faint blue glow. The very air seemed to hum with magic, and the wind carried with it whispers, voices that were neither human nor natural. The Dragonborn recognized the danger, knowing that these were no ordinary witches. The Iceheart Coven had tapped into a primal magic, one that could reshape the land itself if left unchecked. Finally they reached the Coven's lair, a massive glacier that rose out of the mountains like a jagged tooth, its surface smooth and impenetrable. At its base, a yawning cavern led deep into the ice, its entrance guarded by eerie, flickering blue flames. The Dragonborn could feel the magic radiating from within, stronger than ever. This was the source of the unnatural cold that had spread across the land, and within it, the witches waited. The Dragonborn and their companions entered the cavern, the air inside bitterly cold, the walls of ice reflecting their torchlight in ghostly hues. As they ventured deeper, the temperature dropped even further, until it felt as though their very blood might freeze. Finally, they emerged into a massive chamber, the heart of the glacier, where the Coven stood in a circle around a swirling vortex of ice and snow. At the center of the circle stood their leader, an ancient witch, her skin pale as the snow, her eyes glowing with a cold, cruel light. She raised her hands as the Dragonborn entered, her voice echoing through the chamber like the crack of frozen ice. "You are too late, Dragonborn," she hissed, her words dripping with malice. "The winter has already begun, and soon all of Skyrim will freeze beneath my power." The Dragonborn stepped forward, their hand on the hilt of their sword, their voice low and steady. "Not if I stop you first." With a roar, the Dragonborn unleashed the full power of their Thu'um. The force of the shout tore through the chamber, sending waves of energy crashing into the witches. Ice shattered, the vortex of snow faltered, and the Coven staggered under the assault. But the leader stood firm, her own magic rising in response. She raised her hands, and the ice itself rose up to meet the Dragonborn, forming jagged spears that flew through the air like missiles. The battle that followed was fierce and desperate. The Dragonborn's shouts rang through the cavern, clashing against the witches' powerful spells. Lydia and the warriors fought bravely, but the Coven's magic was overwhelming, the cold seeping into their bones, sapping their strength. The Dragonborn knew that they had to end it quickly, or all would be lost. With one final, thunderous shout, the Dragonborn broke through the Coven's defenses. The leader's magic faltered, and in that moment of weakness the Dragonborn struck, their blade cleaving through the icy air. The leader fell, her body collapsing into a pile of frozen shards, and with her death, the magic that had gripped the land began to fade. The ice in the chamber cracked and shattered, the unnatural cold receding as the coven's power was broken. Outside, the storm began to subside, the skies clearing as the bitter winds died down. The villages that had been frozen in the coven's grasp slowly thawed, their people emerging from their icy prisons, confused but alive. Skyrim was saved from the eternal winter the ice-hard coven had sought to unleash, but the memory of their power remained, a chilling reminder of the forces that still lurked in the far reaches of the north. The Dragonborn, weary but victorious, returned to Whiterun, knowing that while this threat had been vanquished, others still waited in the shadows, biding their time.